Chapter 1. Change of victory conditions. The battle between the imperial forces and the rebels that had begun with the imperial capital of the Wallachian Empire, Lupugana, as the battlefield, had entered its final phase, scattering the seeds of chaos throughout the country. The death of Vincent Wallachia, who had been killed by a bullet of light in front of the throne within the Crystal Palace, at the innermost part of the imperial capital, seemed to be similar. The 9 divine generals ordered to guard the city walls protecting the imperial capital had abandoned their duties, and the sudden arrival of unknown fighters in the battlefield, in addition to the mysterious group from the west that had opened a massive hole in the front line, most certainly had contributed to the chaos scattered throughout the city. There was no doubt that these two were seeds of chaos. However, currently, the location of the seed that had grown the most in this situation of war was Vincent. Abide by me. The situation is no longer remotely close to that of conflict between the Imperial Army and the insurgents. The intervention of a third party has changed the conditions of victory. Standing upon a pile of debris, a man raised his voice on an impromptu stage. He was a handsome man, with sharp black eyes, tinged with a heated intellect, dried blood clinging to his black hair, and a voice that carried well even on a roaring battlefield. In a battlefield dominated by violence, no. In the Wallachian Empire dominated by violence, one might only wonder what could possibly attract people to the impotent figure of this man. No one ridiculed the man, even if they wished to. They just turned their attention and listened, the blood flowing through their veins as people of the Empire. Their way of being that had been defined by none other than this man himself would not allow them to turn their ears away from the voice that was raised on an unshapely pedestal, would not allow them to turn their ears away from the one exclaiming from his throne atop the rubble, Vincent Wallachia himself. Everyone. Vincent's loud declaration had been heard by a distinguished lineup of people. Lined up were Gaz Ralfan and Olbart Dunkelken, both members of the 9 divine generals, as well as Burstets von Dalfan, the imperial prime minister, and even Ubilk the Stargazer, who had been allowed entry into the imperial palace with the special role he held. Considering the faction each one of the attendees had been on during the conflict just before, it was more than possible to say that being face-to-face with them, at a distance such as to make him defenseless, was rather deadly. However, Vincent, Moguro Hagane is suppressing him, but the one they are facing in the sky above is Bolaroy Timoglyph, who is supposed to be dead. Somehow he has risen with his own beloved dragon. Burstets, I have a message for you on this matter. I encountered Her Excellency Lamia Godwin in the audience chamber. I believe it is the same person as she was back then. Gaz, why you? That report should be raised by me. Your Excellency, it was not only Lamia who was present, but also other members of the imperial family who perished in the imperial selection ceremony. To Vincent's words, Burstets and Gaz responded. Gaz, who had remained unchangeably loyal to Vincent despite his disappearance, was still vexed by Burstets' switch. Nevertheless, since Burstets' original concern was the prosperity of the Wallachian Empire, the old man's attitude could be described as natural when it came to a situation where the very existence of the empire was at stake. Once these ramblings had been dismissed as trivial, Vincent's concerns were narrowed down. Vincent, Ubilk, you had some advanced knowledge of the cause of the great disaster. That being the case, do Bolaroy Timoglyph, Lamia, and the other imperial family members reviving constitute the great disaster? Ubilk. Regarding that matter, I can say yes and no to that, Your Excellency. The whispers told me that Vincent Wallachia's death would be the trigger for the great disaster, and I plotted all kinds of schemes to prevent the downfall of the Empire. Vincent, you were not aware of the details. Ubilk nodded with a carefree look on his face and answered, Yes, that's right. The answer had been somewhat expected, but the certainty gained was beneficial to Vincent. Ubilk and his fellow stargazers were in opposition to the great disaster, which was evident in the fact that they had saved Vincent from a fall. Vincent, if that is the case in the current situation, your presence is currently outside of our consideration. Maneuver only not to die. Gaz, Your Excellency, please leave this situation to me. and put your own safety first. I, Gauze Ralphon, will do everything in my power to redeem myself for my absence. Vincent. Silence. Gauze. HK. Glancing at a heated Gauze, Vincent, with a single word, crushed his momentum. Gauze wanted a chance to prove his loyalty to the Emperor and redeem himself for being late at a crucial time. But having allowed Vincent to escape from Chisha's rebellion in the first place meant his performance had been sufficient. Had Gauze not put up a tough fight, Vincent would have been captured by Chisha, and it was highly possible that even preparing the current situation in the imperial capital would not have been possible. Indeed, the current situation had been prepared. Vincent placed a hand on his chin and drew a mental map of the imperial capital, piecing together the situation. Although the loss of blood and the exhaustion of his body were affecting his ability to think, fortunately, the pain in his collarbone from being struck by Chisha in the throne room was jolting his consciousness. His determination, too, remained at its peak. He did not think that even this pain was part of Chisha's plan, but... Cecilis. Sorry to interrupt while everyone's chattering, but I have a role to enchant the world in my own way. Is it okay if I excuse myself, Gauze? Well, General First Class Cecilis? What are you talking about? Cecilis. Well, I do hear about this General First Class person from time to time, but I'm not really interested. So it doesn't really stick in my mind. Maybe you've mistaken me for someone else. It would be quite a pity for this General First Class person to get compared to me in that case. In this situation, it was not just Vincent's mind that was whirring and spinning around. Moreover, within a radius of several tens of meters, which was a mere single step from Moguro's huge body, the battle against the duo of the Cloud Dragon Mezareya and Balaroy continued. Water flowed out from the shattered reservoir, which could be seen to have been broken from a distance. It was only a matter of time before waves surged into the entire imperial capital. In addition, Cecilis, who had been making a fuss, had become tiny. Although Gauze, Burstets, and even Olbart's attitudes on display were that of waiting attitude for Vincent's decision, only this young thunderbolt did not fit into his plan. Not only his appearance, but also the contents of his mind seemed to be biased towards immaturity, so Cecilis did not have a trusting look in his eyes towards Vincent's declaration. Cecilis, that was quite a splendid speech earlier. I'm sure it's a fact that you're the Valachian Emperor, but unfortunately, I don't bow down to others just because they're an emperor. If you want to change the path I take, you'll have to prepare a Hanamaki for me. Vincent, just like Natsuki Subaru did. Is that so? Cecilis, unfortunately I don't know who that is. The name sounds similar to the name of someone I know, but I can't quite recall. I feel like I talked about this earlier with a beautiful woman. While twisting his neck and fidgeting his short legs, Cecilis answered. He was not sure who the beautiful woman Cecilis was worried about was, but once the young Cecilis entered the battle for the imperial capital, Vincent had been convinced that Natsuki Subaru was the one who led the unexpected group that ravaged the battlefield from the west, and that he was also the one who had brought Cecilis with him. And then, Vincent, it is not restricted to the current situation. It is nothing new that you do not follow mine orders. Feel free to run around as you like. Cecilis. Oh, you are very understanding. However, I have no intention of obediently following someone's orders regardless of what I'm told anyways. So I'll take my leave here if you don't mind. Vincent. Cecilis. Cecilis waved his hand at Vincent, who had decided to let him do as he pleased, and was about to dart away. When his name was called from behind, the young lightning turned around with a yes. Vincent's gaze met Cecilis's eyes, which still carried the same difficulty in handling as when they had first met. Vincent, as per our former agreement, I shall prepare the stage for your grand moment. Cecilis. Aha. Cecilis left with a small laugh after Vincent's short declaration. The speed of his lightning-fast movements, not even leaving a trace, with him still in his unfinished state, was why the title of Valachia's strongest belonged to that man, and why that title was unshakable. In any case, Burstets, Your Excellency, is everything all right? As for General First Class Cecilis, Vincent, I do not have time to waste on trivial matters, very much like you and Yubuk were treated. More importantly, the handling of the disappeared Cecilis less urgent than addressing the current problem at hand. Vincent faced Burstett's narrow eyes and spoke in a voice that could be heard by Gauze, Olbart, and the others behind him. What he said was, "Vincent, we shall abandon the imperial capital. We shall retreat while maintaining as much of our military strength as possible." Riding atop a red galewind horse, the group rode through the imperial capital in a whirlwind of confusion and chaos. The flag-bearers were the familiar faces of Natsuki Subaru, flanked by the cavalryman Idra Masanga and the powerful young girl Tansa, with whom the Pleiades battalion's breakthrough ability remained strong. Subaru. Plus, now we add the two leading stars there, Beatrice and Lewis, and we're the ones with the momentum. In front, Idra was holding the reins, and at his back, held in Subaru's short arms as if being sandwiched, was Beatrice. Then Lewis, who was nestled on Subaru's back. Unexpectedly, the four children were led by the adult Idra, but Beatrice, Minya, Lewis, oh, Tanza, I beg your pardon. Beatrice's hand held up as she fired purple arrows, Lewis's unrestricted attacks as she teleported through space, and Tanza's fists as she effortlessly reaped through the ones blocking their path. After jumping over the destroyed city walls into the imperial capital, Subaru and company were aiming for the Crystal Palace, which could be seen in the distance, a gleaming castle where the fake emperor presided. The fake emperor that was in that castle, the one who impersonated Vincent Valacia. If they could be defeated, it would put an end to this great civil war in the Valachian Empire, in which Subaru was inevitably embroiled. So believing this, he plunged in, ready to go wild and wreak havoc. Idra, Schwartz, these guys are springing up no matter where we go through. What is this? Idra's voice, though not quite a scream, was throaty with a deep-seated fear. Perhaps his consternation was felt through the reins in his hands as the gait of the galewind horse began to falter. But it would be unreasonable to expect him to just endure it or forget about it. Anyhow, Subaru, what's really going on with these pasty-faced guys? They knew that once they rode into the imperial capital, they would naturally be met with determined resistance from the imperial soldiers. However, it was only during the initial stages that Subaru and company actually encountered imperial soldiers in the imperial capital. From then on, Subaru and the others were confronted by strange-looking beings, all of them with pale faces. Those with pale faces and golden eyes, with glass-like cracks all over their bodies, obstructed Subaru and the others with a cold, heartless demeanor. No, they were not standing in the way of only Subaru and company. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, those ones, they are also attacking the imperial soldiers. Tanza kicked a group of pale faces and slammed them against a wall, throwing out a report as such. As she said, what was unfolding at the edge of her vision was the presence of the enemy who was not attacking Subaru and company, but rather the imperial soldiers who were guarding the city. Of course, these enemies did not care about Subaru's feelings. Unlike the Pleiades battalion, they were relentless in their attempts to take the lives of imperial soldiers using the weapons they wielded. That was why. Subaru. Tanza. If you please, Tanza. I understand. Hearing Subaru's unreasonable request, Tanza accelerated as she kicked the ground. She charged like a speeding ball into the ranks of the enemy, the imperial soldiers, and caught up with those who were about to take their lives, cleaving them in the back with her thick-soled shoes. HK! A short cry of pain could be heard, and the kicked enemy crashed into the buildings on both sides. Tanza glanced at the destroyed buildings, the imperial guardsmen whose lives had been spared beyond the thick plume of smoke, and then said, "Go ahead," as she let them off. Fortunately, the soldiers who were saved chose to leave the area instead of attempting to target Tanza's back. Subaru. That is helpful. But what about these guys? Tanza's efforts were averting unwanted deaths. However, Subaru suffered the brunt of her blow and was left gasping at the devastation caused by the enemy that crashed into the buildings and shattered them. The reason why the enemy did not get up was partly that Tanza's kicks were so powerful, but more importantly, because they were in no condition to get back up. The body of the enemy was shattered and in pieces. However, their body was not a grotesque corpse, but rather had been shattered as if they had dropped a china cup on the floor. There was no blood either. As if there was no blood in their bodies. A Subaru. How do they work? Is it like a puppet, or maybe a robot? Beatrice? It can't be. The sacrament of the immortal king, in fact. Subaru, do you have an idea, Beatrice? Subaru did not miss the word spun by Beatrice's cute cherry-like lips, who was resting her body on Subaru's chest, completely trusting him. Beatrice lowered her head in response to Subaru's reaction. Beatrice. A kind of magic that, upon death, returns the soul to the body from which it has left. A forbidden technique, I suppose. It was originally researched by Mother, but it was supposedly left incomplete. Subaru. A forbidden technique for raising the dead, so like the type of magic of a necromancer then. There's a part of my head that's still a little fuzzy, but man, your mother is a good-for-nothing, Beatrice. This is not the first time that Subaru has spoken ill of Mother, in fact. But Betty will get upset if you keep saying it, so be careful, I suppose. At Beatrice's suggestion, with her eyebrows raised, Subaru stuck out his tongue and closed one eye in reflection. However, the opinion of the cute Beatrice was not to be dismissed. What if necromancy, with a name like the Sacrament of the Immortal King, was what was creating these enemies? Subaru, you mean there's someone like a necromancer in the 9 divine generals of the Empire? Beatrice, if that's the case, then Abel is out of line for not having talked about such things beforehand, in fact. Plus, it would mean that we wouldn't be able to distinguish between friend and foe, I suppose. Subaru, I guess that's also possible in an empire with buggy ethics, but wait, you know who Abel is? Beatrice, Betty knows, in fact. Hearing this unexpected name from Beatrice's mouth caused Subaru's eyes to widen. At Subaru's surprise, Beatrice affirmed it with a bitter look on her face. Beatrice's contact with Abel, and that it was not just another person with the same name, was clearly conveyed in her bitter face. Because Abel was essentially incompatible with everyone, the obvious explanation would be that he was incompatible with Beatrice as well. Subaru's stomach churned just thinking about what kind of irreverent attitude Abel had subjected Beatrice to, but Subaru, of course that guy is here. It was inconceivable that Abel would not be in the middle of the siege in this great battle, but since he did not know the specifics of the composition of the rebel forces, he felt a different emotion when told clearly that this was the case. If Abel was here, then Subaru's antics would need to be given some extra thought. Subaru. Then, should I leave the zombie fighting to them over there rather than me? Or would it be better if it was me with the cute and zombie-savvy Beatrice running in to deal with the... Oh, ouch! What? Beatrice? I suppose. Subaru's face was a bit annoying. In fact, Subaru. Why? This look in my eyes between charming and cheeky is from birth, you know. Beatrice, it was annoying how strangely relieved you looked when you heard Abel's name, I suppose. Subaru's mouth curved into a pout as Beatrice pinched his thigh along with an irrational accusation, although it was hard to say by exactly how much. Beatrice's judgment of Subaru might have become stricter in the period of time that they had been separated. Certainly, he recognized Abel's excellence in terms of ability, but under the circumstances of this large-scale conflict, he was not taking any comfort in hearing Abel's name. By any measure, meeting Beatrice was a more joyous occasion than meeting Abel. Subaru. You're my number one, Beatrice, don't misunderstand. Beatrice, then prove it going forward, in fact. Subaru. Oh, absolutely. In response to Beatrice's benevolent judgment, Subaru tapped Idra on the shoulder and made the Galewind horse stop at once. There were no signs of enemies or civilians in the surrounding area, but he wanted to decide on a course of action for the future. Tanza. Schwartz-sama, if you are done flirting, what would you propose we do? Subaru. You're acting so thorny. I wasn't flirting. But Beatrice. Does that zombie magic stop when the user is defeated? Stung in the side by Tanza's blank expression, Subaru sought Beatrice's informed opinion. Beatrice, when asked, fiddled with her vertically rolled hair with her fingers, and the two of them, with their fingers, the same expression on their faces. Beatrice. The types of magic that interfere with the bodies of others are predominantly yin magic and yang magic, I suppose. With either of these attributes, generally speaking, when the caster dies, The effects of the magic are cut off, in fact. So likewise it would be nice to think that this is the case, I suppose. Tanza, that phrasing has some wishful thinking mingled within. Is it not certain? Beatrice. Even Betty has never seen the sacrament of the immortal king realized, in fact. One cannot be so childishly irresponsible as to make a haphazard judgment on the basis of speculation, I suppose. Subaru, calm down, calm down. Oh, you don't have any idea of the area of effect or where the magic is being used from? Beatrice. It's regrettable, but it's dependent on the user, in fact. Beatrice looked at Tanza in frustration as she replied, as if thinking that Tanza might be dismissive of her again. However, Tanza did not criticize Beatrice for admitting her inadequacy. In that regard, Tanza did not demean even those with whom she did not have the best chemistry. Subaru, there's no time for squabbling. Besides, Beatrice, what you said helps. Thanks. Beatrice. It was not a very praiseworthy response, I suppose. Beatrice's cheeks puffed out as he patted her head while thanking her. It was tempting to poke her swollen cheeks with his fingers. But he also felt he was put in a difficult position. Given the circumstances, this zombie attack was clearly an unusual situation. Since the Imperial soldiers were being attacked, it was certainly possible that there was a necromancer in the rebel army, and that the unscrupulous and cold-hearted Abel might have resorted to inhumane tactics. However, something was off about the implementation and how the zombies had appeared out of nowhere. These zombies clearly gave off the impression that they did not invade the city from the outside, but rather that they had been created from within the city and were rampaging around. If this was Abel's strategy, the best course of action would have been to start a war of attrition from the beginning. It might have even been plausible that there were some military techniques being used that Subaru was unaware of. Subaru. As expected, if they start using zombies, I'll have to think about how to deal with them. Moreover, although it was ultimately a vague impression, he felt that while Abel would not use the actual dead for military purposes, despite resorting to death for political purposes, he suspected that Abel's view of life and death, or the general Valatian one for that matter, would not allow for that. Therefore, Subaru, the existence of this zombie meister should be considered irregular. If the war doesn't end when we beat up the fake emperor in the castle, then... Hydra. What now, Schwartz? We'll follow your lead. Subaru. Idra. Subaru put his hand to his chin as Idra turned only his head to him to utter these words of trust. That was not a sign of him tossing the responsibility to Subaru, but rather a reaffirmation of his willingness to risk his life together with Subaru in a situation that might lead them to death once again. Subaru achieved this position by his own will. He absolutely had to fulfill that responsibility. And thanks to Idra and the members of the Pleiades battalion, Subaru could reach out his hand even further than before. Subaru, I'm not entirely sure what to do in this situation, but after all... Oh, wow. Ow. Ow. Beatrice. Subaru. Tanza. Schwartz-sama. Subaru nodded at the realization of his responsibility, but screamed in pain from Beatrice, pinching his thigh, and from another pain, to which Beatrice and Tanza widened their eyes at him. This time Subaru felt pain because his hair was being pulled, and the one responsible was not Beatrice or Tanza, much less Idra, but Subaru. What the hell, Louis? Don't pull my hair. It's a vital defense strategy to take care of it from a young age so that I won't suffer from baldness when I get older. Louis, whoa. Oh, oh, ow. Subaru. What? Louis desperately pleaded something to Subaru, who was protecting his pulled scalp. She patted Subaru on the back, then pointed to the north side of the Imperial capital, the direction where the Crystal Palace was located, but slightly off the beaten path, and continuously urged him. Head there, he knew that was what she was saying. Subaru, is there something over there? Louis. Oh. Subaru's question was answered by Louis in a high-pitched voice. It also needs to be stated that Louis seemed to be quite emotionally stable now that she managed to meet up with Subaru. Subaru himself was also genuinely relieved at her safety, despite their complicated relationship. On top of that, if there was something that Louis was calling for so desperately, then that would be Subaru. Beatrice, let me ask you one thing. Is everyone still together? Beatrice, everyone is not, in fact. In response to Subaru's quiet question, Beatrice avoided making a clear statement. However, it was clear that Beatrice was not being evasive for the sake of putting on airs, but rather to spare Subaru from the shock. Understanding this, Subaru also realized why she had been ambiguous. So, Subaru, Tanza, Idra. Also, Beatrice and Louis, change of plans. Concluding on what needed to be done, Subaru called to the members around him from the Galewind Horse. Most likely, the battle centered around the imperial capital would not calm down, but rather intensify further. With the zombies and their Meister being unknown entities, preparations were in order. Of course, he could put together such a theory, but Subaru, first we're going to where Louis is pointing at. Let me pick up something important there. Beatrice. If it's Louis then, she will be there, I suppose. Subaru's decision gave Beatrice a sense of the destination that Louis was indicating. Nodding at Beatrice's words, Subaru turned to Tanza and Idra, who were also looking at him, and continued. That was... Subaru. Pick up Rem and flee the imperial capital with as many people as you can. We're racing against the clock. Thus, he mysteriously made a decision in the same direction as the man who was not present at this moment. Chapter 2. Grudges. Beatrice was at a loss as to how to handle the little girl known as Louis. When the magic crystal cannon fired from the Crystal Palace, their relationship allowed them to cooperate in sending it to another space. Without Louis's mysterious teleportation ability, it would not have been possible to reach that place. Had they not arrived, many deaths would have occurred on the battlefield, starting with Zeekers. This single act alone could not have dispelled the responsibility of Louis being the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. And yet, Louis, Beatrice, Betty can trust that you have no animosity towards Subaru and the others, I suppose. Sitting awkwardly on the shaking saddle, although only the size of children, 3 people aside from the primary rider rode the running red Galewind horse. On the back of the Galewind horse, Beatrice and Louis sat with Subaru between them. Unlike Beatrice, who was held in Subaru's arms, Louis dexterously stood up on the horse behind him, tapping Subaru's shoulder and pointing in one direction. From Beatrice's point of view, the situation in the imperial capital of Lupugana was a crucible of chaos, beginning with the clash between the regular army and the rebels, flying dragons that were being commanded, and flying dragons that were not fought each other for the sky. A world of white and red trespassed on the normal one. A giant and a dragon rampaged, and finally the dead rose one after another to ravage the city from the inside out. Being inclined to isolate herself, not giving support to anyone, there were few occasions in which Beatrice had directly intervened, but this world's insane and inconsistent way of being reminded her of the chaotic times of 400 years ago. Beatrice. Witches. Thinking back to those bygone days, Beatrice naturally uttered that word. If there could have been one thing that symbolized that era of 400 years ago, it was unmistakably the witches. Kidna, Beatrice's creator, and the one whom she adored as her mother, was also one of those who were labeled as witches. Other than that era in which there were several witches bearing the deadly sins, that era when everyone was struggling to survive, was a dark period that was like a child's nightmare come true. The current situation in the imperial capital was a return of the same thing. She wondered what could have triggered it, and her heart skipped a beat. While Beatrice held those frustrations in her heart, Subaru. Hang in there, Rem. Immediately behind her, she heard Subaru's panting, yet determined, voice. Louis. Voice sounding like a growl. And Subaru, hurrying the galloping horse in the direction she pointed, had no doubt that there was the waiting girl he was searching for. As Beatrice thought of the results of the time that Subaru had spent with Louis, separated from her, her chest became a hazy mess. But she understood that there was trust between them. Beatrice too had no doubt that Rem was there, in the direction to which Louis was pointing. Looking back, Louis had spent a large amount of mana to extinguish the magic crystal cannon, and went straight to Subaru to try to save the disappearing Beatrice. She had the power to locate those she was looking for. Whether that could be anyone, or only someone she knew, was unclear. Subaru. A huge mansion. Idra. What do we do, Schwartz? The walls are high. Do we go around to the front? Subaru. No, that would be a waste of time. Tanza. The exchange took place as they crossed a number of streets ahead of them and approached their intended building. It was a mansion that took up an imposingly large plot of land in the northern part of the imperial capital, and its surroundings indicated that it was the residence of a person of high rank. Naturally, the walls surrounding the mansion were high to ensure adequate security. But, Tanza, I do not want to give you the wrong impression. Saying that, the dear girl, her voice as emotionless as her face, kicked the ground with the slightest hint of disapproval in her features and mutterings. Tanza, the young girl plunging straight into the wall in front of her, continued. Tanza, I am not Schwartz-sama's tool for breaking down walls. Right after her declaration, Tanza's thick-soled shoes struck the mansion's wall, which was likely imbued with the divine protection of earth attributes. This impact caused the wall, which should have enhanced the mansion's defenses, to cave in, be penetrated, and ultimately collapse. Accompanied by a booming sound and a gust of wind, the small silhouette of a girl emerged from beyond the wall. As if diving headfirst into the billowing smoke, the gale-wind horse carrying Beatrice and the others leaped onto the property. And then, Luis, Yuao, Beatrice, Subaru. Over there, in fact, within the spacious mansion grounds, multiple buildings separated from the main house were lined up, causing them to momentarily almost lose their sense of direction. However, looking around just like Subaru, Beatrice opened her round eyes and searched for their target, before noticing a gathering of people. At that same instant, Louis also looked in the same direction as Beatrice and shouted out, reinforcing her conviction. Ahead of them, at the entrance of a separate building, there were several figures. In front of the firmly shut door, all that could be seen was a back sporting the ragged equipment of an imperial soldier, and facing it were two figures, one of which Beatrice did not recognize. The other was a girl whom Beatrice recognized as well. Subaru. L. Beatrice. Minya. A dull sword was raised, targeting the girl and her companion. As soon as they noticed it, Beatrice and Subaru, holding hands, raised their opposite hands and chanted magic. The ensuing deep purple arrow captured the back of the pale-faced men, transforming them into crystals. Enemies. Gah. A bitter cry leaked out, but no further action by the men was allowed. Accompanied by a high-pitched sound, similar to ice cracking, the men's figures shattered and crumbled away. The gale-wind horse reached the girl, who, narrowly escaping death, widened her eyes in surprise as Beatrice and Subaru landed on the ground together, her hand pulled by his. And there, Subaru, kept you waiting, Rem. The real star has stepped on the stage. With one eye closed and teeth gleaming, Subaru made a pompous declaration. Despite his childish appearance, Beatrice looked at her partner from within his arms, proud of his unchanging bravery in scrambling to help someone else. The eyes of the girl whose life was saved widened as she met the gazes of Beatrice and Subaru. As it were, the excitement and emotion quivered within her throat. Rem. Who are you? She asked, in a dubious voice with an atmosphere that was not very friendly. Subaru. No, it's me. It's me. I'm a bit smaller. I'm telling you, it's me. It's me. You can tell, right? I'm grateful for the help, but you ring no bells at all. Subaru, no way. Subaru waved his arms and sorrowed at that unexpected cold response from M. He felt dejected by this reaction, especially since he thought that, after going through a hopeless experience, then having been saved from a life-threatening predicament, a deeply emotional meeting was surely awaiting him. Of course, since Subaru, being Subaru, had gone and gotten himself shrunk while Rem remained unaware, he thought that asking her to be openly happy would also be unreasonable. Subaru. In that sense, setting aside Louis, who already knew me in this state, it's quite something that Beatrice would just accept it right away. Beatrice. It's not really that Betty thought nothing of it, I suppose. It's merely that whether you have shrunk or not, it will not change that you're Betty's partner, in fact. More importantly, Subaru. More importantly, lowered to the ground from the arms in which she had been held, Beatrice looked at Subaru and Rem, comparing them. Then, narrowing her peculiarly patterned eyes, Beatrice. That attitude is completely different from what Betty had heard from Subaru, I suppose. That girl, Riem, was supposed to have been gentle toward Subaru, in fact. Was that a lie, I suppose? Subaru. No, that wasn't a lie. It's just that she's forgotten a lot right now. Beatrice. Forgotten. Derived from Rem's cold treatment. Beatrice was made unnecessarily suspicious. Likely it was the doubt about whether Subaru had led everyone who did not remember Rem in her sleeping beauty state to believe a story that differed from reality. It was an unthinkable misunderstanding. In the first place, something like lying about Rem's personality as she slept was beyond blasphemous, and it too also made Subaru miserable. In response to Subaru's explanation, Beatrice silently turned back to I.M. Beatrice. You don't remember Betty, in fact, Rem? No, I believe this is our first meeting. Beatrice. I see, I suppose. I understand now, in fact. It seems that's persuaded you, but in the end, who are you guys? I appreciate the help, but... Beatrice's face showed that from Rem's reply, she accepted that Subaru had not just said whatever he wanted. On the other hand, Rem's doubts remained undispelled. Even if Subaru and Beatrice were unilaterally convinced, Rem's questions would only continue to pile up. Although his own internal sense of discomfort had relatively decreased, sure enough, Rem's attitude clearly conveyed that the large Subaru and the small Subaru were completely different. Subaru. Be that as it may, I'm me. Rem. In any case, let's Oh my, I was wondering who helped us. But it's Husband-kun. It's Husband-kun, right? Thanks for rushing in. Subaru. Ah, look, Flop-san understands. Eh? Flop-san. Saying that as Subaru was trying to somehow unravel Rem's incomprehension. He was taken aback at the sight of Flop, the blonde-haired young man that suddenly appeared from behind her. Having come to help Rem, he had not even considered that Flop would be with her. Subaru. Why are you here? Were you kidnapped along with Rem, Flop? Oh my, it's quite daring to come to Wife-san's aid without knowing anything, isn't it? But, on the whole, that understanding isn't mistaken. More specifically, it would be correct to say that since I suffered a fatal wound, Wife-san accompanied me to give me treatment. Subaru. A fatal wound. You're right. That's a terrible injury. Flop was as cheerful as ever, but, ignoring that ridiculously bright personality, the skin visible through the gaps in his clothes was wrapped in bandages, and his complexion seemed somewhat pale. Judging from his experience from the Gladiator Island, Flop was seriously wounded to the level where standing would have been greatly difficult. It seemed like saying that he had received a fatal wound had not been an exaggeration. Subaru. But then Rem also. Geez, you're too gutsy, Rem. Please wait. You're trying to move the conversation along smoothly, but... Flop-san. By calling this boy that. Flop. Ah. Perhaps this kind of thing is all the more easier for a third party to notice, like Wife-san is thinking. It's Husband-kun, with just a bit more of a baby face. Rem? At Flop's words, Rem stared down towards Subaru once again. Faced with the doubt emerging within her pale blue eyes, Subaru adjusted the angle of his face to give her a better view, and flashed his teeth. The hue of doubt turned to dismay, which then quickly turned to surprise. I thought you were a very strange person, but not only can you dress up as a woman, but you can even turn into a child. Subaru? That's wrong. This situation is out of my control. Isn't that right, Beatrice? Beatrice? Subaru, were you cross-dressing again in a place unknown to Betty and the others, I suppose? Subaru. Don't get caught up on that right now. Both Rem and Beatrice looked at Subaru with doubt, overwhelming him. Flop, standing by the exchange while holding up a finger to his own well-groomed face. Flop. Well, it wasn't only Husband-kun who dressed up as a woman. Myself and Village Chief Kun also did it after all. We really looked like girls all together, and our figures were lovely too. Subaru. That's because I put all my points into my charisma stat at that time. Anyways, I'm glad we were able to meet up, patting his chest in relief. Subaru smiled at both Rem and Flop. Flop nodded frankly at the smile, and Rem. After contemplating every last possibility, Rem. You went through all this trouble? To search for me? Subaru. Well, of course. No, I didn't know you had been kidnapped until I was en route. But the moment I found out, my selfish feelings surged up. The only thing that made me certain you were here was... Louise? Oh. And just then, while he answered Rem's question, the reason for his certainty burst in, wedging herself in between Subaru and Rem. It was Louis who had jumped toward the ladder. Louis's golden hair fluttered as she embraced Rem, and even though she was surprised and gave a joyeux while Rem accepted the young girl's hug, with that face so close to her, relief emerged in Rem's eyes. Rem, Louis Chan, I see you're safe. I was worried that you might have been mistreated by him, since you went off on your own following that man. Louis. Oh. Subaru. No matter how you look at it, would I really treat her so poorly that you would be worried? Did I do that? I did, didn't I? I probably did do that. I regret that now, though. Stroking Louis's head as she hugged her, Rem made such a comment to which Subaru pouted his lips. In fact, if Rem and Louis separated at the time when Subaru and the others had set out to Chaos Flame, then that was the point in time at which Subaru and Louis's relationship had been the worst. It was not limited to the worry that along the way, Subaru may have taken the opportunity to abandon Louis in the fields. It could be said that Rem's worries were never ending. But then again, Subaru. Right now, I'm not thinking about doing anything to Louis. We've made peace. Rem, is that true? Louis-chan? Louis? No. With a broad smile on her face, Louis nodded her head, and the question mark above Rem's head was finally dispelled by her response. Since his body had shrunk, the circumstances which had probably been his biggest predicament were proceeding peacefully, so Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Then, while gripping on to Subaru's hand, Beatrice. Even though Betty intended on accepting it, it's still a scene that gives a very bad feeling, in fact. Such a thing like that girl and Rem being so friendly towards each other, it's a strange feeling, I suppose. Even though Beatrice muttered this, Subaru made a wry smile within his heart. However, considering that when he was first sent off into the Valachian Empire, he was viewed with hostility by the newly awakened RM, and was together in a situation with Louis, whose aims were completely unknown to him, Subaru was also in complete agreement with Beatrice. After all, through some causality, a sin archbishop of gluttony, the cause of M turning into the Sleeping Beauty, was now spending time with her in the same place in such a friendly manner. Subaru. I still haven't found the proper answer for that yet, but Rem's memory had still yet to return. Louis's origin, too, still remained unknown. However, they were able to stay alive and reunite with RM in this way, and Louis had also demonstrated as much of a friendly attitude towards them as she could. Thus, they should be able to find a solution. Therefore, Tanza, Schwartz-sama, I do not think we have much time to be so relaxed. Witnessing the atmosphere of that reunion, the young girl interrupted with good timing and a good reason. Upon hearing the intervention of Tanza, the little girl in a kimono, who had read the atmosphere, Subaru turned to her and said, "Yep." Then, keeping up a vigilant watch out on the surroundings from horseback, Idra also entered his field of view. And, Idra, we found the person you're looking for. By the way, there isn't anyone else who has been taken, right, Beatrice? As far as Betty has heard, there shouldn't be anyone else, in fact. Rem. I also haven't noticed anyone else. Has Flop-san? Flop. I don't know of any other acquaintances who were brought in either. Unless, carelessly, Medium has been kidnapped or something. How's she, husband-kun? Time we were Subaru. She hadn't been kidnapped at the separated. She'd been shrunk, though. Flop. Huh, what's that? What'd you say? To Flop, who was concerned about his sister's safety, Subaru withheld the fact that Medium had also shrunk. Other than a shrunken appearance, she was in perfect health. Surely Medium would have left Chaos Flame safely and joined the group at Geralt. There was not time to reconcile the details of the situation and to wrangle over this and that there. In order to guarantee such a lively and cheerful time, they needed to move. Subaru. So, including Rem and Flop-san, I want to escape with as many people as possible. But is there anyone else in this estate? Rem. There is a woman named Katya-san whom I met here. Then, there's this detached building. Subaru. Here. With a nod, Rem's gaze turned to the tightly closed door beside her. He had to defeat the enemy quickly, so he did not check it properly, but it seemed that Rem and Flop were trying to open this building. Flop. It's said that inside are black-haired crown princes from various places. Idra. Black-haired crown princes, Schwartz's fakes. Flop answered Subaru's inner questions, and Idra frowned upon its content. The perception Idra expressed, that they were fake Schwartzes, was generally shared by everyone in the Pleiades battalion, and it was one of the big lies Subaru was telling them. The black-haired crown prince who was talked about across the empire was the illegitimate son of Emperor Vincent Wallachia, and all of those who had taken the name for themselves in various regions were nothing but fakes. The real black-haired crown prince was none other than Natsuki Schwartz. Idra. The ones who were used as justification here and there to start a rebellion. To be blunt, I don't like this careless approach to things. Beatrice. Betty agrees with Beardy, I suppose. The originator doesn't like it either. In fact, Idra. B. Beardy? Idra clearly expressed his displeasure at the imposter crown princes who seemed to be held captive inside the detached building, to which Beatrice nodded in agreement. To be blunt, Idra's words were painful for Subaru to hear as well. Beatrice's added comment seemed to support Subaru's guess as to whose scheme this was. Frankly, it was difficult to distinguish whether some of the fake crown princes were good guys or if some of them were bad guys. Tanza. Schwartz-sama, what would you like to do? Subaru. Nah, isn't there really nothing to discuss? If they're left here, sooner or later the zombies are definitely going to kill them, so we don't have a choice but to help. Tanza. With a hushed voice, Subaru replied to Tanza, who was asking for his decision. Tanza's eyes widened at the answer in regards to the black-haired crown princes. She was the only one who had been told ever since Gladiator Island that Subaru's claim to be the successor to the Emperor was a lie spread for the purpose of creating a disturbance. A huge reason why the comrades of the Pleiades battalion trusted Subaru and were willing to participate in this battle for the imperial capital was because they believed that Subaru was the black-haired crown prince. If the captive false crown princes were released, the chances of that lie being exposed would increase. Subaru. But that is that, and this is this. Even though he was aware of Tanza's concerns, Subaru would not sacrifice human lives to protect a lie. Of course, one would hope that this act of compassion would be returned, and that the fake crown princes would be quietly appreciative of the efforts of Subaru and his friends. Beatrice. As expected of Betty Subaru, I suppose. Beatrice looked at Tanza proudly while tightly holding Subaru's hand. For a moment, there was a tingle flowing between them again, but Subaru put it aside. Taking that into account, they faced the detached building's door. Subaru. Does Rem or Flop-san have the keys to the entrance? Reem. And no, I didn't know where the key was, so I thought I would pry it open by force. Flop. You can trust in wife, as you already know. My arms are as meager as they look. With Louis attached to Rem at the hip, Flop showed off his feeble biceps. Subaru scratched his cheek at the two's replies, and pathetically turning to face Tanza. Subaru. Would you be the master key once again? Tanza. I am not sure what a master key is, but I understand what you are trying to say. Schwartz-sama. I would like to reiterate this to you, Subaru. You aren't a tool for breaking open walls, right, Tanza? Forgive me. Towards Subaru, who meekly bowed his head, Tanza released a deep sigh. However, it was not just a sigh. With deep compassion, Tanza softly spoke. Please step aside to request that Subaru and Rem move away from the front of the door, and she gripped the large padlock hanging from it with both of her hands. Then, with a sudden and strong jerk of Tanza's slender hands, the lock twisted off. It was quite the shocking sight, but Subaru and Idra had grown used to seeing it. At Tanza's unbelievable display of superhuman strength, Rem and Flop stared in wonder, and as Subaru saw those reactions to his side, he took a light breath and slowly opened the door to the solitary building. And then, Subaru, I think that everyone has their own respective circumstances, but for the time being, why don't we put away our various grudges and work together to get out of this place? Like that. Being careful not to alarm the cautious inhabitants, Subaru entered the solitary building, inside of which were lines of narrow jail cells containing the fake crown princes which Subaru had greeted. Fake crown princes. At Subaru's call, the faces of 14 or 15 young boys turned towards him. As they had been called the black-haired crown princes, and counting backwards from Emperor Vincent's, or rather Abel's, current age, it was to be expected that they would be around the same age as Subaru was presently. That said, the sight of the figures of these children that had been hidden from the gaze of the public inside of these jail cells was sickening. Tanza, however, each of their cells are spacious, and it looks thoroughly cleaned, so it does not feel like such a poor environment. Peeking inside of the solitary building from the side, Tanza added her own opinion on top of Subaru's impressions. As she had said, the space was cleaner than just the bare minimum. It seemed that the fake crown princes were being properly fed, and any who were suffering extreme weakness could not be found. Tanza, more or less, it seems like they were prepared in case one of them was the true crown prince. Beatrice, perhaps they also do not have a taste for taking the trouble to torment children, in fact. Given the temperament of the homeowner, it seems like it could be either. From Tanza to Beatrice and then to M, each took over to share their impressions of the inside of the solitary building. At that description, Subaru thought that the owner of this large mansion, most likely they were an important figure in the imperial capital. Considering these circumstances, the fact that they had captured so many candidates for the black-haired crown prince like this also indicated a rebellious spirit towards the fake emperor, who understood there was no such thing as a fake crown prince. Subaru. That fact that his son is a fake, the man in question would know best. Wait a second, is it possible that the fake emperor doesn't know? If Abel was the type of guy to be careless with his relationships with women, then RM. I can't say this for certain, but I can't imagine that being a side of Abel-san and Subaru. I agree. That guy, doesn't he consider his own cross-dressed self to be the most beautiful woman in the world? Looking back on the time that he had called himself Natsumi Schwartz, Abel as Bianca, and Flop as Flora, Subaru spoke of such reminiscences. At any rate, Subaru, I'm going to open the jail cells now. It's going to be pretty busy outside, with all of the rumbling and shaking, you know. Let's throw away our grudges, and all escape together. Fake crown prince. Escape? But all of the cells are locked. From inside, among the fake crown princes who came from different tribes and had different skin colors, someone said this in response, to which Subaru replied with an O. All of them had black hair and black eyes, which was not very common in this world, and so with their physical traits being similar to Subaru, while feeling a certain sense of kinship with them, Subaru, don't worry about the lock. We have a solution right here. Tanza. Right here indeed. Subaru pointed his thumb towards Tanza, and the little girl bowed as she showed the broken lock in her hands to the fake crown princes. All of their faces looked surprised at this, their skeptical expressions disappearing. Instead, a sense of awe was directed towards Tanza. But, Subaru, it looks like getting you out won't be a problem. Tanza over here will break you out. Rem. Yeah? Yes, Subaru. Where's that friend you met here that you were talking about just now? If you mean Katya-san, with her hand placed on Louis's head, Rem's expression stiffened as she turned around towards the outside of the detached annex. Judging from Rem's reaction, this Katya was probably in the main building. They succeeded in crushing the 3 zombies in the vicinity of the selfsame annex, but others had likely gotten into the mansion. They had to find a way to somehow get the girl in question out before she was discovered. Subaru. Does this Katya person have any distinguishing features? Rem. She has brown, curly hair and deep eyes. And then, Subaru. And then, Flop. Miss Katya has bad legs. Because of that, while Wife-san and I headed here, we had her hide in the other building. Subaru. Her legs are... Subaru put his hand on his chin, in response to what Flop had answered in Rem's stead. Fortunately, since they had the Galewind horse Subaru and the others had rode in on, it could be said that this was the perfect situation for carrying someone with bad legs, since their overall mobility would drop considerably anyway by taking the fake crown princes along. That would probably not be a problem. Subaru. I'm concerned that Tanza is our only decent fighter. Beatrice. The way Betty and Subaru are now, we would not be outdone by that dear girl, I suppose. Idra. Although I'm not on the same level as Whites or Gustav Dano, I can put up a fight too. Subaru, concerned about their fighting strength, received reassuring answers from Beatrice and Idra. Of course, they could not be overly reliant on Idra since they needed him to hold the Galewind horse's reins, but Subaru's skill was to make full use of the cards in his hand to optimally adapt to the situation at hand. Subaru. If I assume the role of a fake crown prince, and at least one person could ride on the horse. Rem. Ooh. I'm worried about Katya-san, so if it's possible, Subaru. My bad, that's right. Looking impatient, Rem appealed to Subaru, who was trying to rack his brain. Subaru nodded back as he felt the need to quickly clear away the cause of her worries. For the time being, as long as Subaru and Beatrice were there, they could deal with the zombies. Subaru. Just in case, Tanza should come along too. In order to reassure this Katya person, if Rem or Flop-san could also come, then... Subaru was just about to say that they could get by without causing any unnecessary commotion. You don't need to worry about that. I already got Katya out safely. Subaru. Like that. Subaru's words were cut off by a voice from outside the detached annex. No, merely being interrupted was not why his words were cut off. It was because Subaru's heart was pierced by something cold in that voice he had heard. Beatrice. Subaru? Since he held Beatrice's hand, she noticed something was wrong as his whole body instinctively grew tense. But without responding to Beatrice's words, Subaru quickly headed to the entrance of the detached annex before Am and Flop, who were already standing there, even had a chance to turn around to confirm who it was, and then to keep them away from Rem. The one who's standing there and had called out was, I really have to say, this is some peculiar coincidence. How else could we end up in this situation? Subaru. We probably all have our own respective circumstances, but for the time being, why don't we put aside our troublesome grudges and work together to get out of here? Thus, the man repeated Subaru's statement from just before, as if to ridicule it, and shrugged his shoulders. And so, the adversary with whom Subaru grew the most troublesome and fateful bond during his stay in the Empire, Todd Fang. Chapter 3. 3 reasons jumping out from the entrance of the detached building. Subaru stood in front of a man who was giving a faint smile. That petrification was perhaps the most foolish choice he could have made in the face of that man. However, even for Natsuki Subaru, who had experienced all kinds of hardships, even death, over and over again, the indescribable eeriness of this man made his mind go blank. A sense of fear that not even a Sin Archbishop could bestow, and a sensation of being ensnared. In the face of Todd Fang, Subaru was made to feel that way. Subaru. Bewilderment had arisen around Subaru, who stopped reflexively in response to the voice he had heard. It was Beatrice, as she held hands with him, facing the same opponent as Subaru. Other than her, Tanza and Idra were also casting a dubious gaze upon Subaru, who was standing still, although his mind raced to the thought that he should immediately warn them to be cautious. But, Rem, Katya-san. And before Subaru could move his trembling lips, Rem shouted in a high-pitched voice. When he looked, Rem's pale blue eyes, which had turned back towards Todd by the door. No, they were directed not towards him but directly behind him. It troubled Subaru to take his gaze off of Todd and shift his attention to that direction. But once he did, he understood the target of Rem's shout. There was a wheelchair-bound woman hiding behind Todd's back. The woman peeked at them as she grabbed the hem of Todd's clothes, with suspicious eyes that overlooked a world beneath curly brown hair. She was a perfect match for the features Rem had described. That in itself was joyful. No, the fact that she was beside Todd would mean, Rem, please stay away from her. Louis, Rem, who seemed to have come to the same conclusion as Subaru, raised her voice and glared at Todd. Lys, who was always close to her, also growled while looking at Todd, roused by Rem's fighting spirit. Despite losing his trademark bandana and letting down his orange hair, Todd's cruelty and dangerous creativity had probably not been diminished. Even in this situation, it was not difficult to imagine that he would try to use the woman, Katya, as a shield to manipulate Subaru and the others into doing his bidding. Of course, it was obvious from Subaru's previous hostile encounters with Todd that the outcome of giving in and doing as what was told would ultimately result in death. Subaru, from this point onwards, if I were to die, I can't be sure of how far back I'll return to. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how one looked at it, during the entire series of events of intervening in the siege of the imperial capital, breaking through the city walls, and riding into the city, Subaru had never once lost his life. Regardless of whether that was to thank or to blame, Subaru did not know the starting point of return by death. He was able to meet up with Louis and Beatrice, and was also able to reunite with Rem and Flop. Honestly, the situation had been going well, almost too well. It was impossible to calculate how many retreats it would take to reach this point. However, Subaru, I'll do what I must. If he had decided whom to save, whom to let survive, and whom to move forward with, Subaru had decided with a steadfast heart to firmly grasp that outcome. For that reason, he was able to rescue all the gladiators concerned with the Gladiator Island and fight alongside them as members of the Pleiades Battalion until today. He would never give up, no matter what, not even if the obstacle he needed to overcome for that purpose was the very embodiment of a fear that caused his heart to freeze over. Thus, Subaru moistened his dry lips with his tongue, and with a determined action. Katya. Please wait. You've got it wrong. I haven't been captured, Katya-san. Katya, misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Todd he isn't your enemy. Katya tried to move forward, turning the wheels of her wheelchair while loudly insisting that it was a misunderstanding and that Todd was not their enemy. However, Todd put a hand on her thin shoulder, preventing her from moving forward. Katya, pitching forward with vigor, glared at Todd with teary eyes and, Katya, wait, what are you doing? You are putting yourself in danger. Todd, you're the one in danger. Don't move forward on your own. Katya, who do you think I'm saying this for? Todd, of course, it's for my sake. But that doesn't mean I can overlook the woman I love putting herself into danger. Katya. Red-faced and having snapped at him forcefully, Katya was silenced by those words. That was not because of embarrassment or shame, but mainly because his objection had conveyed that he was concerned about her. Subaru found it difficult to believe that it was a perfectly honest statement without the intent of deception. Katya-san, could it be that person is... With a small gasp, Rem asked Katya this with a fearful look. Although she did not clearly state the question, the intended point of the question was clear, whether it was a sign of her hesitation and anxiety. But Rem had put her slender hand on Louis's shoulder. In response to this question of Rem, Katya nodded her head while biting her lip. Katya, I told you this several times already. He is, my... Rem, your fiancée Katya. That's it. After her initially hesitant declaration, Katya responded clearly to Rem's question as such. Rem's eyes wavered when she was told this, and she clearly was agitated. Subaru was just as shocked as Rem, and was also shaken to his core. Subaru, fiancé. While not having the fondest memories of Todd following the events since their first encounter, the story of his fiancée left a different impression apart from his insanely cautious and unforgiving nature. Todd, who had been deployed as an imperial soldier and was encamped near the forest where the Shudrakian village was located, frequently spoke of his desire to return to his fiancée. But after a series of bloody encounters with Todd, his expectations for his humanity had faded, and it became a distant memory that merely lingered in a corner of his mind. Subaru, they really did exist, and the words were so incongruous with Todd and his lovely fiancée that he had to let it slip. Despite probably not even hearing Subaru's monologue, Rem looked at Todd with suspicion in her stern eyes. Rem, are you really Katya-san's fiancé? Todd, yeah, it's true. Like I said before, it's an unconventional arrangement. I never thought that Katya and you would be getting along so well during your confinement in the Prime Minister's mansion. Rem, Todd, don't look at me like that. Of course, I'm not saying we had a good first encounter or a good relationship either. But this is the situation we're in. We both have to let go of our grudges, don't we? Shrugging his shoulders at Rem's silent gaze, Todd spoke up brazenly, then his gaze turned not to Rem but to Subaru. Holding his breath, Subaru met Todd's gaze. Cold sweat ran down his back. However, Todd, what the kid said is true, right? Subaru, ah. There was no hint of hostility in Todd's demeanor as he closed one eye and winked at him. Staying true to his words, Todd had let go of his hostility and caution and was extending a hand, as if it was the obligation of the person proposing to cooperate with each other to get out of this situation. Flop. Husband Kun, wife San, who is Soldier Kun. At the sight of both Subaru and Rem going silent, Flop's soft face took on a serious look. In response to his question, Subaru could not speak carelessly, partly due to his current appearance. Instead, Rem continued with, "That man. I've had several encounters with him before, and each time my life had been put in danger. Katya." While she looked at Katya, Rem tried hard to choose the right words while also telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Katya's eyes widened, and she looked at Todd, who stood beside her. Her lips trembled as she questioned her fiancé from his side. Katya, is that true? Todd, what Rem said. Todd, if it's about that young lady, it's true. You said it earlier, that there are some grudges. I'm an army man. Sometimes I have to turn my weapon on someone. That kind of thing. I guess it's just one of those unwanted situations. Rem. To think it was unwanted, you went out of your way to. Todd. If it was in the fortress city, it was because I saw your companion as a threat. If it was before that, I was just following orders like any other soldier. I have nothing personal against you. As he said this, Todd took the axe worn on his waist. For a moment, a tension ran through Subaru and the others. But Todd, keeping one hand outstretched, heaved it away without getting worked up. A parabolic arc was drawn as the axe slid across the ground and came under the feet of Subaru and his team. Louis. Oh. Louis picked up the axe and alternated between looking at Subaru's face and Rem's. It did not seem to be an axe-shaped bomb, but it appeared to be a pure act of disarmament. Todd raised his hands and waved at Subaru and the others who had recognized that fact. Todd, as you can see, I'm not your enemy. Only, it would be regrettable for all of us if we wasted time glaring at each other like this. Right? Flop. Wife San, I too think we should talk constructively. What do you think? Squeezing her own arm, Rem glanced sideways at Subaru. Only Subaru and Rem were able to share their wariness of Todd and the level of threat that he posed. As for their acquaintances themselves, Louis was also there when Subaru, Flop, and the others were attacked by Todd in the fortress city, but none of that danger was shown on either of their faces. Therefore, Beatrice. Betty will follow Subaru's decision, in fact. As she held hands with Subaru, Beatrice gave him only the courage to make a choice, without influencing him either way. She was not alone. Both Tanza and Idra left the future to Subaru's choice. Just the fact that these two and Todd were in the same place was enough to make his heart freeze. If possible, he would have liked to get Todd's presence far away from them as soon as possible. But Subaru. Katya-san is a friend of Rem. I want as many of us as possible to get out of here unscathed. We don't have the time to squabble here. That's what I think. Rem, I understand, but... Subaru hung his head and bit his lip, and Rem also stiffened her cheeks in frustration. But he also did not know what kind of action Todd would take if he refused him poorly. That was a concern that Rem also shared. Now that he was here, he could not let him go. It was the same reason one could not leave a bomb unattended, not knowing when it may detonate. Katya, don't worry. The This guy is outrageously tenacious. I'm sure he'll be useful to help me and all of you escape. Todd? Hey, come on. You shouldn't compare your fiancé to something like a Zada bug. Seeing Subaru and Rem's state of unease, Katya clumsily backed up Todd. With a wry smile at Katya's defense, Todd then ran his hand through his own hair and, Todd, well, since you've accepted me, I'll have to return the favor. Thanks. I'll also have to prove myself to Katya, who has treated me so lightly. With that, Todd spoke like a reliable young man, and ignoring the feelings of Subaru, who had an inescapable sense of tension that made his throat growl, he joined the others. There were 3 reasons why Subaru could not reject Todd Fang's presence in this situation. The first was the presence of Katya, Todd's fiancée. Having apparently developed a friendly relationship with IM during her time in the mansion, she appeared to be a good person, despite her sharp-tongued nature, having properly shown Subaru and company that she was not a nefarious sort of person. From all appearances, she did not have the slightest idea of who Todd was at the root of his character. But whatever accusations Subaru and company made here, it would be a bad bet whether she would believe her fiancé or them. If so, should one, due to disliking Todd, choose to separate from Katya? Comparing it to the wheelchair Subaru had made for IM, it was not inferior. Her leaning her weight on it looked so pitiful that he could not leave her behind. As long as Katya and Todd were intimate to the point of seeming to be one, it was only logical that they could not refuse Todd. The second was that Todd's actions were all undone in previous attempts due to return by death. With his ruthless nature and cool-headed judgment, Todd had on numerous occasions cornered Subaru, taking Subaru's life. Not just that, sometimes taking the lives of Subaru's cherished friends. Now, Flop, who was accompanying Subaru, Tanza, Idra, and even others had once been killed by Todd. Subaru's strong feelings of hatred and fear toward Todd were probably due to the fact that Todd had taken the lives of his friends right before his eyes more than any other person Subaru had ever encountered in this world. However, since as a result of return by death, these events had not actually occurred, even if Todd were to turn his blade against them, he would not have done any harm beyond that. Neither the great fire in the Shadrakian forest, nor the unrelenting attacks in the fortress city, nor the massacre of gladiators on Gladiator Island, none of these had happened. Only that it was possible for him to perpetrate them. And the third and final reason, Todd. Aim from the chest up. Anything below the waist will only buy you some time. Subaru, Citrus. Understood, in fact. Inya. At the sharp voice's instruction, Subaru and Beatrice simultaneously held their hands out in front of them. Ahead of their palms, several pale-faced enemies, zombies, were knocked down to the ground as the purple arrows were shot at them, causing them to crystallize and sending up a cloud of dust. Some of them escaped being critically hit, however. Subaru. Sorry, but even if their torso is in that state, Tanza. Even if the head is intact, it will just be shattered. The zombies that were not immediately incapacitated were hit by the heel of Tanza's falling leg. Their crystallized torsos were shattered, leaving them unable to do anything after their 4 limbs were blown away. The head of the zombie rolled away, and without its regeneration process beginning, eventually the still intact head lost its color and crumbled away like sand. Though, it was not as though he did not feel heartache at the sight of it. Todd. Now we should have eliminated the obstacles in the back streets. Your guy's magic, it's working extraordinarily well on these guys. Thank you. How much power can you spare? Beatrice. There is plenty more, in fact. 10,000 or 100,000 to spare, I suppose. Todd. That's reassuring. But don't try anything too rash. You guys are my lifeline, being praised for their successful elimination of the group of zombies that was blocking their way left Subaru and Beatrice with mixed feelings. Unilaterally defeating the zombies was a sound choice, mentally. On the other hand, it was somewhat unpleasant that Todd was the one praising it. Putting aside the sentiments of Subaru and the others, Todd. I had many encounters with those pale-faced guys before I reunited with Katya at the mansion. They didn't seem to be on either side, the regular army or the rebels, and you can't communicate with them. Flop. Oh, really? But we seem to be able to talk to the ones that Husband Kun and the others took down in the mansion, though. Todd, being able to talk and being able to communicate are similar, But they're not the same thing at all, are they? They won't listen to you, and they won't die if you crush their heads or cut them off. They're troublesome enemies to deal with. Tanza. Soldiers who do not die. Just as Schwartz-Sama's companion told us. After being told of the zombies' formidable characteristics, Flop and Tanza contemplate. However, they were considering Todd's opinion, and this was also a highly accurate analysis that Subaru could not ignore. Todd, to summarize, they can't be defeated by honest means. Swords, lances, and other weapons are only a temporary measure. The best way, Flop, his husband Kunz and dress chance. Tanza, magic. Todd. I've also roasted some of them to charcoal with a spirit I had in my care, and they didn't get back up. I haven't verified if it's effective with ordinary fire as well as magic fire, though. Subaru. Todd. Well, in case you're wondering, it takes longer for them to revive if you hit them above the neck than if you hit them in any other part of the body. The legs regenerate surprisingly quickly, so don't expect to take away their mobility. Even Subaru, who knew his true nature, was impressed by Todd's willingness to give out such advice. As soon as the matter of accepting them into the group was settled, Todd generously shared information about the zombies, giving out information as they went along. Naturally, he, like Subaru and his group, had moved through the Imperial capital, where numerous zombies roamed, to join up with Katya. Having done so, Todd likely had effective strategies against the zombies and knowledge that would help them escape. This prospect was the third reason why Subaru had welcomed Todd. Subaru. That said, I had no clue how far it went. The zombie outbreak occurred shortly after Subaru and his group had climbed over the city walls. For a moment, Subaru thought that they might have been the ones to trigger the zombie outbreak, but they decided to trample that down and move forward, as it was an unanswerable fear to consider. Regardless, from the zombie outbreak to the present, even though the time for investigation should have been around the same for both Subaru's group and Todd, the depth of the information Todd had gathered for survival was incredibly ahead. It was that attitude of his, not just toward zombies, but toward anything, anyone, anywhere, that propelled Todd's extraordinary decisiveness and ability to get things done. Katya-san, are you all right? Katya. Yeah, aside from being a little shaken up by all the unfamiliar people. What about you? Are you fine? I'm much more afraid of the likes of Priscilla Sama and Madeline San. I don't have any chance against them. Katya. Those kinds of people have nasty tempers. Rem and Katya slowly lagged behind Subaru and his battle group, trying to make their way ahead. Rem was pushing Katya's wheelchair and Louis was escorting the defenseless girls as they looked around restlessly. Because of the poor footing and choice of route to bypass the group of zombies, combined with the speed of the fake crown princes led by Idra and the Galewind horse, the speed of travel was not fast. Still, steadily, they approached the ramparts of the Imperial capital. Flop. Husband Kun. Why the long face? Are you still concerned about Soldier Kun? Subaru. Flop-san. The complicated expression on Subaru's face, which was both happy and bitter at the same time, was seen through by Flop, who was still watching his surroundings closely. Being the astute man that he was, Flop could see that Subaru was more wary of Todd than necessary. At least, more than was necessary with the amount of information he had at this point. Of course, he could not reveal the fact that Flop had been killed before, because it would run afoul of the rules of return by death. Subaru. Flop-san. As I said before, Flop. Pay attention to what Soldier Kun is up to, right? I know that. And that's why Miss Tanza stays with him as much as possible, as you had requested of her. Subaru. Flop. Although you have become smaller and your face younger, your way of thinking has grown more mature and cautious, Husband Kun. You always do your best to worry, and that's a virtue. But, suggesting cross-dressing in order to conquer the fortress city, I also like that side of you. Seeing Flop's soft and gentle smile, Subaru looked embarrassed and then gave a wry smile. Even without his current appearance when compared to his original body, Subaru felt like he realized the older Flop's proficiency as an older brother. It was no wonder that Medium had so much respect for Flop. Beatrice. HK. Subaru. Look down at our feet, I suppose. Subaru. Our feet. Huh, wah. When the conversation came to a close, Beatrice led Subaru by the hand, and at their feet, soaking the soles of their shoes, they saw water flowing on the inclined ground. Beyond the Crystal Palace, the reservoirs that held large amounts of water had been breached, and the volume of water flowing into the city was beginning to rise in earnest. The enemy was not only Imperial soldiers and zombies, but the water as well. If they took too long to withdraw, they would eventually be swallowed by the rising waters. Todd, if we don't get out of here before that happens, it's over for all of us. Todd, who walked over to them, clearly verbalized Subaru's sense of crisis. Subaru stiffened slightly, and whether or not Todd realized his alarm, he pointed the tip of his returned axe toward the Crystal Palace. Todd, it looks like General First Class Moguro doesn't stand a chance against the Cloud Dragon. It's only a matter of time before Moguro loses. It would be better if it were 1-on-1, but 2-on-1 is fatal. After the General First Class is defeated, how will the enemy proceed? Subaru, how they will proceed, do you have an idea? Todd, regardless of the Cloud Dragon, the Flying Dragon, rider cooperating with it looks to be a corpse. So far, all the corpses have been attacking as soon as they see us. In other words, Subaru, the zombies are trying to kill the living. Todd, it's irritating, but that's how it is. Todd tilted his head in contemplation, and Subaru understood what he was trying to say. The objective of the zombies was to exterminate every last living person they came across. For that reason, if there was a way to kill a lot of people, it would not be surprising that they would choose it. The stone giant clashing against the white dragon right in front of the castle. If it lost, the zombies would completely destroy the walls of the reservoir, causing the water to ceaselessly flood. If that happened, Subaru's group and the people of the Imperial capital, along with the soldiers of the regular army and the rebel army who were fighting outside, would all be swept away. Todd, that's irritating, but I do like the way you call them zombies. We need some kind of name for them. Let's just call them zombies from now on. Beatrice, what do you think about those zombies in fact? Suddenly, Beatrice, who had been silent, asked Todd that question. Todd, who muttered the word zombie several times to familiarize himself with the word, made a puzzled face at Beatrice's question. Todd, what do I think? Beatrice, so far, the majority of the zombies we've encountered were Imperial soldiers just like you, I suppose. I can tell by their appearance, in fact. How do you feel about killing your own allies? Todd. First, they aren't my allies. They just wear the same clothes. If they're dead, they're not soldiers or anything. They don't need to be recognized as anything other than troublesome obstacles. Beatrice, Todd, talking about whose pawns they are and what their goals are. I don't think that's important for survival right now. That's something for the big shots to think about and solve. He gave a composed response, and Beatrice silently agreed to end the conversation. Todd shrugged his shoulders at her attitude and looked at Subaru again. Todd, you've got a reliable partner, but it would be better for you to talk it out with her if you're feeling worn out. Contrary to expectations, even just spitting out what's on your mind can do some good. Subaru. I'll keep that in mind. In response to Subaru's gloomy answer, Todd left him with the words "do it," and proceeded forth. Acting as a scout for the road ahead, Todd would find the positions of the zombies and make a plan for how to drive them back, to which Subaru and his team would then review and implement in order to secure their escape route. Currently, it was going quite well. However, Beatrice, Subaru, if you are worn out, you can talk to Betty about anything, I suppose. As Beatrice looked into Subaru's face, he looked to be mentally worn down. That was partly because he continued to devote strong vigilance towards Todd, and partly because Beatrice's magic was using his mana. But the greatest psychological burden of all was taking down the zombies. It was painful to destroy zombies that could speak and had something close to the will they had during their lifetime. How much better it would be if, like Todd, he could simply dismiss them as scarecrows blocking the way. Flop. I think that's also one of the virtues of husband Kun, though. Subaru. I don't know. Rem's going to kick my butt for hesitating again. Flop. Wife-san wouldn't do such a thing. Subaru. Flop. I don't think she would. Strangely, Flop's repeated words were persuasive. Flop had survived in this merciless empire with neither physical strength nor magic, but with words alone. Perhaps the single greatest weapon he possessed was his humanity. Subaru, thanks to Flop-san, I'm feeling a bit better. Flop, thank goodness, I'm useless. So if Husband Kun were to get depressed, I wouldn't be able to find a way to save us. Oops, but... Subaru. But... Flop. Thanks to me, I think I may have hurt Dress-chan's feelings a bit. When Flop pointed that out, Subaru turned around and said, "Huh?" There was Beatrice, holding hands with Subaru and glaring at him with her cute, round eyes. Subaru's cheeks stiffened at her reaction, and Beatrice's cheeks flushed. Beatrice, neglecting Betty when she worried about you, lucky you, in fact. There Subaru goes again, immediately befriending a handsome guy and ignoring Betty, I suppose. Subaru. What incredible misinformation. No, I'm not ignoring you at all, okay? In the first place, though guys like Flop-san and Cece are exceptions, Idra and Whites are nuanced while not necessarily handsome. Hyeyan is quite charming, though, Beatrice. There's no need to make excuses, in fact. She suddenly turned her face away from him, and Subaru moaned in pain as if his chest had been brutally gouged out. Beatrice was also worried about him. Although Flop had phrased his words more skillfully, he felt regret towards Beatrice from the bottom of his heart. No matter what, after escaping from this place, he had to entirely devote himself to making it up to Beatrice. Subaru, for now, all I can do is caress you earnestly with my hand. Well, what do you think you are doing in a situation like this? Subaru, wow. Subaru was surprised when someone called out to him from behind. Rem, who cast Subaru a dubious look, still had Louis clinging to her waist as she looked around the vicinity warily and said, Rem, even if you take such a form, your personality surely doesn't change. Subaru, oh? Does that mean that you know my nature well enough to understand who I am? Rem, correction. Now that your body has shrunk, your restraint has become non-existent compared to before. Subaru, that's the part I'd really like you to laugh at and let slide, blaming it on the wild nature of a child. Even Rem's harsh opinion was a pleasant stimulus for Subaru after having been separated from her for some time. Subconsciously, Subaru tightened his face and appeared to be happy, being careful to not make Rem uneasy. In addition to that, speaking of someone that he did not want to make anxious, Katya. Hey, is Todd bothering you? Is he properly being of use? Subaru, Katya, pushed in a wheelchair by M, hesitantly asked. Compared to the fake crown princes who had been released from confinement and followed Subaru and his group on their own as they retreated, Katya was experiencing a considerable sense of helplessness in not being able to move on her own. She seemed to be terribly worried about Todd as well as herself, and it was clear that she had a shy affection for Todd, her fiancé. Seeing Katya's genuine concern, Subaru turned towards the end of the alley where Todd was headed. Subaru, yeah, he's being useful. He has a good nose and good eyesight. His precise directions have really helped us avoid trouble. Katya, I see. That's good then. Katya, her eyes downcast, patted herself on the chest in relief. As aggravating as it was, those were not thoughtless words said just to reassure Katya, but a fair assessment of Todd's work up to that point. In fact, as a soldier, Todd's work had been impeccable. His scouting and route selection had contributed greatly to their survival in this current situation of having to flee, even with the hindrance of having to move a large number of people. Todd did not have an effective way to strike the zombies, but he was outstanding at exposing them to the attacks of Subaru and Beatrice, who did have effective skills. Except for Subaru suffering more mental wear due to the higher amount of loss than necessary, there were no disadvantages to Todd's presence. Subaru. No, Rem, whose interactions with Katya seemed to be complicated, was also under the same mental strain due to Todd's presence as Subaru. At this rate, would they really all be able to escape out of the Imperial capital together without incident? While Subaru struggled with unanswerable questions about how he wished for things to proceed, Todd, Katya, I told you to stay farther back, didn't I? Don't catch up to us. Todd, who had been away scouting, returned and found Katya with Subaru and the others, and gave caution to his fiancée. At Todd's words, an expression of relief for Todd's safety rose on Katya's face. Then it quickly turned into a look of opposition towards the words. And then her expression changed once again. She seemed to be a bit worried about Todd's appearance. Katya. Todd. Did something happen? Todd. Good grief, she's so intuitive only at times like these. As he said this, Todd ran a hand through his bandana-less hair and revealed what he had seen as he looked towards Subaru and the others. That was... Todd. There's a rather tough-looking zombie just ahead from here. A member of the Cyclops tribe. He was probably the one who stood out the most in today's battle. So he spoke. Chapter 4. Warrior's Instinct. The giant Ismail was a valiant warrior of the Cyclops tribe and the hope of his clan. In the center of his valiant face, a large blue eye fixed its gaze clearly on the future without hesitation. No, it had once fixed its gaze. Now, Ismail's single eye was as if a golden moon had emerged in an otherwise moonless night, the very manifestation of an evil omen. Ismail. In order to bring fame and prestige to his tribe, Ismail resolutely threw down the gauntlet in the battle for the imperial capital and entered the battlefield as a rebel aiming to take the head of the Emperor Vincent Valencia. True to his reputation, he quickly broke through the defenses of the regular army and reached the city walls. However, that was as far as Ismail's advance went. The unleashed hellfire thoroughly burned down the giant Ismail and all the warriors of the Cyclops tribe who followed him. Despite surviving on the border between life and death, he ultimately lost his life by the pursuit of an emotionless assassin dagger. Indeed, he had lost his life. That was what should have been Ismail. His body, blown to shreds by artillery fire, certainly ought to have died. Nevertheless, Ismail's body, hideously burned and blown asunder, grew new limbs and rose, and while carrying his weapon, his battle axe, on his shoulder, he walked through the imperial capital, ravaged by war as it was, moving his cold, lifeless body with nothing more than fervently surging emotions of abhorrence and hatred. Ismail, where are you, you damned repulsive beast? Todd. Up until now, we've only faced small fries and haven't come across anyone on the level of a former general, but the opponent ahead of us will be more than a match for that. As such, he is quite troublesome. Subaru. When you say General, Todd, there may be exceptions who are evaluated for their military tactics and strategic acumen, but in most cases it's their own skill that counts. This guy is one of those. Not comparable to a general first class, but he definitely has the potential to become a general second class. Subaru. Todd. If we were to compare by simple ability, he could probably kill all of us by himself. With a nonchalant attitude, Todd wrapped up his hopeless report with their annihilation, thus pointing out how deadly the formidable zombie that awaited them was to the group, and that the dumb luck that had protected them until now had run out. Katya. But you're a cunning guy, you can figure something out, right? You've done so well so far, with the help of these kids. Katya said. Her voice had risen while her eyes clung to Todd. The kids she referred to were Subaru and Beatrice, who were magically crystallizing zombies, and Tanza, who was destroying enemies who might have slipped through. Fortunately, Luis had not had to step in to protect Rem and the rest of the followers so far, and the two main attackers, together with Todd's good judgment, had paved the way for the team's success so far. However, Todd. When there is a certain level of parity in strength, brute force can be effective. However, when facing an opponent with a significant power gap, it becomes meaningless. No matter how hard the wind blows, it cannot bring down a castle. Katya. Flop. So, you think it's going to be tough going down this road, Soldier Coon? Todd. Yes, I'd say that. But we can't change our path so easily. He nodded halfway through Flop's words, and then he shook his head. He then turned his head to the path they came from, the Crystal Palace. Todd. What's more, That side has finished their battle. The water will be arriving soon. As Todd emotionlessly pointed out, a roar dominated the sky in the far distance. As they looked in the same direction as him, they saw a huge humanoid figure that clashed with the dragon near the Crystal Palace. Both of its knees were destroyed and its crumpled body fell to the ground, breaking the castle's perimeter. Behind the dense plume of smoke, the white dragon that defeated the colossal god unleashed a battle cry. No creature, zombies included, would not be able to comprehend that the sound that echoed loudly was that of a battle cry, given that scene. Todd, if our earlier guess is correct, Subaru, I don't know if we can make it in time to go back the way we came and find another route. Beatrice, I suppose. It was a conclusion that could drive them further and further into a corner, but as they put into words the course of events that they had no choice but to consider, Beatrice, who had joined hands with Subaru, also affirmed Subaru's thought. Todd pulled back his chin in response, and Tanza raised her hand modestly. Well, she said. Tanza, then the situation is deadlocked, correct? We have a powerful enemy in front of us, but even if we went back, time would not allow it. Flop. Ha, Miss Tanza. That is a very scary conclusion. It's true that if we only consider the information we've been told, then it does feel like a deadlock, which is really uneasing. But I'm sure there are moves left that we can take. Tanza. For example, what? Flop. That's not for me to know, though. I'm sure someone is here who might, right? In response to Flop's statement, Tanza, who had had difficulty changing her emotions, furrowed her round eyebrows and turned her gaze. In situations like this, it made Subaru happy and grateful that people thought of him when the topic of someone they could rely on came up. There was pressure too, but it also made him feel like he had to meet their expectations. Furthermore, Rem, can you manage it somehow? Indeed, Tanza was not the only one who had high hopes for Subaru. Rem, who was pushing the wheelchair holding Katya and clutching the handle to the point that her fingers had turned white, asked him this question with shaking pale blue eyes. Compared to the total trust that Katya, who was just in front of her, had for Todd, it was something as fragile as a sandcastle or thin ice. Even so, Subaru's heart was excited. Having been vigilant towards Todd, who was accompanying them, Subaru was able to pull his attention back to the task at hand and utilize his mind to its fullest. Todd, if we don't decide quickly on whether to go or return, we won't make it in time. While Subaru was brainstorming, Todd had added requirements as if to remind him. If they went, all they needed was strength. If they were going back, all they needed was luck and time. If he assumed he would return by death, the latter might have a better chance of success. Subaru. No, I can't say that for certain. If he kept repeating return by death and eliminated the wrong routes, they might eventually reach another way out by the shortest route, assuming that there was a goal. If they could not make it in time by whatever route they took, they could not choose the latter option. On the other hand, if the option to fight was chosen, Subaru, whether we can fight a strong enemy or not is, among the group fleeing with Subaru, only Beatrice with Subaru, Louis, Tanza, and Todd could have been counted as having decent fighting strength, with Idra as a backup. Of these, Subaru was like a bonus for Beatrice, and wanted to entrust Idra with escorting non-combatants such as Rem and Katya, Flop, and the fake crown princes. In effect, there were 4 people who could serve as combatants: Beatrice, Louis, Tanza, and Todd. Magnificently, the only people he could trust were young girls, and he did not have the time to laugh it off. That was what Subaru was just thinking. Subaru. Subaru looked up with his hand on his chin in contemplation, and his gaze met with Todd's, who happened to look in Subaru's direction at the same moment. At that instant, lightning flashed in Subaru's head, and the electrifying feeling of it felt very reliable and bitter. The reason was, Subaru and Todd, let's beat that zombie, because Subaru was acutely aware in his soul that they had both intuited their mutual conclusion at the same time, and that what it would take to accomplish it would be a combination of strength and wisdom. Ismail turned himself around the moment he heard a loud noise, one unlike the others in his environment. Ismail. His old burned body was replaced by a brand new cracked one. Ismail, hero of the Cyclops tribe, took a wide stance, and lowered his posture to capture the approach of a large shadow in his single eye. As Ismail stood in the street, flying parabolically above his head was, as if by some joke, one of the houses that made up the imperial capital that had been pulled out of the street in its entirety. It was forcibly torn from the ground and thrown, spilling pieces all over the ground and walls, scattering like crumbs from a loaf of bread. In reality, it was not that cute, and most people would certainly be crushed to death. Even still, Ismail, how slow. The giant eye Ismail was outside the bounds of most people. The flying house was on a trajectory to land in the center of the street, leaving only in front of and behind him as escape routes, since the left and right sides were tightly blocked. But that they purposefully provided an escape route meant he would have to play right into their hands. Therefore, Ismail did not flee forward or backward, but raised his battle axe instead. It was a huge axe that would even be difficult for two strong warriors to lift, but Ismail easily maneuvered it and could cut through any obstacle with ease. On this occasion, the same fate befell the throne house. At the moment of contact, the blade of the axe slashed directly up from below, entered the front edge of the house, and sliced the large house into two vertical sections, with a slash like cutting a large man all the way across from the groin. The severed house could no longer fulfill its role as a home as the furniture, dishes, and clothing left by the homeowners smashed into the streets, all without dealing any damage to Ismail's physical body. However, Ismail, HK. Immediately after unleashing his spectacular move, a rock came right for Ismail's face. Of course, this would not work against the Cyclops tribe, whose eyesight was unparalleled compared to that of other races. As he tilted his head, dodged the flying projectile, and ducked into the swirling dust left by the house, Ismail squinted his eye. The enemy was in the same direction from which both the house and the stone had been thrown. The pupil technique of the Cyclops tribe allowed Ismail's view of the world to be switched. Ismail's eye, which was capable of using color to capture the emotions of a target, saw multiple flickers of red coming from the direction of the thrown attack. The color of the will to fight. That in itself was desirable, and Ismail's whole body became filled with strength. During this siege of the imperial capital, or in a battle against bandits or any other race, there was nothing more degrading than fighting those who did not bear the color of a warrior. Warrior against warrior, fighter against fighter. It is only in such battles that there is value in a contest of skill. The source of the animosity that drove Ismail's supposedly dead body was great towards those that had defiled the honor of such universal martial arts. Ismail. It's a fight. Stepping onto the dirt-strewn streets, Ismail's body advanced toward the enemy. The same stone projectiles that were thrown from before tried to intercept him, and the next massive projectile, a house, followed in a parabolic trajectory. Although he did not think it was cowardly or a weak man's tactic, only that it was a fine tactic that he held respect for and needed to destroy. Ismail. A warrior's death must come at the hands of a warrior. The speed and accuracy of the incoming stones were quite high. Although he responded with a minimal amount of ducking and parrying with his raised battle axe, it would be inevitable that his bones would be shattered if he were to receive a proper hit. Needless to say, the massive house that was thrown into the air was a projectile with such force that it would immediately render its target incapacitated. However, Ismail, don't think it's your exclusive right to send something flying. The howling Ismail swung his battle axe, blowing away the second house cannonball, and drove the edge of his weapon into the street with such force that it ripped away the ground of the imperial capital. Continuing to rip up the ground, Ismail swung his long leg around and launched a kick that blew it forward like a buckshot. Naturally, he did not expect this to be an effective strike against the enemy across the street. Ismail. It's just a distraction, but unlike the Cyclops tribe, other races that did not possess special eyes would be unable to see through a curtain of dust that danced around them. Ismail hid within the dust and shattered street debris, which clearly lowered his chance of being hit by the stones being thrown at him, and had a reprieve to advance further. Ismail, a big man and a little girl. As Ismail peeked through the curtain of smoke, he could clearly see the other side, and could make out that there was a man and a girl. The man took the role of keeping Ismail in check with stones, and the small girl beside him pulled entire houses from the ground, and threw them into the air as massive projectiles. It was a well-coordinated effort, but at the same time, what was disconcerting was the inexperienced way in which they acted. Ismail, who had honed his skills on the battlefield, understood. Neither of the two, who had gone on the offensive, were genuine warriors. Nevertheless, they had somehow developed a warrior's spirit, which Ismail, who was the target of the attack, indeed respected. Sometimes the battlefield could transform a non-warrior into a warrior in an instant. The same thing was happening with that man and the girl. Ismail, magnificent. Voicing his praise, paying them respect, he must kill them, no matter what, with absolute perfection, with no hesitation whatsoever. Without even the slightest of errors, he must thoroughly slaughter them. Eradicating every last part of their lives, he must choke the very life out of them. He must tear them limb from limb, rip off their heads and drink in the blood of their eviscerated hearts. Ismail. He could feel the fierce craving for death, blood, and lives flaring up within his own mind. At the same time, as Ismail tore through the third house cannonball, a shrill noise resounded as the window glass shattered, and he saw himself reflected therein. Ismail was smiling, the corners of his mouth contorted as if to applaud the malevolent heat that was flowing through his cold body, in which no real blood circulated. It was a heinous smile reeking of naught but blood, one that had never once been worn on his face when he was still alive. Ismail. Ha 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 ha. Instead of feeling repugnance at that smile, a vehement exhilaration boiled inside of him and erupted with the sound of laughter. As he laughed and kept laughing, he struck down a lucky shot from the stones that were flying in his direction. Plunging towards the next house cannonball, he tore through it with his battle axe as he made his suicide attack. They continued to hurl things at him while they retreated back, and he leapt towards the two warriors. No. He leapt towards his prey, slamming his battle axe towards the fifth building, which seemed to be their final resistance. Ismail would try to bless the applause of his boiling blood with real blood and, as expected, only having one eyeball really confines your vision, doesn't it? Ismail. The house flew in a parabolic arc, and tearing down its front door with his axe, he would propagate that destructive power and cause the entirety of the bending building materials to burst like a bubble. Just before that could happen, somebody's ridicule struck Ismail's eardrums. No, 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 absolutely not. That was not the ridicule of just somebody. For Ismail, that voice was the utmost abhorrent. A symbol of malevolence, a target of detestation. Ismail, you. His raised morale from just before had vanished, and a chilly bloodlust dominated Ismail's entire body. The one seen by Ismail's widened, black-stained golden eye was a single orange-haired imperial soldier lying flat on the floor of the destroyed house. Undoubtedly, he was the sworn enemy who had brought about Ismail's death. Ismail. That instant, twisting his body in a burst of rage, Ismail's battle axe changed its trajectory. It changed from a vertical axe strike, which would have split the house right in half, to a slanted trajectory in an instant, and was about to strike down upon the prone imperial soldier. Ismail, just before he could drive all of his might into his sworn enemy, the imperial soldier suddenly vanished from Ismail's field of view, as the latter rode the motivation of his own war cry. It was not something of this dimension, like moving at an intense speed. Quite literally, he had vanished. Ismail. The next moment, Ismail's thoughts were completely painted over by black and white. The hatred that had burst out towards his sworn enemy had lost its destination, and his mind was dominated by the blankness caused by such a strange phenomenon. But, just before that moment, Ismail's giant eye had perceived a discrepancy. It had perceived a young girl of long golden hair, clung to the leather belt of his prone sworn enemy's detestable form. Ismail. The reason and intention was unclear. However, he did not think that information was irrelevant. Even though the time of contact was short, there was no way that the imperial soldier would thoughtlessly carry unnecessary things. Such was the negative trust that stole Ismail's thoughts away. Thereupon, Ismail. Gah! A piercing impact bore through Ismail's left shoulder, and he released a cry of pain. Within the house where the destruction had been interrupted, what pierced through the walls and struck Ismail, whether it was precisely aimed or just a lucky shot, was a stone fired at a high speed. He thought his bones would break if struck by that, and in accordance with that belief, That force caused Ismail's left shoulder to violently explode, and as a result, Ismail's body would begin to scream. But that did not come to pass. Ismail's body had lost the color of blood, and cracks had formed in several places on his skin. When the stone struck him, a terribly short sound rang out, and it shattered. It was just as if Ismail himself was the same as the window glass of the destroyed houses. Ismail. For a moment, as his left arm shattered, Ismail's thoughts came to a standstill. However, while he was surprised, the absence of the expected pain prevented his thoughts from being shredded to pieces. Consequently, he was able to be at ease without overlooking the next change. Ismail. My arm, his arm, shattered at the shoulder and fallen to the floor of the inclined house, regenerated through inexplicable movements as if time was turning back. Cracks were filled. Shattered fragments returned, and it was restored. In less than 2 seconds, it was as if the shattering had never even happened. Ismail. Ha! He promptly switched the battle axe from his right hand to his freshly repaired left hand, and with the intention of ascertaining the feel of it, Ismail fired off an axe strike, this time blasting the half-destroyed house cannonball. Destroying the building constructed with a mix of stone and wood, Ismail bathed in the debris as he broke through to the outside. Then he reached out his right hand towards the approaching sense of hostility. He caught a flying fist-sized stone head-on with his widely opened right hand. If he did not avoid the impact, the bones in his right hand would obviously be painfully demolished. But Ismail's body deviated from how a human body would be broken, and would break down like inorganic matter instead. Then, it had been restored to its original state with higher regenerative ability than a human body's ability to heal. Ismail. This is the true nature of this body. Unconsciously averting his attention from the unnatural situation in which he was placed, Ismail moved with a burning hatred, granted to him via an incomprehensible resurrection. This repulsive body distanced Ismail from the concepts of blood, pain, and even that which was indispensable to life, the very concept of death. In that case, Ismail. Exhaling, Ismail saw below him the sight he desired, the man and young girl who had been resolutely attacking Ismail for some time now. The one standing right behind them was his cowardly sworn enemy, who had vanished just before his attacks could reach him. With an unknown technique, the moment he vanished from Ismail's eye, he appeared behind those two, and the warriors joined forces with the coward. At that moment, his admiration for the warriors from just before reversed, and transformed into a thick hatred. Ismail. All of you, pay for this mockery of war with your lives. Kicking the fragments of the house that had been blown away, Ismail's body flew like an arrow. As his body headed straight towards the villains, the young girl decided that there was not enough time to get to the next house. And so she began throwing stones like the bearded man standing next to her. However, Ismail. It's no use. No use. It's no use. Without wielding his battle axe to hit them away, the stones caught Ismail at high speed. However, neither could they stop Ismail's actions, nor could they discourage his heart. Even if a part was struck by a stone and shattered, it was instantly restored, and he suffered no damage. With a new body that had relinquished the true feeling of life, Ismail tried to attain the true feeling of life from others by bathing in their blood, and so, towards the stiffened faces of his enemies, Ismail, trying to reach his hand out, he became aware of something. The bearded man, the young girl in a kimono, the imperial soldier whom he had decided was his hated archenemy, none of their expressions had died. The bearded man and girl appeared red, while his sworn enemy appeared blue once again. It happened at the moment he ascertained those colors. Ismail sensed the arrival of a presence behind him as he leapt toward his enemies. Ismail. HK. Ismail's warrior instinct sounded an alarm, and he spun around in mid-air to look up at the presence. With his giant eye opened wide, reflected in his golden eye was a person who had somehow managed to get behind him in an instant. No, it was not just one person. There were 3 figures. A young boy with black hair, and held in his arms was a young girl in a dress, and the young blonde girl, who should have just been by his sworn enemy, was clinging to the boy's back. All 3 were small. However, burning with bright red fighting spirits, They raised their hands. El, at the murmured incantation, Ismail's warrior instincts immediately tried to react by kicking off the debris. However, restraining those instincts, Ismail stretched his arm in order to swing his battle axe. Without dodging the attack of his enemies, without stopping it, he would bask in it as he performed his counterattack. An attack that would have been impossible with his former body was now a possible slashing attack that could slaughter his enemies. And Minya, an amethyst glow was fired, and Ismail dared to catch it as it flew straight towards him. He, who had planned to counterattack from there, had not even realized it. He had not realized that the hero of the Cyclops tribe, the Giant Eye Ismail, would have never made such a foolish choice. Chapter 5. Forgiveness, Todd. They've only recently turned into zombies. Some of them were alive just a few hours ago. Those who died in this battle are coming back to life one after another, but we can't say for sure yet. Subaru, but I understand what you mean about them having just turned into zombies. It's like they don't know what their own weaknesses are. We aren't the only ones who don't know much about zombies, Todd. They themselves are the same. However, if they have a head to speak, they probably have a head to think as well. The more time we give them, the more they can fill in those unknown parts, and the more their possible weaknesses disappear. Subaru. That's why we need to strike before the enemy becomes fully prepared. Oh, Todd, what? What did you notice, Subaru? Todd, don't be coy, just say it. Subaru. I'm not being coy. It's just that zombies don't really understand their own bodies. So if we inform them instead. He let Louis cling to his back and squeeze Beatrice tightly against his chest, the same basic position as when they were riding on the back of the Galewind horse. However, the situation they were placed in was quite extreme, and he did not have time to worry about the girls. The surrounding scenery changed in an instant, and soon after, beside a house that was shattered by a furious blow, Subaru and his allies appeared in the air, taking the back of the hostile zombie. Tanza, who threw houses, and Idra, who threw rubble, attacked in waves. It was a pretty funny warfare strategy when put into words. But it was not only the words that were funny, but the picture as well. This was not about why the child was throwing the larger ones, and not the adult. In the first place, the tactic of throwing a house itself was ridiculous. Nevertheless, Tanza, since I am receiving Yorna-sama's love, then I have to do at least this much. Since she reliably accepted it like this, the impact of the scene could be shelved for now. In fact, the mysterious enhancement of the entire Pleiades battalion applied to Idra as well. But it was not as good as Tanza, who had stacked Yorna's as well. It was all about being the right person at the right place. From that perspective, their opponent's attention was drawn by the wave attacks using big and small tools. Once their focus was on Todd, Subaru and his allies made a surprise teleport attack. Subaru. The zombie twisted in midair. The enemy, with his distinctive one-eyed face, blackened the white part of the large eye in the center of his face, while his golden pupil glowed brightly. A terribly cruel, blood-scented evil sneer was etched upon his mouth, sending shivers down Subaru's spine. Was he always the type of person who would laugh hysterically in the midst of battle? Or perhaps he had changed since he became a zombie. They did not know which one it was. However, Beatrice and Subaru. Quickly. Subaru and Beatrice simultaneously held up their hands and pointed them at the enemy in front of them. If their opponent showed a move to avoid Subaru and Beatrice's attack with the utmost effort, and no hesitation, then their strategy would fail. In that case, then perhaps, even with their best efforts, they would not be able to surpass this enemy. But that would not happen, because Subaru and his team forced them into this situation. Ismail, HK. Sure enough, the zombie turned around with a startling gait and, catching Subaru and the others in its large single eye, took a posture of swinging his battle axe in his grip, instead of taking evasive action. It was a strategy that involved taking Subaru and crew's attack, then defeating them with a counterattack. The traditional tactic of incurring damage so as to inflict greater damage on your foe. But the desperation put into the attack here was different. The zombie's body regenerated inflicted wounds in little to no time. That was why the enemy thought that they could take Subaru and his team's attack with no risk, and then use it to launch their own counterattack. Unfortunately, Beatrice and Subaru. Minya. Unbeknownst to them, that was the path to defeat that Subaru and his allies had carved out. With his battle axe swung to counter-attack, the enemy took a serious hit from the purple arrows released from the hands held up by Subaru and Beatrice. 3 brightly shimmering, amethyst crystal arrows pierced the left half of the Cyclops' body. Ismail. Brilliant tactic, but without paying attention to the purple arrows that had pierced him, the enemy bared his teeth and howled at his prey, Subaru and his friends. A zombie's body, oddly enough, broke in a brittle manner when it was shattered, much like pottery cracking, even though it retained some strength. His broken body would then be repaired like a video played backwards, and the zombie would attack as if nothing had happened. Ismail, woo at. But he could not do it. The amethyst arrows that had pierced the zombie's body did not shatter its body from there, but rather remade the body into the same amethyst crystals as the arrow. The crystallized part of the zombie's body then cracked, and this time the zombie's body shattered, but the parts did not regenerate. The particular effectiveness of yin magic against zombies, that was the enemy's weakness that had been identified during their retreat up to this point. Although there was not an abundance of opportunities to check over a long period of time, several common characteristics were observed in the zombies. For example, a zombie's fatal wound was closer to the heart than the head. However, since piercing their chest would not kill them, fatal may not be the right word. Nevertheless, it was a fact that zombies, which regenerated wounds on their bodies with abnormal resilience, healed more slowly when the wounds were close to their heart. Since blood did not flow when an arm or leg was lost, it seemed that the heart probably no longer served to pump blood to the body, but it had not lost its function as a vital part of the human body. As those characteristics of zombies that could not be beaten were revealed, it was Beatrice's yin magic that was recognized to be effective at defeating zombies. Beatrice explained that the yin magic Minya had the effect of freezing the time of the target, which was a kind of instant death magic, and it seemed to be especially effective against zombies, who relied on their regeneration. According to Todd, if one burned a zombie's body down to ashes, they could stop the enemy from regenerating just as if they had hit them with Minya, but there was no use in asking for something one did not have. Subaru. This is the strongest use of the hand we have. Regardless of the strength of the enemy zombies, they could be defeated if they were hit with Beatrice's Minya. In that case, the result of thinking about a strategy to hit it was to make the enemy, who continued to demonstrate its ability in life, understand the merit of becoming a zombie. Beatrice. They are not damaged by attacks. If one gets attacked and finds that they can heal quickly, anyone would contemplate relying on that power, I suppose. Subaru. Before he turned into a zombie, I'm sure he would have easily avoided that. Luis. It was a declaration of victory for Subaru, Beatrice, and Louis. Or rather, both admiration and pity for their enemy. This warrior who came back to life as a zombie was undoubtedly quite the skilled warrior in life. Even as a zombie, there was no discernible change in his fighting ability. But there was a distortion in the ideology with which he approached battle. If only he had not been so arrogant as to think that receiving an attack would not be a problem. Subaru. There was no way he could have seriously taken that shot. Ismail. The zombie's eye widened as it spun with the shock of the magic he was exposed to. The look in his eye was a whirlpool of mixed emotions. A mixture of astonishment and understanding as he realized his defeat. Subaru bit his lower lip and cursed the unreasonable fate that had befallen this warrior. Even if Subaru was cursed at for crystallizing the left half of his body and making him taste death for the second time, Tanza, Schwartzama, immediately after a moment of sentimentality washed over his heart. Subaru was called by Tanza in an urgent voice, and he suddenly realized the truth of the situation. Spinning in the air, turning away, and then turning back to face him. The look in the enemy zombie's eye had changed color. It was not as if the color of the dead's distinctive golden eye had changed, but the astonishment and understanding that had been floating in it had faded, and it had been replaced by an intense hostility. At one point, the enemy almost accepted his defeat along with the impact. That had changed the complexion of his eye. Perhaps Subaru's last word was the catalyst. Ismail. Not yet. Subaru. He's not dead. In front of Subaru, who gasped at the sight in front of him. The enemy, whose crystallization was advancing across the left side of his body, kicked something into the air. It was a fragment of a shattered house cannonball. Even though it was just a fragment, it was as big as a person's head. Kicking it into the air, the impact shattered the zombie's left arm from the shoulder and blew it away. In return, the flying debris instead flew straight at Subaru's face. Louis, whoa! Just before he was hit, Subaru had a vision of his skull being shattered by the fragment. It would have been a fatal blow, but it did not reach Subaru, because a figure, Louis, intervened before it hit Subaru and took his place. Subaru. Louis, clinging to his back, Louis forcefully pushed Subaru's body down, moving him out of the path of the debris and into the line of fire herself instead. As a result, Louis caught the debris without protection, was torn from Subaru's body, and was blown away. Beatrice. Subaru, don't look away, in fact. Beatrice called out to the distracted Subaru as Louis was blown away. She kept her body in Subaru's arms and reached out her hand to attack the enemy. However, the opponent was not so simple-minded as to be fatally struck twice. Ismail. HK. With fragments of his arm flying through the air, the enemy skillfully read Beatrice's pursuit with Minya and used what little remained of his left shoulder area to receive it. He took on the damage in areas that were already crystallized, minimizing the progress of damage caused by the progression of the cracks. It was truly the skill of an exceptional warrior. Uwe. As soon as he was awed by his skill, Subaru's collar was grabbed by an outstretched arm. He had abandoned his battle axe. No. After losing the ability to wield the battle axe, he displayed his obsession to not let Subaru escape. Ismail. Ooh. Subaru. Ga. Subaru's body, which held Beatrice, was forcefully sent to the ground by the pull of the enemy's arm. Choking from the pain of his back hitting the hard surface, Subaru saw the form of the enemy up close and tried to quickly raise his hand. But, however, the opponent's determined form met his gaze, and his movement stopped. The way he looked, full of ambition and the will to fight, it was hard to believe that it was from an already dead body. Subaru. H.K. Beatrice. Subaru. Tanza. Subaru's neck was constricted and desperate voices struck his eardrums as he gasped. Hearing those impatient voices and the sound of the bones in his neck fatally creaking, Subaru's arms still did not rise. It was not that he was deprived of strength, but rather that his heart was no longer inspired, even though he knew that if he did not do it, he would die. Even though he knew that if he did not kill, he would be killed. Beatrice. Minya. Subaru, unable to move, was supplanted by Beatrice, who had leaned in and fired her magic at the enemy. Covering Subaru resulted in also covering Beatrice, who was in his arms. Naturally, the magic reached the target from a distance that ought to have been called point-blank range. However, the enemy endured. The right arm that had tightened around Subaru's neck was defended to the death, and even if its torso was crystallized, the enemy at least tried to take him along with them. Todd, it's because you are being strangely merciful. Immediately after such nonchalant words were spoken, the head of the enemy, which was trying to kill Subaru with its burning eye, was severed at the neck. Instead, emerging on the other side of the vanished enemy's head was a stone-cold-looking Todd. Subaru. Todd swung the axe in his hand and decapitated the zombie. The head that was lopped off by Todd tried to turn its hatred toward him. Tanza. How dare you? And then Tanza's diving kick ruthlessly blew its head away. As it was, the Cyclops' head continued to bounce down the street like a soccer ball. Then the torso, which was left behind by its head, slowly crumbled, turning entirely into deep purple crystals. Tanza. Are you all right, Schwartz-sama? Subaru. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Sorry. Thanks for the help. Shaking off shards of the enemy's collapsed torso, Subaru lifted his hand to Tanza, who was running toward him, assuring her that he was unharmed. Tanza was relieved to hear Subaru's response, and then Subaru's face turned into an expression of sudden realization. Subaru, Louis! Where's Louis? She covered me and... Idra. It's nothing serious, it seems, although it looks like she got hit by a piece of debris and has a concussion. The hasty Subaru received an answer from Idra, who was crouched a short distance away. At his feet lay Lewis, her upper body propped up, blood streaming from her forehead, her head swaying unsteadily. Subaru, her head isn't looking good. Beatrice, please. Beatrice, of course I know, I suppose. Subaru, please. Subaru took in Lewis's condition and rushed to his feet, pulling Beatrice's arm. For a moment, there was hesitation in her demeanor, but Subaru did not notice it. Beatrice was the only one currently present who could use healing magic. The other user, M, was asked to go with the non-combatants to bypass the area of battle toward the inner city, in order to avoid an all-out battle against a strong enemy. The more they were able to pull the strong enemies away from beside the ramparts, the more likely it was that they would be able to get out of the city safely. But this is where the impact of the lack of possible healers came into play. Subaru. Lewis, you're going to be okay. Subaru crouched down beside Lewis with Beatrice as she held her hand over the wound on her forehead. While Beatrice activated the healing magic, Subaru held Lewis's hand. Subaru's tight grip was returned weakly, and Subaru uttered a repeated, "I'm sorry." All he could do was apologize, for it was completely Subaru's fault. Todd. So that girl can use healing magic too? You've sure got a lot of people with rare powers around. Todd then called out to Subaru, who was watching over Lewis's treatment. He carried the axe that had decapitated the enemy's head on his shoulder, fixing his gaze on Subaru's slightly tense figure. Todd. And yet, if you keep going the way you are, their talent is going to go to waste. You're aware of that, aren't you? Subaru. Todd. Those who place confidence that they will not die in anything other than their own strengths are weak. Subaru. Todd. This applies not only to the Cyclops we just killed, but to you as well. The reason why he could not respond to those indifferent words was because they had unmistakably hit the mark. That moment of weakness that passed through Subaru's mind as he saw his enemy shake off his looming defeat and grasped at victory. It was, as Todd said, the result of being overwhelmed by a thirst for life. Subaru was not so naive as to dismiss it as a matter of course, but Tanza, is it not rude to speak like that, Todd? Tanza. Schwartz-Sama is someone who is of great contribution to the current battle. The way you talk about him, pointing that out is... Todd, don't snap at me. I acknowledge his contributions. It's just that I think they're insufficient. That, and the person who was of greatest contribution was either you or the girl that's collapsed over there. Tanza's cheeks stiffened when Todd stated that, pointing his chin towards the girl. The girl who had taken a major role against such a strong opponent upon herself did not seem to care about the praise directed at her, but was rather worried about Subaru, who was hit with those heartless words. She was a girl who scarcely altered her facial expression, but the feelings she kept hidden inside were rather strong. Since the Gladiator Island, she had considerably deepened her relationship with Subaru, and so when he was insulted, she understandably displayed an attitude of anger on Subaru's behalf. The absence of Todd's fiancée, Katya, from this situation also added to the intensity of her tone. Tanza, do you consider yourself to be correct no matter what? In that case, Todd, I said, don't snap at me. What I said is just a fact, that there are monsters out there who are so incredibly strong that they can be sure they won't die, and that there are others who think they won't die for an external reason to that. Neither you nor I are either of those things. Tanza, that is, Todd. If the former is an ally, things go easily, but I wouldn't want the latter to be an ally. If they're an enemy, you'll be able to take advantage of them, like we did just now. Your friend's plan was spot on. Tanza, HK, you do not speak for Schwartz-Sama. Had she tried to snap at him with such words? With her face slightly flushed with anger, Tanza tried to snap at Todd, but, quicker than Subaru could stop her, Idra intervened. While he was supporting Lewis's body, he called out her name. Tanza, Idra. That's enough. This isn't like you. Your inherent flavor is that you always keep your cool, right? Tanza. It is just that I am unskilled at managing the fluctuations of my emotions. Moreover, Idra-sama, you should also understand. Idra. By understand, you mean... Antanza, after all, Idra-sama. You and I are both connected to Schwartz-sama. Whatever Schwartz-sama is feeling, it should be transmitted to us in no small amount. Idra frowned and kept his mouth shut at Tanza's complaint as she kept her back turned. Seeing Idra's expression directly in front of him, Subaru unconsciously gulped. Although the Pleiades battalion was graced by the exceptional strength they received from the effects of Subaru's Cor Leonis, the members with whom Subaru had a close relationship, Idra and the others who had originated from the same unit, and Tanza, who had a closer relationship with Subaru than the others, received his deficiencies. Subaru felt a sense of relief that Tanza and others did not see that as Subaru's failure or lack of virtue. On the other hand, he felt sorry and that he was still lacking. Indeed, it was at the time Subaru had thought that. Suddenly, Louis squeezed Subaru's hand back and let out a weak voice. As usual, the details of what she meant, not having formed words, were not known. However, it was clear that she was concerned about Subaru, even though she was in a situation where she was more injured than he was. Beatrice, if she can talk, there's no need to worry, in fact. If the treatment is over, it would be best to take her outside and have M give her a checkup, I suppose. Subaru, I see. Yeah, that's right. With great trouble, we've cleared the way. If we linger here, it's not unlikely that other zombies will gather, making sure not to get those priorities backwards. It happened at that moment. Whoosh, he heard a strange sound, cutting through the wind. Subaru. It sounded like the swinging of a rope with something light strapped to it, but the events that occurred immediately after he heard the sound of cutting wind were not light whatsoever. Tanza. Ka, a short groan spilled out, and Tanza's body trembled. Then, as she looked down at her shivering body, her round eyes widened. Having pierced through her back and abdomen, something akin to a tentacle with a sharp tip protruded. The tentacle, having pierced Tanza's small body, extended from the direction of the street that had been destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, a long way from where Subaru and the others were. Extended like a writhing serpent, the origin of that tentacle had been Subaru. Who? A grotesque torso growing from the head that had been kicked away, extending tentacles outwards, was the figure of the zombie from just before. Subaru. A momentary standstill. Subaru's thoughts were dyed white by the figure that trampled upon his imagination and understanding. But in order to avoid that moment from becoming fatal, a voice spoke up. Beatrice. Subaru. Beside him, Beatrice's face had turned pale as she screamed, bringing Subaru's attention back to reality. A sound like blood rushing through his head echoed in Subaru's mind, and he once again took in the scene before him. A one-eyed zombie standing on the destroyed street, its grotesque appearance caught in his gaze. Their head had the same black eye with a golden pupil as before. However, below the neck was not the sturdy body of a warrior, but a monster that could only be described as grotesque, with different thicknesses and lengths of paired left and right arms and legs. From one of its arms, the monster extended a tentacle. No, that was not quite right. It was not a tentacle but a finger, and it pierced through Tanza's body. Tanza. Ugh. The moment he saw it, the monster withdrew its long finger that had pierced through Tanza's body, and her body trembled again. Her body, which had been pierced through the torso, spurted blood, and she collapsed onto her knees with a powerless thud. Subaru. Tanza. Idra. HK. This is bad. Schwartz. Immediately after Subaru shouted, Subaru, who had reached out and began to run, was forcefully pushed by Idra's palm, which had been thrust out from the side. Subaru's body easily flew through the air from Idra's enhanced push. However, through his inverted vision, he quickly realized that Idra's push was the correct decision, the position where Subaru had been until just before. The monster's shriveled fingers struck. The pavement and buildings along the way were sliced vertically with terrifying sharpness, destroying the city. If it was not for Idra's push, Subaru's body might have been sliced as well. As it was, Subaru's body continued to fly through the air with great momentum. Todd. Don't tell me it regenerated from its decapitated head. Todd grabbed hold of Subaru with his arm, reaching up from below, stiffening at the sound of Todd's voice coming from overhead. Subaru was shocked by the meaning of his words. To regenerate from a severed head, You gotta be kidding, he muttered. Todd, even though we crushed and crystallized its torso, it's still moving. How is this possible? Subaru. I don't want to admit it, but we have to face the reality that it exists. That eerie appearance of theirs, Beatrice. That's because the formula for regenerating its body is bugged, in fact. Beatrice was the one who provided an answer to Todd's question, holding Subaru. She was wearing a look of frustration on her cute face, staring at the grotesque monster. Beatrice. Perhaps it's the result of rejecting death from damage that should have killed it, I suppose. Todd. In other words, it clings to its life even more than other zombies. No. Since they already died, it might be more appropriate to say that they more stubbornly clinging to death. Subaru? Beatrice. Idra, hurry and save Tanza. Idra. I know, but... In response to Subaru's desperate plea, Idra gritted his teeth and raised his voice. He shared the same concern for the injured Tanza. However, if they acted recklessly, they would draw the attention of the monster. It was already evident that the monster's attacks could reach the Pleiades battalion. If even Idra fell, their chances of winning would vanish. That was, Subaru. I mean, in the first place, Lewis had been injured by the fragments, and Tanza also suffered serious injuries that were clearly life-threatening. The zombie that they thought they had beaten not only was not completely defeated, but they had also transformed into a grotesque creature and stood in their way. This situation seemed as if they had entered a dead-end loop. Subaru, don't be ridiculous. Subaru cut off the foolish thought that had briefly crossed his mind. A dead end of fate. There were loops that could not be resolved, no matter what one did. Todd, who carried Subaru, had even brought about such a situation before. However, Subaru was there. Moreover, Subaru had been saved. Even if he had given up on himself, he could not give up on everyone else. Todd, you have a disgusting look in your eyes. Subaru. Hey, Todd. That's the look of someone who treats their own life and the lives of others differently. Subaru switched gears with a loud sound in his mind. Todd muttered those words while looking closely at Subaru's expression, but Subaru could not understand what was going through his mind. There was no doubt, however, that disgust must have been seeping through. Todd, let's go. After saying that briefly, Todd kicked the ground strongly while holding Subaru, and then, unbelievably, he turned his back on Tanza, Beatrice, and everyone else and made a beeline for escape. Subaru. What are you doing? If we separate from everyone, Todd, you're the one who needs to look closely. That thing's aim is the two of us, both you and I. As he said that, Todd leaned his body and jumped into a side road. In that moment, Todd's afterimage was grazed by a finger that seemed to pierce through the pavement, and the smell of burning air tickled Subaru's nostrils. For a moment, something flashed before his eyes. It was that monstrous creature, its single eye glowing ominously, chasing after Subaru and the others. Todd, that thing's target seems to be me. Who killed it first? And you, who killed it the second time? Subaru. So you lured it away from everyone else? Todd, when others are involved, you don't think straight. Todd looked down at Subaru with his green eyes and said that, held by him, Subaru was shaken, and as he was stared at by those icy eyes, he felt a fear equal to or greater than the approaching grotesque figure. Even in this situation, Todd's gaze towards Subaru was nothing more than appraisal. Todd, can you think of a way to take it down without your partner? Subaru. If there isn't one? Todd. In that case then, although I hate it, we can do nothing but leave things to chance. Subaru understood that Todd did not really mean what he said. Since they shared the same conditions of being targeted, Todd would use Subaru as a decoy and make a run for it if the situation turned unfavorable for him. He was not doing it right now because the plan of using Subaru as bait to escape had a low chance of success. Conversely, Subaru. If there's a way, you'll lend me a hand, right, Todd? In response to Subaru's question, Todd's expression tightened again. Todd skillfully used the obstacles to hide from the monster's line of sight and evade his attacks. Meanwhile, Subaru, while being carried by him, kept scanning his surroundings looking for a particular building inside the Imperial capital. It was the building that Idra had mentioned as they escaped. He had come up with a plan besides the one to hit with Minya, but since he had no way to lure the enemy to the building, he had eliminated it as an option. Todd? Can you do it? Subaru? I'll do it, Todd. As soon as Subaru answered the question, Todd raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, and then sneered with a cruel twist at the corners of his mouth. And then, Todd. All right, I'll follow your plan. As he chased after his fleeing targets, the giant eye Ismail's thoughts had shattered to thousands of pieces. Ismail, with flickering vision and scattered thoughts, his boorish movements were far from refined, with limbs of varying lengths scraping against the ground, with instability akin to a newborn beast. As he was crashing into walls and against the ground, he stretched his hands, his fingers, out towards those backs that were growing distant. The reason for his obsession over those two fleeing enemies was something Ismail could no longer recall. Already, with the fact that it had once been Ismail fading into oblivion, the grotesque monster grew new limbs from the cracks that it sustained every time it fell, continuously furthering its repulsiveness. That was undoubtedly the obstreperous behavior of the regeneration ability that Beatrice had pointed out. However, after being resurrected by the will of another, those mutations occurring in Ismail's body, which had been exceptionally estranged from the concept of death, were something that not even the caster would be able to control. Achieving its goal, slaughtering the two targets of its obsession, what would become of the monster thereafter? Ismail. Oh, eerily letting out hollow roars. That was something of no interest whatsoever to this monster. Ismail. The larger of his two targets was carrying the smaller one as they fled, and as soon as it seemed like he could seize their backs, they would pull away. And so the situation that forced him to repeat his unsuccessful strikes continued. However, his opponents could not keep fleeing forever. Through continuing his unshapely sprint, limbs had grown all over his fallen body, to the point that Ismail could no longer fall, and since he would not fall, it stood to reason that the one with more limbs would run faster. Therefore, to his targets trying to escape, little by little, Ismail shortened the distance, shortening it and shortening it and shortening it. Ismail. BL. With a short roar, Ismail's finger gouged his fleeing target's back and shoulders. Blood spurted, and a heinous smile appeared on Ismail's face as he heard the screams of his enemy. It felt good. With incredible enjoyment, more and more blood, more and more screams he wanted to hear. Recklessly taking a turn onto another path, his opponents, unlike how they had been up to this point, gave off a sense of desperation. Chased by Ismail, being caught up to by the monster, hating the idea of being torn to shreds, his targets desperately fled. Aiming for their limbs, especially those on their upper bodies, he would wound them. If he aimed for their legs, his targets would no longer be able to escape. If that happened, then this would come to an end. If it ended, he would be lonely. If it ended, he would be disappointed. That was why, forever and ever, in order for it not to end, Ismail. Raising a low war cry that caused the air to tremble, Ismail smashed into buildings and trampled the streets, kicking off the flooded ground in pursuit of his targets. He closed the distance in an instant. Perhaps the stamina of his fleeing enemy had finally been exhausted, and shedding blood, they clicked their tongue as they leapt into a nearby building. With nowhere to run, they made the foolish choice to dive into a dead end. Sensing the end of this hunting period, Ismail, no, the monster that had ceased to be Ismail, tore down the closed door and slipped inside. His limbs had multiplied, his body had swelled, and with a frame incomparably larger than his original body, he became unable to easily open the door and enter the building. Then, entering the dim building into which his targets had fled, the monster looked around inside. The sources of light were meager, but even if he had transformed into such a grotesque state, his special eye alone remained unchanged. With a blink he switched the way he saw the world, and searched for the figures of his hidden prey. As he searched, the monster realized Ismail. In the building it had entered, there was so much flour fluttering around that it was enough to stain the monster's entire body white. The darkness was not the only reason for his hazy vision, but also because the air inside of the building was filled with scattered flour. Looking around, he saw that the building was lined with shelves, and that each shelf had been lined with sacks filled to the extent of bursting. Those sacks had been torn open, and a large quantity of flour had been scattered throughout the building. The thing that beats you isn't going to be magic or a killer technique. At the same time, the flour-covered monster had noticed the situation inside of the building. He heard that voice from behind. The monster turned around, and in his field of view, there was a small, bright red silhouette. It was one of the fleeing targets. No, at some point, the fleeing target had become just one person. Separated from the larger one, the smaller one that he had lost sight of now stood there. And then, eat this, the soul of science. Dust explosion. Right after that shout, the small figure's surroundings were also all dyed red in one fell swoop. A tremendous explosion blew away the flour mill, and the monster was engulfed by a bright crimson lotus. Idra. Schwartz. Look, let's use that flour mill as a landmark. It's the building with the water wheel beside it. Idra, taking the non-combatants with him and staying vigilant of his surroundings while spurring on the Galewind horse, was the son of a miller before he had been sent to the Gladiator Island. Subaru had not known exactly what role a miller played, but he had been told that they used the power of a water wheel to grind wheat into flour. In other words, Subaru, if we use the ingredients in that mill, we can make a dust explosion. A dust explosion was a phenomenon in which flammable, powdery materials were scattered in the air, and when kindled, fire would spread in a chain reaction, igniting and exploding all at once. In addition to the enclosed space of the flour mill, with a large amount of wheat flour fluttering about, if an incendiary material was dropped in with definite vigor, Subaru. I had no idea it would end up being this powerful. Leaning his back against the battered wall, Subaru muttered while coughing. In front of Subaru's eyes was the flour mill that had been blown to grains by the dust explosion that was triggered, and the charred remains of the monster that had been engulfed in it. When he and Todd needed to bait and defeat the monster together, the plan that came to Subaru's mind was to make a dust explosion using the flour mill. Of course, a dust explosion was not something that was easy to pull off, and he had no confidence that he would be able to successfully lead his opponent there in the first place. Therefore, it was not just Subaru's strength that made the plan so successful. Subaru. Are you alive, Todd? Blown away by the impact of the explosion, Subaru stood up, blinking his eyes while shaking his head. After the division of roles, Todd took on the duty of drawing the monster's attention and running away until the flour mill was ready, while Subaru snuck into the mill and spread the dust aptly through the building. Then, when Todd saw that the time was right, he burst into the mill and threw an incendiary at the place where he guided the monster. It was also Todd who prepared that incendiary. Subaru. Todd. You don't have to call out to me so pathetically. I'm still alive. Subaru. HK Subaru, who had been calling out to the area around the epicenter of the explosion, evidenced by the many embers that remained, heard a slightly hoarse voice and turned to face in that direction. Looking over, he spotted where the wall of the mill had blown down onto the destroyed street, and he saw Todd on one knee. When he saw Subaru walking towards him, he spat out the saliva in his mouth and said, "Todd, you nearly got me killed there, man. Subaru, you're making me look like the bad guy. After all, I told you it would be very powerful. Yeah? Todd. Occasionally, an accident like this happens, but when I heard the principle behind it, it made sense." As expected, Todd was breathing with difficulty as he fell back onto the street. Then, as he looked toward the blown-up mill, Todd. "What happened to our opponent?" Subaru. "He was blown away, completely. Look, with that." Subaru pointed to a part of the blown-up monster that was just visible from their position. Then, a part that was seared by the embers crumbled like sand and lost its shape. Like the dispersal of the other zombies, it was the result of completely crushing its regenerative abilities. Subaru. "How are your injuries?" This time, confirming that they had defeated the formidable zombie, Subaru asked Todd a question. When they were dividing their jobs, since they could not afford to be caught by the enemy, Todd, who could keep running away for a while, had no choice but to play the role of decoy. However, he had volunteered for the role himself. It had defied Subaru's expectations that Todd would absolutely avoid any plan that would endanger his own life. "Todd, it wouldn't be a good story if I easily lost my life while being unwilling to suffer fresh wounds. We both just did our required roles. Although, Subaru, Todd, I was gouged out pretty much everywhere. I feel like I'm missing a lot of blood." As he said this, Todd raised a hand, and it was clear that his injury was quite severe. Although he had no wounds that could be called deep, his shoulders and thighs were soaked with blood, and his face was pale from the amount of blood that he had lost. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly endanger his life. "Subaru, I'll immediately go and call Beatrice." Subaru tried to move with such intentions. With Subaru and Todd's separation, Beatrice would have surely been left in a panic, but he was sure that she would prioritize Tanza's treatment. Louis and Tanza's safety was also a concern, so they needed to hurry to meet up with Beatrice and the others. And then, Todd. After all, if we've done this much, Katya won't be able to complain. Subaru. Todd, we talked about this at the mansion, didn't we? Because she seems to think I'm lazy, I helped us escape, defeated a really strong enemy, and even suffered honorable injuries. Don't tell me you're also going to take all the credit for yourself, huh? Todd said that with a shrug of his shoulders and a pale face that was drained of blood. For a moment, Subaru was taken aback before letting out a "huh" and exhaling a weak breath. Despite being in such a battered state, the one that still weighed on his mind was Katya. Perhaps he had also planned to untie Subaru's mental tension, but either way, Subaru, Katya-san truly is important to you, huh? Todd, that's a given. She is my fiancée. Katya is my very life. Todd declared this without any shame. Upon hearing that response, Subaru took a deep breath, held it momentarily, and then by saying, "All right," he fired himself up. Even now, he was afraid of Todd. The things that man had done had left deep scars on his heart. Still, the fact remained that they had cooperated to defeat that monster here. Even to the extent of getting completely battered, Todd had devoted himself to ensuring everyone, including Subaru and his friends, could get out of this alive. If that was the case, then now it was Subaru's turn. "Subaru, wait here." "No. Someone who heard the explosion might come here. For now, just return with me along the way. Once we find a suitable place, wait for me there." "Ta. I understand. I'm counting on you, so please don't leave me behind." "Subaru, I wouldn't do that." Todd made Subaru think that it may have been possible to finish things without doing that. However, even if Subaru had been in an hostile position towards Todd, he was unsure of whether he could have left him there on the verge of death. "Subaru, no. If I overthink it, I'll get stuck in a rut. Anyway, even if he were to lend a shoulder to Todd, their height difference would make it difficult." Subaru looked around the blown-off mill, hoping to find something he could use as a makeshift cane. Then, he found a support pole for a shelf that had been blown into the midst of the embers. Subaru, at that moment, a hard sound rang out. "Subaru, why?" The moment the hard sound resounded, Subaru cast his eyes down and tightly clenched his fist. As his lips trembled, shoulders trembled in fear, and black eyes trembled, he muttered, "Subaru, why?" "Todd." His question receiving no response, Subaru turned around as he exhaled. Having turned around, before Subaru's eyes was the blade of an axe that had been swung down, stopped just a hair's breadth away from crushing his skull. For it was restrained by that which was visible to none but Subaru, the unseen hand. "Todd. Titch. My bad. My bad." With a small click of his tongue, Todd released the axe from his hand and jumped backwards, his swift movements showing no signs of blood loss or injury. Subaru grit his teeth. Even that had been an act. The pain from his injuries, the plea for help from Subaru, speaking of his feelings for Katya, which had softened Subaru's heart, all of it was just an act. "Subaru, why?" 3 times, Subaru had fired off the same question, glaring at Todd with a face that looked like it was about to cry. While glaring at him, he felt tears welling up from the overwhelming frustration. "Subaru, up until now you haven't done anything. You haven't killed anyone. I could have even forgiven you." "Todd, quietly, you've slowly damaged my trust in you." Listening to Subaru's screams, drawing a knife in place of the axe he had released, Todd readied himself. That had been the declaration of the irreparable separation between Natsuki Subaru and Todd Fang. Chapter 6. Won't beg for forgiveness as blood was gushing from their gouged shoulder and thigh. Rough breaths filled with a feverish heat, and their blood-drained complexion made it evident that the countdown to their death was ticking. Unless they received treatment immediately, their life would be in danger, as the countdown could not be stopped. However, if healing magic were to be cast, they would definitely be saved. It was an absolutely treatable injury. Subaru. Even so, why? Next to the pulverized mill, amidst the lingering smell of burnt wood from the remaining embers, Subaru faced off against an enemy in the slowly swelling waterlogged imperial capital. And yet, it was someone who no longer could be called an enemy, Todd Fang. Calling Todd an enemy was not something Subaru wanted to do anymore. Since their very first meeting, Todd continuously subjected him to all sorts of grief. He had been targeted and killed numerous times, with death and fear etched into his memories that fostered a deep-seated grudge. Each time Subaru had returned by death and dealt with Todd's attacks, he ultimately undid each and every tragedy that occurred. The forest that the people of Shudrak lived in was burned down, leading to their annihilation. In the surprise attack on the fortress city of Geralt, Flop had been killed numerous times. During the operation to capture the city hall of Geralt, Subaru had experienced the feeling of walking on a tightrope that was set ablaze. The pinnacle of it all was the massacre on the Gladiator Island in Unhive, where Tanza, Idra, Hyen, Whites, Gustav, Old Man Null, and many other companions on the island were all killed. However, Subaru had even managed to overturn that outcome. Subaru had no intention of pretending like Todd's actions had never happened. It was just that through Subaru's struggles of protecting what was dear to him by returning by death, these actions by Todd had gradually been erased. The reason why Subaru regarded Todd as an enemy was something that existed only within Subaru's mind. And finally, now that an unprecedented disaster had struck the capital, and they were forced to retreat, Todd showed a willingness to cooperate with Subaru and the others to protect his fiancé EE. Indeed, without Todd's cooperation, it would have been difficult to find effective countermeasures against the overflow of zombies, and it would have taken numerous retries to achieve an outcome where everyone escaped. The same was true for the battle with that zombie, the one-eyed warrior. In order to defeat that twisted enemy who had transformed into a monster, Subaru also required Todd's cooperation. They both knew that, without each other, their lives would be at risk. That was why they needed just one more step. If only he had taken one more step, Subaru could have walked alongside Todd while bottling up his conflicting emotions. And yet, Subaru. Why, Todd? Don't speak so hypocritically. You averted this just now because you also had a slight hunch. It's not like you reacted to my intent to kill. You were just wary the whole time, right? Todd closed his bloodshot right eye as Subaru spoke with a trembling voice. With a face that seemed like he was dealing with an unreasonable child, Todd's gaze fell on the axe floating in the air. Or that was how it would have appeared to him as the weapon was grabbed by a black hand. In Subaru's mind, the axe was synonymous with Todd. Subaru had experienced being struck in the head with Todd's axe more than once or twice. Even though he had taken it away from Todd's hand, just seeing it at the corner of his vision was enough to make Subaru's teeth grind in unease. Todd hit the nail on the head. Subaru had been wary of him all along. So, when Subaru turned his back on the injured Todd, he activated invisible providence to protect his head, since that would have been the surest way to kill him in case he was targeted. However, he certainly did not wish for it to happen. Nothing that occurred should have ever happened. In that case, Todd, my bad. My bad. I fell right for your trap. Subaru. That's not true. Todd. We're separated from the others, so right after we took care of the enemy I thought that was my chance, but you're quite the actor. Subaru. You're wrong. Todd, did you plan to blow me up with that explosion earlier? If that was the case, it's too bad that your aim was off. Subaru. No, I really wanted to cooperate with you. Todd. Spare me with your lies. Subaru's throat gulped as Todd's cold voice hit. With one eye closed, Todd looked into Subaru's eyes with a gaze devoid of heat and humidity. His gaze did not contain any hint of evaluating Subaru, which it had just moments ago. Todd had already finished appraising Subaru, and that was why he was like this now. Todd, you should get it deep down as well. We just can't understand each other. Subaru. Todd. I outwardly am suspicious of others, and you believe others to a fault. No matter how many words we exchange, our values are different. Slowly changing position, Todd cautiously watched Subaru, especially his axe that floated in the air. Subaru also bit his lip and glared at Todd with sorrow over the hovering axe. They could not understand each other, Todd had said. Subaru continued to wonder if that was really the case. He wondered if there really was no way to make it work. Subaru. If you kill me here, how will you handle the zombies and... Todd, you don't know when to quit. As long as I get out of the Imperial capital, it's all good. Thanks to your help, we were able to get Katya to the city walls. After that, I'm better off without you. Subaru. Why? I have no intention to hurt Katya-san. I didn't even intend to fight you, and yet... Todd. But you were willing to choose whether to save Katya or not, right? Subaru. Huh? Todd, standing in front of Subaru, who was raising his voice, said one cold comment. Subaru's cheeks hardened as he felt like he had been doused with cold water by Todd's words. He had no idea what he had meant. To begin with, that was at odds with what Subaru was claiming. There was no need to choose, as Subaru had no intention of harming Katya in the first place, so such an accusation was misplaced. And yet, Subaru's thoughts were frozen. Todd did not miss that moment. Todd? I won't beg for your forgiveness. Slipping through the opening of Subaru, stumbling over his words, Todd lowered his stance and lunged at him. The feeling of the shrinking distance between the two sides was so great that every cell in Subaru's body screamed. Subaru immediately commanded his unseen hand, which was extended in the air, to throw the axe he had seized back at Todd. However, Subaru. KK Gahak. Instantly, Subaru's vision was dyed bright red by a burning sensation that pierced his right thigh. In Subaru's right leg, a knife was sticking out of his thigh. It was in Todd's hand just a moment ago. Right before he leapt, he threw it into Subaru's thigh while Subaru was unable to think, and he unfortunately took the brunt of it. Then, while he was distracted by the pain, the unseen hand that was supposed to have thrown the axe was disrupted. The floating axe was snatched back, and Todd's forward kick smashed into Subaru's chest. Subaru. Oof. Subaru's body fell backward with a cry of pain. Unable to put weight on his stabbed leg, he hit the back of his head and his back, and his scattered thoughts became even more fragmented. His legs, chest, head, back, and then, the blade of the axe falling in front of him. Subaru. He frantically shouted and forced the black hand to interrupt the axe in the midst of swinging down. The overused unseen hand protruded from Subaru's chest to stop the axe that approached the tip of his nose, and he mobilized his own two hands to keep the trembling blade from falling, resisting the murderous intent with his three arms. Then Todd, holding the axe, also pushed in with all his might to force down the jostling blade. His leg that was stabbed hurt. His chest where he was kicked hurt. His back where he was hit hurt. His head hurt as well. If this axe were to go through his face, it would hurt more than all of that, and would furthermore hurt to the point of death. Todd, you're too tenacious. HK, give up and die already. Subaru, no way. Absolutely no way. With his hand on the ridge of the axe, Todd used his full weight to try to kill Subaru. Subaru resisted with his three arms, including the unseen hand, but the child's two hands in authority, which had little advantage other than being invisible, could not push Todd away. From the outside, it would appear to be a very absurd and miserable death match. The battle between Subaru and Todd was crude and unceremonious at such a critical juncture in the battle for the imperial capital of Lupugana, where a multitude of soldiers and warriors competed with their well-honed skills and weapons. They had no trained skills, no special weapons, nor trump cards that could overpower others. By the standards of the Valatian Empire, this was a low-level battle of life and death. The decisive battle between Natsuki Subaru and Todd Fang, two people who could not understand each other. Todd! You're too damn inconsistent. Your eyes say that you're willing to die at any moment. You're willing to put other people's lives on a scale selfishly, But when it comes to this, you're desperate to resist. It's creepy. Subaru, don't say something so unreasonable. Like hell, I think I'm ready to die whenever. I've also never put anyone's life on a scale. I don't want to die. Todd, die. Subaru. No. Todd's eyes, chilled with a black, murderous intent, were about to freeze Subaru's racing heart, while the grinding struggle of the blade of the axe that was locked between the two continued. Their fierce battle could not go on forever, because Subaru. Gee. Subaru stifled a grunt in the back of his throat as blood trickled from his earlobes. It was the backlash due to the heavy use of the authority of the unseen hand. This was a screaming warning signal from Subaru's eroding body. However, he had no choice but to rely on it. Otherwise, the falling blade would cleave Subaru's face in two. Todd. That strange trick seems to be nearing its limits. The ghastly look on Subaru's face and the outpouring of blood helped Todd understand the repercussions of using the unseen hand. He knew that if he kept on going at this pace, Subaru would reach his limit first, whatever it took, before it happened. That was what he thought at that moment. Both HK, Subaru, and Todd, vying for the deadly axe, were momentarily distracted by a tremendous roar. It was something far away from the center of the imperial capital, far away from Subaru and his companions. The reservoir at the edge of the city, beyond the Crystal Palace, which held back a large amount of water, had reached its limit and was starting to crumble. With a roar, cracks burst open through the entire retaining wall, and a tremendous amount of water surged into the imperial capital. It was like a giant wave was advancing into a world without any oceans. And as the surging waves swept through the imperial capital, the aftermath reached all the way to Subaru and Todd's deadly exchange. And then, Subaru. Todd. HK. For a brief moment, Todd's attention was diverted to the roaring sound, and Subaru gathered all the strength he could muster. As his body laid on the ground, forgetting the pain of the knife buried in his leg for the moment, he turned over onto his side and pulled the axe blade with all the might of his unseen hand so it struck the ground next to his head. Even Todd, who had been putting all of his strength into the axe, could not defy such momentum. The axe dropped right next to Subaru's head and Todd fell to the ground with it. Subaru. Phew. Subaru continued to roll sideways with his momentum to create distance between him and Todd and the axe. The knife in his leg repeatedly struck the ground and caused him severe pain. He cried as he rolled over, enduring the agony since getting away was more important to him. Eventually, after what felt like 10 or 20 rolls, Subaru's body hit the remnants of a building, forcing him to stop. There, he somehow managed to get up onto his arms, bleeding from his cut forehead. And then he spotted it. Todd, this guy is just utterly infuriating. Todd rose to his knees, mumbling in anger. As he turned to face the distant Subaru, he noticed the axe deeply embedded in his left shoulder. Subaru. When Subaru had managed to avoid the axe in his desperate attempt, Todd had fallen on top of it. The blade of the axe was buried deep, splitting his collarbone so far that it looked like it had reached his heart. But Todd, wiping his mouth and spitting out blood, showed none of the weakness of a dying man. It was like he was almost too tough. His body had been cut in various places due to his role as a decoy for the zombies. He had received collateral damage from the dust explosion. And to top it all off, he had an axe sticking out of his body. But he did not seem to be concerned about it. The reason for Todd's nonchalance finally became clear to Subaru. That was... Todd. You noticed it? My bad. There was a clear irritation in Todd's tone that lacked frivolity or leeway. It was a voice full of excessive anger at himself, rather than at his opponent for his own failure of letting something be seen that no one ever was meant to see, and that he never wanted to reveal either. While fully displaying his anger, Todd violently ripped the axe out of his own shoulder. The badly mangled wound spurted blood, just once strongly, then stopped bleeding right away. That recoverability was something that would have evolved in a species in order to prevent negative effects of injuries from being too great while in combat or while hunting. It was the kind of recoverability that Subaru had witnessed several times in this other world. Although there was no discernible difference from Subaru in terms of appearance, There was definitely different blood flowing in his veins. He was demi-human. And, Subaru, are you half beastman? Todd. Correct. But by itself not entirely. In front of the puzzled Subaru, Todd narrowed his eyes and affirmed only half of his suspicions. Todd answered Subaru's question with half an answer. His cheeks contorted inhumanely, his eyes lit up with blood-colored fury. Todd, I'm a werewolf. In this world, there were certain things that were considered abhorrent just by their mere existence. Half-elves stood out preeminently among such abhorred beings, possessing the disadvantage of being tied to the witch who had once nearly destroyed the world. That reputation was shared across all countries. Elsewhere, hairless demi-humans were considered to be an unlucky thing in the Kararaji city-states. And in the holy kingdom of Gustico, the closer the hair and eyes approached to black, the more alienated one would be, as they would be considered to be disliked by the spirits. Similarly, within the Valatian Empire, where various demi-human races coexisted, there were two races whose existence was frowned upon, the Mole people and the Wolf people. In ancient times, these two races, the Mole people and the Wolf people, were said to have been condemned for betraying the most beloved woman in the Valatian Empire and putting her to death, a crime for which they would never be forgiven. As a result, the Mole people abandoned their homeland and escaped out of the country by digging into the earth. And the Wolf people who did not know how to escape were hunted down until they were eradicated. The wrath of this empire extended to neighboring lands, and if any Mole people or Wolf people were found in another country, they would be deported across the border to the empire to be executed. This was the history of the Mole people and Wolf people, hunts as they were commonly called. In modern times, it was said that the Mole people used their abilities to burrow under the earth to hide from the outside world. As for the surviving Wolf people, they disguised their origins as dog people in order to hide their true identities, and only one person in the world, Halibel, the admirer, the strongest in the Kararaji city-states, did publicly advocate himself as a wolf person. An empire that relentlessly hunted wolf people, whose national crest was ironically a wolf pierced by swords. The sword wolf was the most revered symbol in the empire, whereas the wolf that ran away for fear of being pierced by a sword was the most despised. Therefore, in this world, both the existence of wolf people and half-beastmen of wolf people blood, werewolves continued to bear a curse that could never be forgiven. Subaru. Where? Wolf. Subaru was absolutely stunned when Todd declared this, twirling the axe he had pulled from his own shoulder in his hand. Knowing about the little-known secret of Todd, who was someone who had often clashed with him, and not knowing which emotion to feel, positive or negative, was one thing, but what he felt more than anything else was fear. The sound of werewolf in his ears was a surprise to him. It was an instinctive aversion. Subaru had no knowledge of the history of the ostracization of werewolves in this world. He knew nothing of the fact that both wolf people and mole people were abhorred in the empire, that the reason for this was the betrayal of a woman named Iris, that her true identity was Yorna Mishigur, or that her beloved emperor was not Vincent. Wallachia. Duh. He knew nothing of any of the underlying circumstances. Even without knowing anything about them, Subaru's soul understood how alien the existence of werewolves was in this world. Todd. That look of surprise is a little different than I expected. You look surprised that I was half beastman, but not surprised that I am a werewolf. Todd looked at the silent Subaru and furrowed his eyebrows with a face that looked as if he was throwing away his expectations. Todd. But now we can do this without any strange reservations, right? Werewolves are meant to be hung. It's a curse that runs in their blood. You too, Subaru. Why, Todd? Subaru? Why does it come to this? I have never... He could not say that he had never thought about killing Todd, but this was not because of Todd's blood or his origins, but because his own actions were incompatible with Subaru's, and he had no choice but to clash with him. And yet, the way Todd spoke now... Subaru, don't act like blood is the reason you became my enemy. Todd. Subaru, you ran into me many times because it was a problem between you and me, not because of who you are or because of your blood provoking me. Gritting his molars, Subaru pressed his fist into the ground and raised himself up, the intense pain from the knife in his leg. It raced through his body at great speed, but it also clarified his consciousness and the anger that was seething in his chest. Subaru, you're becoming a werewolf all on your own? Todd? Oh, my own? I won't listen to this. Coming from you. Subaru, shut the heck up. Why are you like this? Not a single thing went Subaru's way, and when Subaru had positive feelings, it would cause negative actions, and when Subaru had positive thoughts, it would cause negative problems. After helping Katya, saving Rem and Flop, and joining forces to defeat the formidable zombies, he had now tried to kill Subaru, choking on the idea, and to top it all off, he was a werewolf. Subaru. Why? Todd. Don't talk to me about the circumstances of someone's birth. That's the way it is. My mother might have slept with a dog. Come to think of it, there was always a big dog living in the back of the house. Maybe that was my dad. Subaru. No, I'm not. You're the one who's talking about someone's birth. Todd. Subaru. I'm not the one who's looking at you like that. HK. Subaru had no idea what kind of life Todd had as a werewolf, nor did he even want to know. If he knew, he would probably search for a reason to forgive Todd. Therefore, he did not want to know. Subaru did not want to forgive Todd for some unavoidable reason. That was why. Subaru. I've made up my mind. Subaru muttered, his voice strained, his head jumbled with anger and pain. Hearing Subaru's muttering, Todd's eyes narrowed. Even without words, the silence prompted him to wonder what he had decided to do. So prompted, Subaru announced his decision. Subaru, I'm not going to kill you. It's not going to go the way you want. Todd. At Subaru's quiet declaration, Todd had nothing to say in return. However, he did not remain silent. He laughed. Todd, ha 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 ha, 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 ha. Ruffling his hair with his hand that was not holding the axe, Todd opened his mouth and laughed. Not caring that his hair and forehead were stained with blood, Todd opened his mouth wide and burst out in laughter. Then, after laughing for a while, he gently shook his head. Todd, you're a monster, much more so than that zombie. More clearly than ever, he glared at Subaru with emotion visible in his eyes. Subaru understood what it was. The emotion that was hidden behind that black, murderous intent. This was the first time it was revealed. Many times before, he had seen it in the mirror. It was fear. It was the fear of incomprehensible things that brought death. Todd, lack of self-awareness is a bad trait. You're choosing between lives. Who to save? Who to let die? You're deciding as you please. You show favor towards those who butter you up, but that don't care about those who don't. Me, I wouldn't hesitate to butter anyone up, but Subaru. Todd. How could I go along with someone who decides who lives or dies based on his own fickle whims? That was Todd Fang's ultimatum. Subaru. Having spat that out, Todd's bones creaked as his form changed. The wounds peeking through the tears of his Imperial soldier's uniform were closed, and his skin was covered with animal hair that matched the color of the hair atop his head. His nose protruded and his mouth grew wide as if it were ripping open, and newly grown white teeth began to sharpen, transforming his appearance into that of a ferocious beast. A werewolf. He looked just as he had declared. He stood on two legs, handled his weapon with two arms, and would bite the life out of his opponent with his ferocious fangs. He had transformed into that type of existence. No, his true nature was revealed. Todd. Die. Briefly, Todd stepped towards Subaru once again with that intention in his words. His step was large, and the speed with which he kicked the ground with his hind legs exploded. His aim was to kill Subaru, the object of his unknown fear, not allowing his opponent who knew his true identity to live. Subaru's fighting spirit exploded as he realized this. Subaru. Invisible providence. Todd, now a werewolf, leapt at Subaru with an axe in his hand. Before the axe could reach him, Subaru picked up debris with the black arm that extended from his chest, and knocked the axe away to the other side, past Todd's head. Todd, HK. But even if his axe was gone, Todd now had another weapon, his fangs. Subaru had also used the unseen hand to block the axe, and could not rely on his authority to block Todd's fangs. Instead, Subaru pulled out the knife that was stuck in his leg with his own hand. Subaru. Gi. Ga. Screaming from the intense pain that he had never gotten used to, Subaru held the knife he had pulled out in both hands, and he clamped it in the gap between Todd's fangs as he bit down on it. The closing, sharp fangs were stopped by the knife, and Subaru's face was pushed down again as drool spilled from the knife-biting werewolf's mouth, dripping onto his cheeks. Todd. Oh, Subaru. Ah! Like that. His fangs pushed forward, closing in on Subaru's neck. While desperately trying to hold him back, Subaru screamed in pain. Subaru. I'm not going to kill you, he screamed as he was about to be killed, just before the tips of their fangs gouged into his neck. The one who was about to take a life was being chastised by the one whose life was about to be taken. Even if he was pushed to the edge and his head was bitten off, even if he lost his life, even if he was sent back to where he was in the middle of the battle. For reasons unknown to Subaru, Todd felt a sense of grief and resentment for the world. It was at that moment. That's enough. The sound of that voice caught Subaru by surprise, plucking resoundingly at his soul. Every one of the beast's breaths, every little rumble of the earth, every bit of ongoing chaos in various parts of the imperial capital, it was all a noisy hell where every sound was rampaging around as it pleased. Even in such a world, nothing could impede that voice. It was as if the very existence of Natsuki Subaru was made to resonate with that voice. Todd. Go. Immediately after, as Todd's body pressed down on Subaru's, trying to bring his fangs down to end his life, Todd was blown away by a tremendous impact, slamming him from the side. Subaru. In front of him, Todd, who became a werewolf, was propelled into open view, and reflected in Subaru's eyes were shining and gleaming shards of raining ice. What scattered them was a hammer made out of ice. With a full power blow using a sizable ice hammer, Todd was sent flying, and the one who had swung that ice hammer with both hands, making her long silver hair dance, was a girl in a white outfit with a stunningly beautiful figure. Subaru. Amelia. Subaru's mouth unconsciously moved to trace the name that had suddenly passed through his mind. The girl looked back, her amethyst eyes blinked, and they met Subaru's black ones. Subaru, captivated by the beauty of her eyes, involuntarily gasped. Amelia. You there? Come here. Subaru. Huh. He forgot to breathe, or perhaps he was holding his breath, but it was forcibly interrupted. White fingers, reaching out with great strength, pulled Subaru's body up into her arms with a strength that one could not have imagined from her appearance. Without hesitation, the girl, Amelia, picked up Subaru, who was muddied with blood, as she bent her knees with an "all right, Amelia." Ha! With a shout, Amelia jumped and kicked the wall of a nearby building and leaped up even higher onto the roof of a building. Subaru, wrapped in her embrace, was dumbfounded, but he soon understood. Below them, the street below the building where Amelia had landed with Subaru in her arms was swept away at a tremendous pace by a muddy stream, engulfing everything in sight. Amelia. That was dangerous. You almost got swallowed by the water. At that overwhelming sight, Amelia patted her chest in relief. Amelia's reaction did not convey much urgency or sense of tragedy, although the despairing scene was overwhelming, as both the ruins of the grain mill that was blown up by the dust explosion and the street where Todd had dragged the zombie around until the grain mill was prepared were collectively engulfed in the flash flood. If she had been a little slower, Subaru would have been swallowed by the current, just as Amelia had said. If that had happened, there was no way he could have survived. Amelia, HK, who was that guy? Todd, who was on the verge of biting Subaru to death, was sent flying by Amelia. If he had failed to escape, would he have been swallowed by the flash flood as well? If he had been swallowed by the force of the water, there would have been no way for Todd to have survived that strong of water. Forgetting the pain in his leg, Subaru quickly looked around and searched for Todd in the muddy streets of the imperial capital that were swallowed up by the murky water. Subaru did not even know the answer to the question of whether he wanted Todd to be found or not. Amelia. Hey, relax. Who are you looking for? Oh, looking closer, I see that you're badly hurt. I need to get you treated right away. As Subaru looked around frantically, Amelia noticed the wound on Subaru's leg and moved to sit him down on the edge of the rooftop. Amelia, hold on. A user of healing magic will be here soon. Subaru, there's no time for that. Leave me alone, and… Amelia, you're the one who needs to get on your feet. Amelia raised an eyebrow at Subaru as he tried to stand up, brushing off her words of advice. However, her scolding was interrupted before it reached its conclusion. Her large amethyst eyes opened wide, and he could see the scene behind him reflected in her beautiful eyes. As Subaru sat on the edge of the rooftop, the werewolf came out from behind him as it broke the water and opened its gaping mouth to bite Subaru on the nape of the neck. Subaru. Either the bite would pull him into the water, or it would mercilessly bite down on his jugular. It was a moment that even Amelia, right in front of him, would not be able to stop in time. Todd's dogged determination defied even the flash flood and attempted to gnaw away at Subaru's life. And at that moment, "Don't touch." The sound of a strong wind rattled as he heard footsteps treading on the rooftop. Neither the exhausted Subaru nor the too distant Amelia could stop Todd's attack. Instead, it was a girl with angry light blue eyes who leapt in. Him! At the same time as that yell, an axe was unleashed, swung with all its might. Subaru had knocked away the axe as the werewolf pounced towards him. Somehow, it landed in the hands of the girl and was sent back to its owner, who was trying to bite Subaru. Todd. Gah. A second attack pushed through, overlapping with the wound on his left shoulder where the axe had once deeply pierced. The impact threw off the wolfman's momentum, and his huge body was knocked away, thrown into the muddy waters. With a loud splash and a column of water, this time, the werewolf, Todd Fang, sank below the surface. Ha, ha, ha. The girl who had swung the axe, breathing heavily with her shoulders heaving, held Subaru's head to her chest. As she did so, she dropped the axe from her trembling hands into the water and knelt down on the spot. Then the girl, Rem's light blue eyes and Subaru's black eyes met. It seems like you're fine. Subaru. I'm not really fine, but… Subaru replied in a wavering tone to Rem as he lowered the corners of his eyes with a faint sense of relief. Then he looked behind him for Todd, who had been thrown into the water by Rem's blow. He was nowhere to be found. There was no way he could be found. And even if he was found, Subaru. HK. With frustration and bitterness welling up inside him, Subaru put his hand on his chest. Subaru and Todd could not understand each other in any way. What Subaru wanted him to understand, and that Todd did not wish to be understood. None of it. That was what frustrated him. It was so frustrating and disappointing. With that feeling of helpless frustration, Amelia. Rem, thank goodness, heal this boy's wounds. Then, quickly, to Subaru, Rem, wait a minute. This is the child. This boy is him. This is the one that calls himself Natsuki Subaru. Amelia. Huh? That kid is Subaru? But he's so cute. Slowly, little by little, Subaru's strength slipped away on the edge of the rooftop, and right in front of him, the two women who had helped him, Amelia and Rem, were shouting this and that about Subaru. Then, with those two in front of him, the thought of how long it had been since he last had seen them, talking to each other, passed through his mind and faded. Subaru. Todd, you goddamn idiot. With this sense of frustration and defeat as the final straw, Subaru's consciousness abruptly faded. Chapter 7. Todd Fang. Todd Fang was a soldier of the Valatian Empire, private first class his rank. He was the fiancé of Katya Orly, the younger sister of his colleague, Jamal Orly. Starting with when he was dispatched to the Budheim jungle in the east of the Empire, by way of the battle with the rebel army in the fortress city of Geralt, he had currently taken up the official position of subordinate to the Spirit Eater, General First Class Arakia. The siege of the imperial capital Lupugana commenced by rebels who all simultaneously rose in revolt. In this battle, too, he participated as a foot soldier, fighting hard, wielding his weapon as he valiantly fought the rebels in order to protect the citizens of the imperial capital, and above all, to protect his fiancée, Katya. His true identity was that of an existence treated as abhorrent in the Wallachian Empire, that of a werewolf, Subject to historic discrimination and persecution, he came to establish his own way of life as a being incompatible with others. That was unmistakably the werewolf of the Empire known as Todd Fang. I have no intention of telling you anything more than that, man. Chapter 8. Future Prospects. When the Cloud Dragon flew into the Imperial capital, leaving Madeline behind, Emilia decided to follow Cecilus, who was chasing after it. But she fell behind and chose to hide within the city herself. Emilia. Hey, you there. Take this girl and step back. I've frozen her limbs so that she won't struggle. So please handle her gently. She did not forget to entrust the frozen Madeline to the soldier that carefully examined the situation. Madeline, who was frozen in ice, showed no signs of waking up, and since her limbs were strongly frozen, there should have been minimal concern about her causing a disturbance in the headquarters. Emilia. It feels like a really unpleasant atmosphere. After leaving Madeline in someone else's care, Emilia created an ice staircase and climbed over the city walls. She felt a sense of unease from the atmosphere that pervaded the Imperial capital. The air itself should not have changed between inside and outside the city walls, but there was certainly a prickling sensation on the skin which threatened to unsettle Emilia's heart. However, she could not afford to be defeated by the prickling sensation in her heart and back down. Emilia. Mazoria and Cecilus have both gone towards the castle. The battle with the Cloud Dragon Mazorea would have ended in Emilia's complete defeat if Cecilus had not intervened. Thanks to Silas, Emilia managed to hold on, but she was constantly reflecting on the fact that she had almost been defeated. Emilia. Even though I asked everyone to come all the way to Wallachia. Of course, everyone was worried about Subaru and Rem, who were sent flying. If she were to say something like that now, no one would blame Emilia alone. Nevertheless, Emilia had a responsibility as the most important person in the camp. Emilia had to be aware of Roswal's importance as her supporter, as well as another, different kind of importance. She needed to acknowledge the importance of everyone's efforts in order to fulfill her own wishes. Therefore, Emilia. Therefore, I have to work really hard to fulfill what I said I could do. After climbing over the tall city walls, Emilia finally entered the streets of the Imperial capital and saw the cityscape. Though quite different from the atmosphere of the royal capital of Lugunica, being the capital city of a major nation, the orderly and tidy layout of buildings as well as functional areas could be perceived as the result of well-thought-out urban planning, even from Emilia's viewpoint. The Emperor of the Empire must have had a clear vision for the future, and worked hard to make this city and country a better place. Emilia, even if you try so hard, this is how it turns out, huh? The impression someone would get from the cityscape of the imperial capital and its current condition, however, were strikingly distinct. Regardless of what intentions the emperor held when it came to governing the empire, the answer that a part of the imperial citizens came up with was this rebellion, and Emilia was on the side supporting it. While one could say that it happened gradually or as a result of circumstances, Emilia did not side with them thoughtlessly. She listened to them, discussed it with her comrades, and made the decision. Of course, she did not think it would be best to take the emperor's life as many traitors wanted, but rather to capture him and negotiate with Abel and others. However, Emilia's hopes and wishes were betrayed in a way she could never have imagined by the events that occurred in the imperial capital. Emilia. What? In the far distance, near the magnificent building called the Crystal Palace, located at the very back of the imperial capital, one could see a gigantic figure colliding with the cloud dragon that took off from the battlefield. The collision between two giant entities further increased the danger of the siege of the imperial capital by 1 or 2 levels, but there was something else that surprised her even more. At the Crystal Palace, where a fierce battle was raging, and all over the imperial capital, pale figures attacking the fleeing people were appearing in large numbers. Emilia. I don't want to... The moment Emilia saw their presence, a chill ran up her spine. The sensation that Emilia felt was not just a physical disgust, but it was probably her nature as a spiritual arts user that caused her to be repulsed by them. Spirits were natural entities that, desired by the world, emerged into existence. On the other hand, what caused her to shiver were unnatural entities, impure beings that the world did not recognize, and Emilia intuited that as a spiritual arts user. At the same time, Emilia realized that the internal conflict of the Empire, which had been painful and sad, had transformed into a fierce competition for survival between not just humans, but also non-human entities. Emilia. The moment she intuited such, the significance of that battlefield changed within Emilia. To make the most of what was available, Emilia lifted both arms and created ice stairs haphazardly within range of the star-shaped city walls surrounding the imperial capital. By creating ice stairs wherever she could, Emilia turned the situation of being unable to enter or leave without passing through the city gates into a situation where it was possible to enter or leave from places other than the gates, thereby increasing the escape routes. Emilia, everyone, run to the wall. You don't have to go to the gate. You can escape from there. Calling out in a loud voice, Emilia descended from the city walls into the city. As soon as she did, a pale being appeared as if growing up from the ground and reached out to Emilia. Emilia mercilessly struck it down with a blow from an ice sword. Emilia. I think you guys also have your own goals, but... Emilia could not meekly be persuaded to sit down for a dialogue when she was being attacked by others without explanation. The ones who stood in her way were all dressed in the military uniforms of the Imperial soldiers, and when they were hit by Emilia's attacks as she broke through them, their bodies shattered and collapsed like pottery. However, their broken bodies immediately began to stick back together, and they returned to their original state, unable to be fully defeated. Emilia, if that's the case then... Even at a disadvantage, Emilia showed her boldness by not retreating there. Against an opponent who would get up even if they were crushed, Emilia steered towards icing the opponent with sword blows, rather than smashing them with sword blows. Emilia, Taya, Ta, Yuria, against the one, then two, then three, then four enemies that rose up. Emilia kicked the walls, the ground, and the streets of the imperial capital in all directions as she jumped around and laid waste with her assault. The enemies who were attacked by Emilia and had their crushed parts iced over were, as one would expect, unable to have their wounds repaired to their original state. However, there were also some enemies who destroyed the iced parts themselves and overrode it with regeneration. Emilia. Well then, I'll take that approach away from them. If the opponent responded, then Emilia would further surpass their response. If freezing a part of the body did not work, she assailed the enemies by freezing the entire body. Of course, the strength used against one enemy would be greater, but there was nothing she could do about that. Her missing endurance was made up by determination, and Emilia cleared the streets of the whole area. Emilia, go, quickly. If you go now, they won't get in your way. Run, run. Emilia guided the people of the imperial capital who were slow to escape by making the streets she had cleared easy to navigate. In the meantime, she herself ran in the opposite direction of those running toward the city walls and ran full speed on the road deeper into the city. Emilia. Someone is committing all this badness. The enemies appearing one after another were caused by an unnatural phenomenon, meaning, like magic or curse arts, someone's will was involved in raising them. If the caster was there would basically be no resolution unless they were stopped. There was a limit to the extent of what Emilia could freeze. Fortunately, Emilia, who had a freakishly large store of mana, was still able to move, but with fighting Madeline, Mezarea's participation, creating the stairway to the inside and outside of the city walls just a moment ago, and then battling enemies that appeared one after another, she was still feeling tired. Emilia. Even though being a little bit more energetic than others is supposed to be my strong point. HK, as she felt pity for her lack of strength, Emilia ran up the streets of the imperial capital. She could move faster if she aimed straight for the Crystal Palace, but she had to protect the people who were being attacked by enemies along the way. This was the limit to her speed as she was helping them. While she was thinking about this, she saw another group of people struggling to stay out of sight of the enemy on the street. Emilia, I'll make a path. Right away. There were 4 enemies who seemed like they would get in the way of the group going out into the street. The moment they turned their back, Emilia leapt down from the roof of the building, and before they could turn around to see her ice blade flashed. Emilia. The bluish-white, glistening ice sword cleaved the atmosphere, transforming the 4 enemies who were hit by the slash into ice statues. After making sure her enemies, frozen with a look of surprise on their faces, were properly iced, Emilia converted the ice sword in her hand to mana and turned toward the other side of the street. Emilia, you're safe now. If you use the ice as a landmark, then you can make it out of here. Thank you very much. You saved us, Emilia called out to them, and a voice answered from the other side. Emilia raised her hand in response to their thanks, and thought about resuming going to the center of the city once the people had crossed the road safely. That was what she had thought, but Emilia... Oh, that's a lot of children. Opening her eyes wide, in Emilia's field of view, a group of nearly 20 people had slipped out from the other side of the street. Moreover, most of them were children about 10 years old, all with dark hair. Emilia blinked her eyes at the very unusual group, as black hair itself was rare. There were too many kids whose faces did not resemble one another for them all to be of the same family, which made her think that maybe that was not the case. Then one of the few adults in the group waved at Emilia. Hey, he really saved us! At any rate, we've got our hands full just trying to run and hide. I was having trouble deciding whether to play the decoy myself or not. Emilia, is that so? In that case, I'm glad you didn't. It should be fine from here, so everyone should work together and not be impatient. Understood. Miss, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Well, and wife-san, Miss Katya, don't call out so loud. It'll be bad if those guys show up again. It was a woman at the end of the line who thus answered the call of the blonde, young man with a cheerful smile. Emilia was slightly surprised when she saw a small woman riding in a wheelchair. Emilia, besides the one Subaru made, this is the first I've seen. Wheelchairs were useful for transporting people with impaired legs, but that kind of tool was rarely seen. Emilia also knew about them because she had seen the actual wheelchair that Subaru had gone to the trouble of designing and assembling for the sleeping girl. Now that Subaru and Rem had been sent flying, that wheelchair too had been left at the Roswell mansion, but... Rem, Katya-san, please don't be so angry. I understand your unease after being separated from your fiancé. Katya, don't go saying unnecessary stuff. You've been worried about those kids this whole time too. Don't only talk about me. Rem, that wasn't my intention. Emilia, whose eyes had been fixed on the girl in the wheelchair, was slow to recognize the sight of the girl standing behind her that was pushing the wheelchair. Holding the handles on the back of the wheelchair and pushing it was a girl with blue hair. Emilia. Rem. Involuntarily, Emilia's lips uttered that name, and her eyes met with the girl, who looked up in surprise. Emilia stared fixedly at the face of the wide-eyed girl who was looking back at her. It was the first time Emilia had seen her with her eyes open, but she looked exactly like a girl Emilia knew very well. That too was expected, as Emilia had heard that this girl and the girl that she knew were twins, from none other than Emilia's trustworthy knight. Rem, do you know me? Raising her brow, the girl, Rem, looked at Emilia suspiciously. Emilia gasped at that question from the girl with one hand on her chest. Stuck in the middle of the pair's conversation, the girl in the wheelchair looked back and forth between Emilia and Rem's faces. And then, Katya. Eh? Another one of your acquaintances? Just how many people are looking for you? Wow. Emilia. Rem. Leaping over the woman, muttering something with a sour look, Emilia closed the distance between them and took Rem's hand. Rem's eyes widened at her movement, but Emilia was not composed enough to show consideration for her surprise. Still clutching her hand, Emilia teared up at the sight of Rem in front of her. Emilia. Awake. Rem's awake. Amazing. This is huge. Quick. I have to let Rem and Subaru know. Rem, wait please. Just who are you? Emilia. There was a message from Ram saying to meet up outside, so maybe she's already outside? Jeez, why is Subaru missing at a time like this? Please listen to what I'm saying. With so many surprising incidents, Emilia's head was a complete mess, and it was Rem who put the brakes on her thoughts. She stared angrily at Emilia, who was still clutching her hand. Rem. You also called me Rem. Are you someone who knew me from before? Emilia? No? That's a bit tough to answer. I don't remember you from when you were awake, either. So, it's weird, but it feels like we're meeting for the first time. I don't know what you mean, Amelia. I'm not very good at explaining things, so I'm not sure I'll be able to get this across properly. Amelia felt sorry and thought about what to say to the puzzled Rem. It was a great feeling to be able to talk to Rem while she was awake, but to Amelia she was Ram's younger sister, and a girl who had been asleep for more than a year. She was also someone who had had her memories from her time awake stolen by the power of the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony. If not for what Subaru had said, and Rem's resemblance with Ram convincing her that her memories with Rem were truly stolen, Amelia herself would have held no particular feelings. However, there were some things that could be discerned from Rem's account and from what Amelia herself knew. That was, Amelia, Rem, is it possible that you don't remember what happened before you woke up? Rem, well, I don't really know how to feel about there being a before and after I woke up, but yes. Amelia, so, that's how it is. She had a hope that perhaps when Rem had woken up, she would have the memories of her time with Amelia and the others, and that she might be able to tell her about their previous relationship. Unfortunately, that hope was not realized, but still, Amelia. But you don't have to worry about anything. You may be really worried because you don't understand a lot of things, but I will help you, and Ram and Subaru will both be there for you. Ram, what are you to me, Amelia? If I were to just state our relationship, I would say that we are guest and maid. But I don't think that's the only type of relationship I have with Ram. So I guess I want to have more than just that with you as well, Ram. Amelia, lending each other help when we need it. Thinking together when we have problems, and facing difficult things side by side. Maybe I can't explain this kind of relationship very well. When asked who she was to Ram, Amelia was unsure. The reason for that was that her relationship with her had been brought down to zero and had to be reassembled from that point once again. So, she would only be able to convey how she wanted to reassemble it. And her prospects of it. Amelia, I want to get along with you, Ram. Let's do our very best together. That was Amelia's honest belief and her future prospects. Upon hearing Amelia's answer, Rem's eyes widened and her lips opened and closed several times. However, her thoughts were not so readily put into words, and her lips opened and closed over and over again. Just like that. The moment slowly seemed to slip away, but flop. Wife San, I have a feeling she's on your side. Rem. Flop San. Flop. I've met many people as a merchant, but it's rare to meet someone who is so straightforward. I'm sure she can be trusted. It was the blonde-haired young man named Flop who said this to the stammering Rem. At his bright and cheerful affirmation, Rem raised her eyebrows and then turned to look at Amelia again. Amelia met that gaze with pride in her chest. At Amelia's attitude, Rem let out a small sigh. Rem. I believe that you are someone who knows me and that you have no ill will. Rem's hesitation to say so made Amelia's heart ache for a moment. Amelia's eyes widened, and Rem's pale blue eyes narrowed slightly. Rem? You mentioned the name Subaru earlier. Amelia, huh? Yeah, I did. Subaru is someone who really worries about you, and has always treasured you. Rem. If that is true, Rem's eyes lowered at Amelia's answer, and her gaze glanced toward the end of the alley, the direction from which Rem's group had just come from. It was not quite a glance into the alley, but more like a glance back along the path they had just taken. Amelia thought about what it might mean, and leaned forward with a by any chance. Amelia, were you with Subaru? Is Subaru okay? He's not doing anything reckless, right? Rem. So that's your perception, too. That man is often reckless. Amelia. Yeah, he's a difficult boy and... Oh, come to think of it. What is it, Amelia? My name is Amelia, just Amelia. Since you've forgotten, I should probably start by introducing myself. Even though Amelia remembered Rem's name, Rem did not know Amelia's, and no matter how much time passed, if she did not tell her, Rem would never be able to call her by name. After hearing Amelia's name, Rem's eyes slightly opened in surprise. Amelia-san. Amelia, Yeah. So, about Subaru. Is he over there? They're over there. I'm pretty sure of it. Then upon hearing Rem speak ambiguously and seeing her expression darken, Amelia raised her eyebrows with a bad feeling. Looking at the state of the imperial capital and the fact that Flop, the girl in the wheelchair, and the children were the only ones on the move, it was not very Subaru-like for him to be separate from them. Still, if Subaru was moving separately from Rem and the others, Amelia... Well then, he's being reckless again. I've got to get to him quickly. Since you immediately know what to expect, and he is that kind of person after all, Amelia... Yes, Subaru has a habit of showing off, so I'm always worried about him. So he is that kind of person after all. Rem nodded her head in agreement with Amelia's assessment of Subaru. Amelia was happy to exchange words with Rem like this, but the urgency of this situation did not allow for a lengthy chat. What made that sentiment even more urgent was that Katya... HK. What is that? Suddenly, a rather loud explosion echoed in the distance. The woman in the wheelchair, her shoulders jumping at the sound, looked around restlessly. While it was hard to make out from her location, Amelia could see a red pillar of fire rising from the far side of the imperial capital, followed by a plume of black smoke. It was a very big explosion. The atmosphere did not seem troubled, so it did not seem to be an explosion caused by magic. Perhaps it was ignited by fire magic stones or something. Over there. Amelia. By any chance, is that the direction where Subaru is? Yes. Looking toward the direction of the explosion, the choked-up Rem nodded to Amelia's question. The moment Amelia saw the explosion, she could not help but think that Subaru had something to do with it. She wanted to rush over there right now and join Subaru, but it was also a very difficult choice to leave Rem here alone, considering how Ram and Subaru would feel. And Amelia was almost overwhelmed with wanting to do both this and that. Katya. Are you going toward the explosion? And then, take that girl with you. She's useful. Amelia, huh? Katya-san. The confusion in Amelia's mind was brought to a stop by Katya, the woman in the wheelchair who had been extremely startled by the sound of the explosion. She timidly looked at Amelia, repeatedly making eye contact and then averting her gaze. Katya. Look, she can use magic to heal wounds. If you had that, you'd be okay, even if they were a bit reckless. Besides, it's been on your mind this whole time. I think it's Katya-san who is concerned about these things. Katya? I'm fine. And Todd, you see that guy? He stubbornly clings to his life. He's bound to come back with a calm and collected look on his face, no matter what. But those kids, you know, aren't as tough as Todd. Rem? Yes, but Katya's faltering speech, while blunt, was sympathetic toward Rem's feelings. Perhaps it was because that thoughtfulness was conveyed well. Rem was unable to nod at Katya's words. When Katya saw Rem's reluctance, she raised her voice and said, Forget it. Katya. From here on, this person. You know, she took care of it already, right? This... What's with you, silver hair and long ears? That's a bad omen, isn't it? Amelia. Oh, I didn't want to bring it up. It might trouble you, so don't look at me right now. If people found out that Amelia was a half-elf, it might scare them away, even in the Empire. So, she hid both of her ears with her hands, so that they might forget about it. Katya looked at Rem again, wondering about Amelia's reaction. Katya, if it's about me you worry too much. I'll let the nice, scraggly guy over there take me. You do what you want to do, and do it properly, Katya. And while you're at it, make sure Todd hasn't screwed things up. That's all I'm going to say. Come on now. Don't dawdle. With that, Katya spun the wheels of her wheelchair and moved away from Rem. Rem let out a small at Katya's decision to go without her, and then cast her eyes down. However, while she closed her eyes tightly, Flop-san, can I leave Katya-san in your care? Flop? Yeah? She's in good hands. Let's just get through this last push with the fake Crown Prince Guns we have worked so hard together with. Yes. Katya-san. Thank you very much. Rem bowed deeply to Flop. who thumped his chest and was ready to take over. Katya's cheeks reddened as she turned away with a hum. While smiles were exchanged between Rem and Katya, Emilia looked at them fondly. Emilia, when we get out of here, please tell me what you have been doing up until today, Rem. Ram, Subaru, and everyone else would really like to hear it. Rem, I don't even think it's going to be an interesting story, but I understand. When Emilia held out her hand, Rem hesitated slightly before grasping it back. Emilia smiled at the touch and then gently pulled toward herself. Unexpectedly, Rem's eyes widened, and she stumbled and fell onto Emilia's chest. Then, Emilia picked up Rem's body and said, "All right, Emilia. Sorry, we can't afford to take our time, so let me carry you so we can go a little faster. Rem, you're quite strong, aren't you, Emilia?" "Yes, I am. Take care, everyone. We will meet again." With Rem in a princess carry, Emilia called out to Katya and Flop and the others around her. Then, with a yah, she leapt from that spot and ascended up to the roof of the building. "Flop, wife San, this... Emilia, please be careful out there as well. Katya, you better come back to us." With those cheers, Emilia looked down at Rem, who was in her arms. "Emilia, hold on tight. I'm going to run a little fast." "Rem, what kind of relationship did you and I have before?" While tightly clinging, Rem muttered words as if she was wringing them out. At those words, Emilia did not have a clear answer to give, but, "Emilia, I'd like to know about that as well." With that strong declaration, she started running again deep into the imperial capital, with Rem in her arms. Continuing on, Emilia ran, and ran, and ran, with a feeling of Rem's arms clinging tightly to her. And then, "Emilia, that's enough." At that moment, the reunion had been made complete. Chapter 9. Deciding to love. Withdrawal from the imperial capital Lopugana. Although it was judged to be a necessary decision, it was still a major incident in the history of the empire. The imperial capital, which was under the emperor's direct supervision, not only allowed the enemy to advance to the Crystal Palace, but the emperor was even forced to abandon both the castle and the city and flee. The decline of his authority was unavoidable. However, Gauze, given that we do not know the intentions of those ominous guys, Your Excellency's judgment would be the best course of action. Olbart, Kakaka, ain't an emperor abandoning the palace to flee unheard of? At the very least, I've never heard anything like that till this age. Gauze, do not laugh, General First Class Olbart. If you think about His Excellency's feelings, if you think about it, damn. Without fail, under His Excellency's command, we will recapture the castle and the imperial capital. Ubilk, Wawa. Are we running away? Your judgment is quiet fast. As for me, I'm not into the mindset of fighting to the last breath, so I think that's the right decision to take. At that moment, there was no one who opposed Vincent's decision. This was because Vincent had assigned positions based on practical abilities rather than loyalty, which proved to be worthwhile. Although rebellion was also incited due to differences in opinions, ultimately, his closest and most trusted ally had betrayed him. Therefore, any differences in loyalty were merely a margin of error. In any case, it was time to begin the retreat. Vincent, Olbart Dunkelken, buy us some time. If left alone, Moguro Hagane will be defeated quickly. We cannot let the reservoir be destroyed yet, Olbart. Geez, it's not good to overwork the elderly. How about using Gauze instead, Vincent? Agility and swiftness are the specialties of a shinobi. Fulfill your duty without indecision. Olbart, just warning ya. Even I can't catch him if he focuses on flying, you know. Above, Balroy Temeglyph, who had died, cut through the sky of the imperial capital as he flew. After listening to Olbart, who implicitly said that he still had his skills from when he was still alive as the greatest dragon rider from the Valatian Empire, thus conveying the toughness of their opponent, Vincent, even so, entrusted the task to the monstrous old man. As Olbart said, while there may have been some differences in aptitude, Gauze could still fulfill the same role. However, when speaking of differences in aptitude, There was a role that Gaz must fulfill. This loud and overbearing general was exceptionally trusted by his troops. Therefore, Vincent, Gaz Ralphon, make use of your absurd volume. From now on, what we need to retreat from the imperial capital is manpower. Gather any scattered troops in the vicinity. Gaz, yes. Leave it to me, Your Excellency. Right away. Without hesitation, Gaz nodded and jumped onto a nearby pile of rubble with his bare upper body. There, he took a deep breath and shouted to the world where the thunderous noise of the titanic Moguro's battle echoed. His incredibly loud voice raised objections to the shaking air of the imperial capital. Gaz, listen up, sword wolves of Wallachia. These are orders from the top of the sword wolves, His Excellency Vincent Wallachia. Follow my voice. Follow it. When Gaz's directive was issued with loudness that sounded like the roar of a magic stone cannon firing, Vincent covered his ears and looked towards Olbart as if testing him. Olbart, who was also covering his ears, shook his head slowly and said, Olbart, I can't do something like that. So, you're just choosing the right person for the task, right? Leaving only those words behind, Olbart's figure disappeared into the sky, leaving a trail behind him. The monstrous old man climbed the cracked walls of the Crystal Palace left by the aftermath of the battle, using them as footholds. Halfway, he jumped onto the massive body of Moguro and intervened in the battlefield where the Cloud Dragon and the magical sharpshooter were cooperating. The vicious old man demonstrated his power and began to manipulate the situation. Olbart might have said something about being unable to keep up with his flying opponent, but with his shinobi's gear and his hidden techniques, he most likely had countless ways to deal with the situation. If the monstrous old man joined the battle, Moguro's disadvantage would likely be somewhat overturned. Ubilk, Your Excellency, is there anything you want Uso to do? Vincent, how many of you stargazers are there in the surroundings? As Gaz was gathering the people, Vincent asked Ubilk, who had nothing else to do. Ubilk responded to Vincent's question with a wheel and placed the fingers of both of his hands on his cheeks. Ubilk, let's see. Within the range where our voices can be heard, there are 27 of us. Vincent, more than I expected. Then, go around opening doors in the residences one by one. Tell them that the Emperor and the troops will abandon the capital, so even if they remain in the city, they will only be throwing away their lives. Ubilk, understood. This is it. This is it. An all-out war. The united effort of the entire Valatian Empire to resist the great disaster. This is what I've wanted to do. Vincent, quickly, get it done. Vincent let out a sigh as he drove away the excited Ubilk, who could not contain his excitement over being able to achieve his goal as a member of the Stargazers. Vincent then looked at Burstets, who remained silent so as not to disturb his thoughts and deliberations. He was the individual who had joined Chisha Gold, the ringleader of the Civil War, and caused chaos in the Empire by driving Vincent from the throne. Vincent, you are rather quiet. Burstets. In the present situation, two heads giving commands can only sow seeds of confusion. If, hypothetically, a sword wolf were to be born with two heads, it would mean Vincent. That severing one of the two heads is your duty? Burstets, if so needed. This old man shall offer you his head with pleasure. With his hands clasped behind his back, Burstets calmly stated his resolve. Although he was far from a man of military prowess, within him burned the pride of an imperial man. Vincent did not believe that Burstets had rebelled out of a lust for power, nor did he believe that the words he just uttered were a perfunctory excuse. Plain and simple, a devout devotion to the Empire was Burstets's driving force. For that reason, when he saw a threat to the Empire, he would immediately drop his previous policies and plans, and stand on the same side as Vincent as he was doing now. Without hesitation, Vincent, when Gaz Ralphon, the Stargazer, and the others finish their preparations, we will begin our withdrawal immediately. Burstets, your opinion. Be brief. Burstets. With all due respect, Your Excellency, if you are going to withdraw, please follow your own thoughts, Vincent. To Vincent, who had asked for a concise opinion, Burstets responded. Although his words were enigmatic, Burstets did not mean to mislead Vincent. After a moment of contemplation, Vincent understood the meaning of those words. To follow his own thoughts, that was to say, the thoughts of Vincent Wallachia. That was the same mindset that Chishagold had been following up until now. Erstedts. If General Chisha had replaced you knowing the prediction, and cooperated with me to usurp the throne, Vincent, he must have guessed what the great disaster would consist of, and had prepared for it. Erstedts, it is as you say, and it is something that only Your Excellency the Emperor could notice, and anyone other than Your Excellency the Emperor would not notice. As Erstedts spoke, with one eye closed, Vincent contemplated. The opinion expressed by the Prime Minister was understandable. No, it was reasonable. Even without Erstedts' advice, Vincent would have come to the same conclusion. But this had shortened time. Chisha staked his life to remain in the form of Vincent on the throne. And what if he had left Vincent with more than just a future where he was supposed to have been cut off? That was... Gauze. Your Excellency. The men have all returned, each one of them with the face of a soldier. What do you wish to do? The instant Vincent's thoughts arrived at that conclusion, from a pile of rubble, Gauze violently jumped down, looking around one after another. Gathering around them were the Imperial soldiers who came with their equipped swords and armor clanging, a pack of sword wolves. In face of this unprecedented situation, they must have been confused and uneasy. However, following the call of the Lion Knight Gauze Ralphon, they gathered together, and when they realized that the Valatian Emperor was waiting for them ahead, they tightened their expressions and standings. It was the terrible and loathsome way of being of the people of the Empire. But in order to fight the coming calamity, a sword wolf must not forget its hunger. Spending years for that reason, recalling the times past, Vincent looked up at the sky. To accumulate national strength, and to maintain the discipline and morale of the soldiers, for the sake of leaving behind an empire that would be able to withstand the calamity. That plan had gone awry. But there was no intention of leaving as a failure. Vincent, Moguro Hagane, do not let these scoundrels use the magic crystal cannon. As long as you uphold that, I will grant your wish, Moguro. There was no telling whether or not his voice, that he had pushed to his limits, had reached Moguro, who was in the midst of fighting what was the currently strongest creature in the world, a dragon. However, that noble meteor listened to human words attentively. They looked as if they did not have ears, but they were reliable. Then, having sent out instructions to the assembled generals, Vincent lowered his gaze and surveyed the faces of the soldiers who had gathered around him. Then, looking at those sword wolves, whose will to fight was undiminished, he continued. Chishagold, if he had truly embodied Vincent Valachia Vincent, we are withdrawing from the imperial capital. We are heading northwest to the fortified city of Garkla. Then a plan to oppose the great disaster should be in that land. Such was what he loudly declared. Both the imperial soldiers and the rebels that were a part of the battlefield had begun to realize that the struggle to set the course of the Valachian Empire had changed shape, with the degree of confusion that spread everywhere, and the change in ambience, striking that it was, fully enthralled in battle. The sword wolves were therefore aware of such an atmosphere and sensed the interference of unsavory intentions. Thus, with orders flying around from the commanding officers whose expressions had changed, the mindset of the two sides who were frankly crossing arms was changed by their slightly regained composure and battle intuition. Due to that, the two sides that were fiercely fighting each other until only a few moments before ceased their hostilities, replaced the title of imperial soldier or of rebel with the title citizen of the empire, and joined as a pack of wolves. At that moment, Vincent Valachia, at the center of the imperial capital, and Serena Drakroy, at the siege surrounding the city, had both just raised their voices as chief commanders. Simply put, the changes that everyone from the empire had sensed were circumstances that necessitated immediate action. Completely unrelated to these events, there was still a battlefield burning bright red that could reduce everyone else to ashes. The Spirit Eater Arakia, protecting the first bastion, was being confronted by Priscilla Bariel and Yorna Mishiger, magnificent and bewitching women of strong character. Yorna, love me. As the world was dominated by red radiant flames, Yorna gallantly kicked the ground with a fire lit in one of her eyes. The hem of her kimono fluttered glamorously, and when Yorna's long legs, which made her tall for a woman, touched the ground, the earth rose up the next moment, and aided her sprint in both speed and momentum. This was not the demon city of Chaos Flame, but only the land surrounding the imperial capital, the territory of the Emperor of Wallachia. Long ago, beyond the memories of a past that had become distant for both Yorna Mishiger and Sandra Benedict, she had once desired for the imperial capital that seemed so out of her reach, though a place she could never reach through her own strength, as she held hands with a man who was so noble and of such different status that she was afraid to whisper that she loved him. There she stood. Yorna's soul marriage technique could only be granted to those she loved. Then, with love for that man that could never fade, why did Yorna not love the very land that he loved? Yorna. It was also stolen from me. The Emperor of Wallachia, who was known as the King of Thorns at the time, and Iris, the girl who had fallen in love. She sheltered, supported, and walked the same path as the Emperor who had been ousted from the throne. Seeing the courage and nobleness of the young girl, many sang the praises of the King of Thorns, wishing blessings upon their future together. However, due to the molemen who had tricked them by manipulating them with adulation, and the wolfmen who had betrayed them through ambition and arrogance, that future had lost its perfect ending. The paradise that the King of Thorns was supposed to build, the construction of that promised world, was abandoned. The Emperor, who was controlled by delusion, bonded the soul of the girl, who was supposed to disappear, with the blood of the traitors to the soil of the Empire. Since then, Iris had been reborn again and again, changing her name and appearance, loving someone, being loved by someone. She continued to live. But at the same time, this Valatian Empire, the Empire's very land, was the only thing that she could not love. Perhaps she hated it because it was so distant from the dream she had once envisioned. But, however, such things were trivial compared to what was truly important. Yorna, love me. Whether or not she could love, she just decided to love. It was not an empire with only happy memories. Happiness and unhappiness had been two sides of the same coin, both when she was Iris and throughout her many lifetimes after she was no longer Iris. The same was true for Yorna's beloved children in the Demon City. Sometimes she would be choked up with love, and sometimes she would be angry at their pettiness. Yorna, all of it, I am happy with. Yes, as the resounding love resonated within Yorna, the burning earth rejoiced. The solid ground, which was only supposed to catch her footsteps, gleefully lashed out, and the bouncing earth served as a foothold for Yorna, sending her high into the sky. Spinning around, Yorna's thick-soled heels fell on Arakia in midair. Arakia attempted to let it pass through her by assimilating with the air surrounding her. However, Yorna's kick burst through the brown skin that it should have slipped through. Arakia. Ah! Her kicked shoulder exploded with pain, and Arakia gave a small gasp at the impossible impact. Arakia's body, which had been assimilated with either fire, wind, or shadow, exploded from the impact, and her expression, which had rarely displayed such fiery emotion, was colored with pain and surprise. For Arakia, who continuously took full advantage of the traits of a spirit eater to gain the upper hand in every fight against her enemies, this was truly a bolt out of the blue. But Yorna was neither surprised nor satisfied with the fact that her kick hit. Using the heel she struck with as a fulcrum, she raised her upper body and swung the kaziru held by her slender fingers, unleashing a follow-up attack. Arakia. Wah. There was a sound of something hard hitting her flesh consecutively, and Arakia's expression was continuously distorted. Arakia's voice escaped from her throat, as if she could not comprehend the sensations she was suffering. It was a manner of rejecting the fact behind it, rather than the anguish itself. Why? She asked Yorna. Arakia's eyes were widened, even the one that she could no longer see from. Yorna, if there is love there, then there's no meaning in tactless hesitation. Arakia. Love, Yorna. You're the foster sister of my ill-disciplined daughter, are you not? Yorna's answer, with a beaming smile, filled Arakia's face with a look of incomprehension. Even though she had received an answer, her cheeks hardened at the fact she did not understand it. Then Arakia freely flew in the sky at high speed to escape, causing cataclysmic waves of natural phenomena. Yorna, who was in mid-air, had no way to avoid her onslaught of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Yorna. As it was the case even before I made peace with the Empire, spinning those words from her loosened lips, Yorna ran through the air on the footholds of earth that rose up one after another, while resentful in spirit, but also full of joyful emotional attachments. If she decided to love such a Valatian empire in its entirety, then the ground itself would respond and continue its ardent support, avoiding the rain of fire, the spears of water, the great waves of wind, and the slashes of light at every turn. Yorna once again closed in on Arakia. No longer did Arakia have the advantage of being in the air, since the ground reached wherever Yorna stepped, allowing her to reach the same height. Arakia. She assimilated with the spirits in the atmosphere and became transparent to enemy attacks. Since she had become overly accustomed to avoiding this way, Arakia was slow to react to the approaching danger of Yorna, and took a kick directly to her smooth-skinned torso. The destructive force penetrated the backside of Arakia's body, causing the gale she had enclosed herself with to shimmer through the world of red-tinted flames. Arakia. HK. Finally, pain was etched on Arakia's face, overtaking her look of surprise. This was definitely a sign that Yorna's attack was pushing Arakia over the edge. Up until now, while the flow of events going in Yorna's favor had been something to be proud of, Yorna was still not optimistic. That was because, Arakia, you would never. HK. With her cheeks contorted in pain and anger, Arakia grabbed her tree branch and slammed it into Yorna. It was simply picked up and used as an ordinary item, and yet it had never been broken, even in the midst of these natural disasters. Like a great treasured sword, it showed its true value in the hands of the Spirit Eater. Yorna caught the swinging branch with her rezero that she held in her upraised arm. The edge of her mouth quivered slightly as the two glared at each other up close. Yorna. Ku. The power of the blocked tree branch made Yorna's throat moan through her rezero. Yorna's soul marriage technique could transfer pain and wounds to her own treasured belongings. Naturally, this was a secret technique that required an appropriate level of attachment and dedication. However, Yorna's hairpins, earrings, and abidom, all of which had been donated to her by her beloved residents of the Demon City, were not consumed. In spite of this, Yorna herself was suffering pain. The answer was simple and clear. Love was never a one-way affair. Yorna, love me. Once she had decided to love the Empire in an intermingling of love and hate, as well as discipline Arakia, with whom she had fallen into a hostile relationship, she needed to aim for compatibility instead of forcing one-sided love on her. This was the exact opposite of how Yorna Mishigir's soul marriage technique was originally intended to be used. Priscilla. In midair, Yorna and Arakia faced off in a fierce battle. Priscilla, holding the dazzling Yang sword in her hand, with flames in one eye proving that she was loved, frowned at the sight of her mother and foster sister clashing without restraint. As a user of the same soul marriage technique, she understood the reasoning behind Yorna's actions. However, because they were both users of the soul marriage technique, Priscilla could understand the forbidden nature of what Yorna was doing. Priscilla. Focusing only on the strength of the technique, you have no regard for its weaknesses. You too, dear mother, are reckless. Yorna figured out with only a glance how to ignore Arakia's nature as a spirit eater and let her attacks flow through. But it required a precise handling of magic and the resolve to suffer wounds herself. Both Priscilla and Yorna were no strangers to the soul marriage technique, a secret art that required a talent so rare that it had no historical inheritors, and required a miraculous sense of balance to put it into practice. In short, Yorna's efforts were a risky gamble that would not only prevent Arakia's attacks from reaching her, but could even sever her connection with the loved ones who had given her gifts. Priscilla was neither foolish nor heartless enough so as to not contemplate why Yorna would take such a risky gamble to face Arakia and turn her head. For the sake of Priscilla, Yorna embraced that taboo. Priscilla, in order to avoid a situation in which she would have to kill Arakia. Priscilla. With mine Yang sword, I shan't have to brave the same crisis as dear mother. To cut what one wanted to cut, and to burn what one wanted to burn, was the true essence of the Yang sword's properties. When its true value was demonstrated, its white flame could deliver Priscilla's slashes without regard to Arakia's characteristics, even if Arakia had all natural phenomena as her ally. While maintaining the effect of the soul marriage technique, the attacker was able to reach their opponent. This was exactly what happened when Priscilla and Arakia met again for the first time in nearly a decade. And under these circumstances, Priscilla could obviously not entertain the notion of doing the same thing. So, Yorna smacked Priscilla on the head and fought on the forefront as such. Priscilla, to strike mine head like that. It was tempting to argue that she was a mother, but that was precisely the case. Reflecting upon her feelings, she realized that before Yorna had struck her on the head with her kasiru, Priscilla had been uncharacteristically enthusiastic. Upon arriving at this point, she felt that she had to deal with Arakia herself. However, Priscilla, a spirit eater's karma, is it? It was inevitable that a manufactured species such as Arakia would be endowed with particularly distorted characteristics. To wield great power, one must pay the appropriate price. Not to mention Priscilla's yang sword or soul marriage technique. The same was true of Arakia's spirit-eating powers. Of course, Priscilla had heard of what kind of being Arakia was born to be when she accompanied her. She even did her own research. However, she was not careful enough. The result gave Arakia, who could not stand without support, a pillar called Priscilla. Priscilla, if mine radiant sun were hidden, the world shall be cloaked in darkness. For 10 years, Arakia lived in a world cloaked in darkness. Perhaps it was impossible for someone to fill Priscilla's role, but would someone not have cast a ray of light upon the shadow? When she decided that she could not bring Arakia, she had thought Vincent would. But Priscilla, that would be impossible. Furrowing her brow at her own thoughts, Priscilla dismissed the idea. At the time when she was still young and bright, Priska, she was mistaken. She thought she could trust her older brother with such a task, but that was a miscalculation. As the battle for the imperial capital took such a radical turn, and as she learned of the strength of the other 9 divine generals, besides Arakia, gathered by her older brother Vincent Valencia, she understood. Vincent had intended to fight a very different and greater thing than a rebellion. Moreover, he had no intention of surviving at the end of the battle. When the battle was over, to whom would he intend to entrust the throne he had lost? Arakia's loyalty could not change for someone else. Priscilla. Nonsense. Just about everything was first fabricated as a board atop a desk, and the world was then constructed according to that as reality. That was Vincent's strength. But no matter how good his wits were, if his envisioned form of perfection was mistaken, the world as he envisioned it would be undeniably distorted. He shall one day be rewarded for his lack of awareness. Or maybe he would receive it in this battle, however. Priscilla, we have been apart for 10 years. Enough, elder brother, you shall distance yourself from your little sister. Priscilla strode forward, casting dishonor on her counterpart, who was absent from the scene. The sky was dyed red with flames, and the earth was raging at the behest of the flamboyant. It was as if heaven and earth were all refusing the intervention of the sun. Priscilla. However, to such a presumptuous world, Priscilla Barriel, or rather, the daughter formerly known as Prisca Benedict, had only one thing to say. Priscilla, everything in this world is made for my convenience. At that moment, it was wrong to express what Arakia was feeling as humiliation or shame. Humiliation means that there must be no name for the feeling of being lowered by regret. Shame meant that there could be no sense of pride in being disgraced by falling behind. Arakia had no attachment to her name or pride of any kind. The highest rank of second, excluding Cecilus, who was considered a completely erroneous presence among the esteemed imperial 9 divine generals. This individual possessed unparalleled qualities known as the Spirit Eater, not only within the empire, but also throughout the entire world, making her an absolute powerhouse. Despite being blessed with the status and abilities that many people desperately desired, those things could not become the pillar that supported Arakia as an individual. Arakia defined herself as a beast in the wild. Beasts that lived by hunting other creatures had no pride in their fangs and claws. No. Arakia only thought so, but beasts did have their own pride and ways of doing things. That being the case, Arakia's self-perception was far from even that of a beast. Fire, wind, water, earth, light, shadow, untouchable phenomena. There was no will that intervened, only the realization of what was desired. Arakia wanted to be a phenomenon, neither man nor beast. She wanted to be a phenomenon that did not feel humiliated or disgraced. If so, Archaea. Archaea tried to turn into the wind to deal with the barrage of fierce attacks. However, she was unable to handle it completely. The wind was seized, and the blows left a pain and heaviness inside Archaea. A cry of anguish escaped, and Archaea's face contorted in distress. As a spirit eater, she did not often experience pain in battle, but she was by no means immune to it. Archaea had already experienced all kinds of pain as a child. In order to obtain the qualities of a spirit eater, the adults around Archaea tried every conceivable ritual and technique, repeating them over and over again. Not afraid of pain, she would not cower in remembering the past. However, the mere fact of being realized was greater than the pain for Archaea. Fire would not suffer pain, nor would it die if it was extinguished by water. Was Archaea nothing more than fire that would suffer pain and die when extinguished by water? Archaea was afraid of denying to herself that she could not be a phenomenon. Archaea, Yorna. Silence, you. Driven by frustration, she tried to speak out, but her opponent's slap landed across her face. The power of the attack blew Archaea away from the head up. Though she quickly recovered their original form, the pain remained, as did the damage to Archaea's psyche. It was neither humiliation nor disgrace, but a seeming denial of her existence. As if clinging on for dear life, Archaea raised the ground, with her palm toward Yorna, who leapt on her. She did not know what was happening, but both Priska and Yorna had somehow managed to escape Archaea's attacks at some point. As soon as Yorna had sealed her technique, their attacks began to reach Archaea. At the same time, Archaea's attacks also began to reach Yorna. Archaea. HK. Just one time, one shot, one hit. Yorna herself had raised the level of her physical abilities, either through an unknown technique or magic. However, if she did not use that technique to escape damage, that meant Archaea's attacks would get through. As long as she was able to hit Archaea, the princess, and if she could get rid of that annoying Yorna, she would be left alone with just Priska and herself. So long as that happened, surely everything would turn out well. If there's something you want, it's more constructive to go out and get it than to wait, right? Yes. Todd had said that too. Todd's words strangely resonated strongly in Archaea's mind. It was not because they conveyed convenient things or based on personal likes or dislikes. Todd's words were devoid of any emotion toward Archaea. That was comforting. Just as one did not love fire or water, Todd had no feelings toward Archaea. Being treated so vacuously was Archaea's salvation. That was why Archaea. The tree branch in her hand burst into flames from tip to tail, turning into black dust. The branch was just something she had picked up. It had no special power. It was merely a clear indicator that defined where Archaea intended to direct her power. The fact that she had burned that wooden stick was a sign that she was unleashing a firepower that did not need to be aimed. The Spirit Eater, Archaea, was regarded as one of the Empire's strongest, and her greatest power was only ever unleashed once during a skirmish with Cecilus Segmont. Because the opponent was Cecilus, no damage was done. But Archaea's outburst left the northern part of the imperial capital a burnt wasteland. The Emperor, Vincent, told Archaea that it would not be tolerated a second time. Later, at Chisha's suggestion, the burnt land was reused as a reservoir. But the blow was powerful enough to redraw the map. Priscilla. Everything in the world is made for my convenience. The slash issued by a dignified and confident voice drowned everything out. A flash of the Yang sword swallowed the flames that would have scorched the world black. Priska leapt to Yorna's side, her long, beautiful hair fluttering in the hot wind as Archaea was reflected in her eyes, one lit by flames and the other not. And then, Priscilla, dear mother. The moment her lips moved, Yorna, moving from behind Priska, unleashed a ferocious kick. Priska, who aligned her feet with the soul of the unleashed kick, converted the momentum of the kick into her own forward motion, launching herself and approaching Archaea with a speed that could be mistaken for light. Priska then raised the Yang sword in her hand. Priscilla. Archaea. With a flash and a single word, Archaea's movements were all sealed off. The reflexive defensive action of Archaea, an evasion that blended her with the atmosphere, was twisted and crushed by Priska's flash, mercilessly piercing her entire body. Arakia's consciousness was cut off. Ironically, just like when she had turned the northern part of the imperial capital into a scorched field, Arakia's most powerful firepower was unleashed. But right after that, she was struck by Cecilus's flash, and had her consciousness cut off in a similar way. But, finally, in the end, she heard it. Priscilla, my yang sword cuts what I want to cut, burns what I want to burn, and strikes what I want to strike. As she said this, Priska had swung the yang sword. While Arakia fell, she had not realized it had not been the sword's blade, but rather the hilt that had been pointed towards her. The boy smiled. No matter the time, he was always smiling. Even if the color of the sky changed, even if these vast lands violently fissured, even if a natural disaster yet unseen by those blue eyes assailed upon the world, and unprecedented events tried to get in his way, he would smile. Had he gone crazy? Yeah, he was crazy. Had he been drunk? Yeah, he was drunk. Not on battle, not on alcohol, not on love, not on blood. Absolutely, thoroughly, unquestionably. A maniac. Definitely, undoubtedly, unequivocally. A drunkard. That boy continued to smile. If he did not do so, boy. Folk who are busy wouldn't perch their eyes on the stage of a boring actor. Now would they? Even when nothing happens, tears could be spilled. But was it possible that, even when nothing happens, one could smile? If so, then smiling would be the beginning of something. Smiling would signify that a tale was beginning to unfold. Whether that tale had already begun, or was just beginning from here, he did not know. That was to say, smiling was proof of one settling their resolve to rise to the stage. Such was how the boy defined it. Therefore, boy, by all means, feel free to smile. How about it? You've gone through great trouble to get everything fully prepared up till here. If possible, giving you a big laugh would feel just as good as defeating you. Boy? Oh, is it possible that it's strange for me to be here? If you perhaps think that one of your allies disobeyed you and spoke about it or something, that would be a needless worry. I don't really know why, but I just came all the way here on a hunch after all. Cheerfully smiling as he clapped his hands, he firmly planted his zori on the ground and stopped putting on airs. Behind him, the bulwark of the reservoir was fissured, water continuing to gush out, and standing in front of it, blocking the way, the boy, Cecilus Segmont, saw the figure of an antagonist before his eyes. That was, whatever shall I do with you, how arduous, deliberation required. With a great number of dead people following behind her, was a witch of short stature. Chapter 10. No one can be alone, fainting and sleeping, while both were the same disruption of consciousness. How were they different? Surely Subaru, who was probably one of the world's leading experts on fainting and loss of consciousness, did not understand how the two were different. What he could say for sure was that if both fainting and sleeping had the effect of resting the body, then it seemed to him that fainting had only about half that effect. It may have been just a matter of feeling, but that was how he felt. That was definitely because, unlike sleeping, in fainting, the feelings of the people around oneself were too different. If one had no connection with anyone else, and no one was worried about them, maybe there was no difference between fainting and sleeping. However, Subaru, his eyelids trembled, and a weak sigh leaked from his throat. With such a frail and helpless gesture, while bringing himself back to reality, Natsuki Subaru slowly awoke from the darkness. Subaru raised his face from the shore of reality he had pulled himself to, and for a moment, he forgot to catch his breath. What came into his view was an unfamiliar ceiling. How many times had he woken up in an unknown place like this and used his head to try to find out where he was? However, what would normally be a solitary task was not so this time. Beatrice, oh, you finally woke up, I suppose. Subaru is such a hopeless oversleeper, in fact. Subaru. Beatrice, A familiar, lovely face filled in Subaru's view of the unfamiliar ceiling. Beatrice, with her drooping eyebrows and pale-colored eyes, was looking at Subaru. She was the girl who had probably shared the most waking moments with him, and when Beatrice entered Subaru's field of vision, he realized that his hand, which seemed to be lying in bed, was being held, and his lips loosened. "Subaru, by some chance, did you hold my hand this whole time?" "Beatrice, of course, I suppose. Eddie is Subaru's partner, in fact. Besides, Subaru tends to go everywhere too much on his own, I suppose. If you don't like being chained up, then holding hands is the most effective way to keep you in check, in fact." "Subaru, as expected, you really understand my personality well." Subaru could only chuckle at Beatrice's pouting face, as he could not come up with a retort. Subaru always found a way to do what needed to be done, even if he was chained up. But it was always heartbreaking to release a hand that had been held. Subaru was sensitive to pain, so that was the most effective way to keep him from leaving. "Subaru, so where are we? Right now, what are we doing, Beatrice?" "Calm down, Subaru, I suppose. It is understandable that you want to be concerned about a lot of things, but more importantly, first, look around you. In fact." "Subaru, around me?" Beatrice put her finger to her lips and feigned seriousness at Subaru, who wanted to know what was going on. Subaru, who had been feeling restless and impatient, was stopped in his tracks and made to blink as he followed Beatrice's advice to look around at things other than her and the ceiling. And then he sucked in his breath. Around himself, resting on his bed, he saw many people snoring. Subaru. The cabin was not spacious at all. With only the one bed that Subaru was sleeping on, it took up half of the cabin's space. Within that cabin, there were more than 10 people packed tightly into it. In addition, it was an unthinkable assembly. Subaru, Tanza and Garfield, and Hyen and the guys and Lewis and even Utakada. Beatrice, that's not all, I suppose. That he may have won one hand, but the other. Being told this, with Subaru not only having his right hand clasped by Betty, he turned towards his left hand and realized it was also being grasped. There they were, tightly clutching his hand, sleeping with their upper body stretched out on the bed. Subaru. Petra. With a large ribbon fastened on her head, even the little girl's sleeping face was adorable. Generally, how many hardships and rough patches had she overcome in order to hold his hand? He was not familiar with Petra's traveling clothes, which were covered in dirt, filled with the concerns that the little girl had about being stylish. To be in that condition, it was proof that she had finally managed to arrive here. "Sorry, it was, and, Beatrice." But the hardest thing that Petra had to do, it would have been seizing the chance to hold Subaru's hand, in fact. It was a struggle for everyone, I suppose. Subaru. Hey, you're saying everyone wanted to hold my hand while I was sleeping? No matter how you say it, something that's stupid is... Beatrice. It is not stupid, in fact. Subaru almost laughed at this joke, but Beatrice's quiet voice stopped him. Subaru's eyes opened wide as Beatrice raised her tightly clenched hand and pointed it out to him. "Beatrice, everyone, we were all really worried about Subaru, I suppose. If holding Subaru's hand would help you, then even if it's just that, we're ready to do anything, in fact." Subaru, Beatrice, just a little. Subaru should be more aware of how big his presence is, I suppose. For a long time, that's what Betty has been telling you over and over again, in fact. Quiet, the tone of her voice sounded somewhat dismayed. But Beatrice's words were filled with far too much compassion. To say something like that with those eyes and voice, it was impossible for him to disregard it. Even Subaru did not presume to think he did not have an impact on everyone around him, nor that he should not be held dear, however. Subaru, just because I shrank, everyone's become too overprotective. I do not know about that. For me, rather than the overprotectiveness of those around him, should Natsuki-san not first reflect on his shrinkage? Subaru. Suddenly, Subaru's shoulders jumped at the voice he heard. The voice unexpectedly jumped in, coming from the entrance of the narrow cabin, and examining the expression of the one who slid the door open, His soft features were ever so great to see. God damn it. Subaru. Otto. Otto. Yes, it is me, but please be quiet. Please consider Petra-chan's and Garfiel's feelings. Subiru. Their feelings? Otto, it was like this. They are waiting for Natsuki-san to wake up, you know. Of course, it was because they wanted to be the first to speak with the awakened Natsuki-san. But if they found out that I showed up like this and took that privilege, how much would they resent me? Subaru. Oh, you're such a bad guy. Otto, even with Natsuki-san shrunken like this, you do not seem to talk any less. Putting his finger to his lips and lowering his voice, the young man that it appeared. Otto looked around the cabin. He made a troubled expression. The inside of the chamber was so crowded that there was almost nowhere to step. Otto looked annoyed, but somehow managed to find a foothold and walked over to the bed. Otto. Beatrice-chan, you too. Thank you for taking care of Natsuki-san. Beatrice. There's nothing to be tired of, I suppose. More importantly, are you going to inform them, in fact? Otto. Of course. I will make sure to let everyone know that Natsuki-san is awake, but... As Beatrice looked at him with a reproachful gaze, Otto spaced out his words while smiling bitterly. As he made those spaced-out words sound more important, he looked at Subaru lying on the bed. Otto. Although it pains me, since I was witness to Natsuki-san's inopportune waking before things become too noisy, I would like to raise a personal complaint with you. Subaru. To the nerve of you to act so nice. Otto. Yes, I am a merchant after all. Touching his hatless head, Otto laughed with a face free of offense. That smile. It gave Subaru the same chills that the gaze of his enemies did, or the same chill he felt when he incurred Tanza's displeasure. While experiencing this sensation, Subaru took a deep breath. Admittedly, partially because he was sent to the Wallachian Empire, Subaru believed that he was not as much at fault as he was for the ensuing troubles. However, it was true that he had made people worry. No matter what kind of complaints he was hit with, he would take them in stride. Subaru. Okay, give me everything you've got. But my mentality has also been suitably trained here. Don't think that you can destroy me with half-baked words. Otto. What kind of boast is that? Well, I do not intend on giving you a long lecture. Since I am not the only one who wants to say something to you, I will keep it short. Natsuki-san. Subaru. Yeah, Otto. I am glad that you were able to safely reunite with us. Please, do not worry too much. Subaru. A hand reached out, plopping itself onto Subaru's small shoulder. Feeling Otto's fingers, which were stronger than what the impression his features gave, they trembled slightly on top of his shoulder, and then Subaru's throat choked up. Firmly, Otto knitted his brows, his nose wrinkling as he let those words out, as he had always been one to look at himself from an unbiased view. Otto's uncontainable emotions became loosened. Subaru. Goo. His trained mental resolve, and his readiness to accept any blow, all of it was for naught. Those words that Otto had let out were a killing blow, mercilessly destroying Natsuki Subaru's barriers, driving a fatal blow into the bare soul underneath. In short, it was foul play. Otto. In any case, this works best on Natsuki-san, right, Subaru? You bastard. HK. In front of Subaru, whose whole body was trembling, tightening his expression which had just been on the verge of crumbling, a daring, calm, and implicative smile emerged on Otto's face. Having been completely led by the nose, Subaru could not help his face turning red from the sense of defeat. No, there were other methods. As payback to Otto for being outwitted, though it was far from being a win, it was at least a way to not let him escape with victory. That was... Subaru. Ah. I've lost. It's a complete loss. Otto, you bastard! Otto. While his face was red, Subaru had a wicked smile as he declared his defeat in a loud voice. The second he heard this, Otto's face turned pale and he shouted. At that, with Subaru and Otto's back-and-forth argument echoing within the confines of the cabin, Naturally, one by one his sleeping companions heard them. No, rather the sleeping lion pack began to wake up. And like that, with joy and reproach, there was an eruption of feelings of joy and sorrow. Inside of that noisy cabin, beside the troubled Subaru and Otto, Beatrice watched it from beginning to end with her chin resting on her hands. Beatrice. Good grief. They all act far too much like children, I suppose. Saying this, with the attitude of a lone bystander, she looked over this scene with affection. The simultaneous evacuation of the citizens from the imperial capital Lupugana. That was a matter of great importance that had begun while Subaru was unconscious. And among the large group engaged in that, Subaru had woken up in the cabin of a dragon carriage allocated to the transportation of important individuals. Pulled by a great number of ground dragons, it was a mobile sleeping quarter, an extraordinary product that could be used for both evacuation and recuperation. With such august treatment, it seemed Subaru had been taken out from the imperial capital. Hi-in. Bro, I'm real glad you're safe. When the power left my body along the way, I got real damn worried, not knowing what might have happened to you. Whites, I wouldn't care if the bearded bastard died, but if we lose you, the battalion be finished. If you're on the verge of death, use me or anyone else as a shield. Idra, Whites' phrasing bothers me, but I agree. Schwartz, I am truly glad that you've returned. Both as a member of the battalion and as my own individual. Those were the reactions of the ones firmly within the group that had been waiting for Subaru to wake up. Of the three in his unit who had accompanied him since the Gladiator Island, comprised of Hi-in, Whites, and Idra. Regardless of Idra, who had gone with him during the battle, Hi-in and Whites must have been especially worried, having gone off separately. That was not the only reason that he had to apologize to those three. Subaru, my bad. Because I fainted, everyone's strengthening must have come undone. Whites, don't worry about that. Luckily, that only happened when we were already starting to evacuate. Hi-in? That's right. The only one who nearly died from that being cut off was this skull-looking bastard. He was in the middle of supporting a crumbling pillar. If the governor hadn't been there, he would have been crushed to death. Whites? Didn't I tell you not to speak of that? As usual, Whites' thoughtful concern for Subaru was ruined by Hi-in's uncalled-for comment. Seeing the scenery of the quarreling duo, Idra shrugged his shoulders. In the midst of the imperial capital, with Corleones having come undone, he, who should have been exposed to danger as a result, Idra. As White said, don't sweat it, Schwartz. From the moment that we decided to follow you, whatever would happen beyond that point would be our own responsibility. Subaru. But, Idra. And even if I say that, I know that you're the one who's going to be worried. I'll leave the rest of the discussion to those girls who seem to have known you longer than we have. As always, Idra was good at wrapping up the conversation rationally. Thanks to this, Subaru, who could only make emotional objections, was silenced. Idra left the cabin with Hi-in and Whites, who were still grappling with each other. Like that, as the three of them were leaving, a small figure was about to follow them, Subaru. Tanza. I sincerely apologize for not being of use at such a crucial time. I am truly glad that you have been able to return, Schwartz-sama. Despondently hanging her head, Tanza responded in a formal tone. Thinking back to the time when they were separated in the imperial capital, he could understand Tanza's regrets about her own lack of strength. However, that did not seem to be the only reason for her dispirited expression. Subaru, what's wrong? If something happened... Tanza. No, it is not something that I should talk to Schwartz-sama about right now. Please leisurely rest your body, and spend time with everyone. After a moment's hesitation, Tanza also exited the cabin without saying anything more. He tried to reach out towards her frail back, but both of Subaru's hands were occupied. Still, Subaru's heart appealed to him, not wanting to leave Tanza alone, having made such a face. Within his heart he firmly decided that he would definitely hear the reason for that face later. Then, Subaru. After seeing off those who had left the cabin earlier, what formulated in this moment, as if it had been eagerly waiting to call out to him, was a lively voice in the tone of silver bells, tenderly striking upon his eardrums. Subaru. A beat was the time he needed to both react to that voice and turn towards it. The uneasiness of having caused her to worry or the embarrassment of not being able to face her, or some petty pride. Such things had not been the reason. It was simply that Subaru genuinely needed to mentally prepare himself. After all, Subaru. Emilia. Because, just by calling the other person's name out, Subaru's heart experienced a sweet, tingling sensation. At Subaru's call, filled with nervousness, the woman herself, Emilia, smiled softly. Emilia, I'm glad to finally see you again. Even so, even when you're this far away, you've made lots of friends, Subaru. I'm really relieved. Subaru. Friends? Emilia. Yes, after all, Subaru, everyone was really worried about you and never left your side. At Emilia's words, Subaru lowered his head, remembering the state of the cabin up until a moment ago. No matter how strong Subaru's feelings about causing them worry had been, whenever he was told it was a bad habit of his, he felt bad about it. But, Subaru, I'm such a lucky guy. Emilia. That's definitely true, but I want Subaru to be more and more happy. So this tiny amount is not enough at all. Subaru? Even after all the good you've done for me, Emilia. So, when Subaru does something for me, does he ever feel satisfied that it's enough? Emilia tilted her head, and while she felt her beautiful silver hair cascade down her slender shoulders, Subaru was at a loss for words. Completely cornered. She was right. When he wanted to do something for the people he loved, he never thought if what he was doing was enough, but rather he thought if there was more that he could do. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Emilia smiled and said, Hey, Emilia. What do you think? I'm not wrong, am I? My knight. Subaru. Yup. You've grown so much while I've been away, and I'm so proud of you. But I've missed you, Emilia. Emilia. Subaru. No, it's Emilia Tan. When asked again, Subaru recalled that long-forgotten name he called her. Yes. That was what Subaru called the girl who was so important, so precious, so dear, and that he got his heart all messed up when he thought about her. As soon as he called Emilia that name, a feeling of harmony quickly overcame him. While Subaru was reflecting on that feeling, Petra. Emilia Nisama. It's about time we had a chat with Subaru. The long-awaited, tender mood between Subaru and Emilia was interrupted by Petra, a young girl who asserted her presence by raising her small hand. Woken up after the earlier commotion, and afterwards not able to calmly celebrate the reunion due to the chaos that had followed, Petra hungered for the chance to reunite while anger burned in her round eyes. Petra, we haven't been able to talk to Subaru properly yet. Except for Otto-san, who sneaked in. Otto. I was not trying to sneak in, Garfield. Oh, excuses. Otto bro. What kind of excuses is he gonna tell? Ain't we all a little excited to hear? Yeah, sneaking in here hurt even my amazing self, you know. Otto, even Garfield is snapping at me? Garfield dropped his shoulders in disappointment and made a sad gesture. When he stacked his attack on top of Petra's, Otto opened his eyes wide and shouted. Then Beatrice followed up with, That's right, in fact. As if to add insult to injury. Beatrice. Betty heard, I suppose. Otto said it himself, that he secretly came to talk to Subaru so that Petra and the others wouldn't find out about it, in fact. Emilia. Huh, really? Otto-kun, I understand how you feel, but we were all worried about Subaru, so you shouldn't cheat. Otto, I have no allies. Rather than incurring a terrible loss, this hurts far worse. Being called out by the backstabbing Beatrice and by Emilia, who were reacting to it honestly, Otto clutched his chest and was vigorously punished for his deeds. While laughing at such a lively group of people, Frederica, despite Otto-sama's bad habits, I'm beyond glad that we were able to meet, since Emilia-sama, Beatrice-sama, and of course, Petra were not in the least bit happy. Frederica said this softly. She, like Petra, was also dressed in a traveling outfit instead of a maid's uniform, which was a rare sight. However, Subaru was immediately surprised to see a sight even more rare than that. The smiling Frederica had a tear well up in the corner of her eye, and it almost started to run down her cheek. Petra. Frederica Nisama, you're crying. Frederica, huh? Ah, and my apologies. I was just, completely relieved. How indecent of me. Subaru. No, it's not indecent or anything at all. That's how worried you were about me. Frederica's tears surprised him, but more than that, he was grateful. As Frederica said, they had rushed to find the missing Subaru and the others, and the amount of trouble they had to overcome to get here was immeasurable. They were an empire in a state of civil war, with borders that should not have been easy to cross. They must have overcome a number of obstacles that could not have been overcome by proper means in order to reach Subaru. Subaru. Really, thank you, everyone. Garfield. It's only natural that our amazing selves would come here. Without the captain, we can't get our amazing selves together in any way, shape, or form. Petra. Yeah, Garfsan is right. I'm surprised that you became so tiny, though. Garfield rubbed the bridge of his nose, and Petra, smiling and nodding, chimed in at the end. Certainly, this could not be said to be over just with all of them coming together, at least not with Subaru's current condition. As expected, they did not intend to return to the kingdom of Lugunica with Subaru in a shrunken state. Natsuki Subaru would not be able to stand alongside Emilia unless he returned to his original age of 18. Subaru. Well, Beatrice. Ahem. Biko, you don't mind me lining up next to you? Beatrice. Nothing wrong with being at the same eye level, I suppose. But Betty misses being up in Subaru's arms already, in fact. That is why a big Subaru is preferable, I suppose. Petra. Me too. I also think the big Subaru is better. I do think the current Subaru is nice and cute, but... Emilia? Oh, you think he's cute too. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought so. Emilia's slightly off-topic response to the conversation caused a relaxed atmosphere to spread throughout the cabin. Subaru could feel the nostalgia of the long-separated Emilia camp in this gentle, indescribable atmosphere, and his soul found a sense of satisfaction. Having been thrown into the Valachian Empire, he had spent time with the Shadrachian people, Flop, Medium, and later with members from Gladiator Island, all of whom had formed the Pleiades Battalion. However, the atmosphere of this reunion was different from any of them. While everyone he had met was precious, the preciousness of this space, which had been kept away from him for so long, was something he took the time to appreciate. Subaru. But, as expected, guess Roswell or Ram couldn't come. No, it's already pretty bad just to have Emilia Tan here. Subaru gave a wry smile when he mentioned the faces that he did not see in the cabin. Meili was also not there, but it would be difficult for her to cross the border in order to accompany Emilia and the others due to her situation. In all likelihood, she stayed back at the mansion with Ram and... Emilia, huh? No, you're wrong there. Ram and Roswell are here with us. They were really worried about you, Subaru. Subaru. What? Subaru's thoughts were shattered by Emilia's answer, who had a strange look on her face. Subaru's eyes widened in shock as Emilia's beautiful voice resonated in his head, saying Ram and Roswell had come with them. The presence of Roswell was a tremendous surprise, but that was put aside for now, because the problem was not Roswell, Subaru. Ram, she's here too. Petra, she's here. Ram-nisama was also worried about you. Subaru. Just don't mention that to her, okay, Subaru? I won't. I won't mention it, but that's not what I'm talking about. Shaking his head, Petra's words made Subaru's brain fire off. What he was talking about was that Ram being here meant... Subaru. Did she already meet with Ram? Emilia. As soon as Subaru asked the question, everyone's expression except for Subaru's suddenly became tense. That reaction was what Subaru had feared the most. Emilia and the others' reactions, which were of the I forgot to tell Subaru variety, told him that it had happened while Subaru was sleeping. The reunion of the separated sisters, Ram and Rem. Subaru. Wah, I so wanted to be the Emilia. Sorry, Subaru, but we wanted them to see each other as soon as possible. Subaru. I know, I'm such a damn idiot. HK! Covering his face with his hands, Subaru exclaimed about his own stupidity for having missed the historic moment. Emilia and others tried hard to comfort Subaru. But this was no one's fault, and Subaru's wounds would remain unhealed. If pressed to say, it was Subaru who was the most at fault for having slept during such a critical moment. Even so, Subaru. How was it? Both of their reactions. Emilia. Well, they were a little hesitant at first. But it felt really special. I even cried a little too. Subaru. Beatrice. Emilia. You need to elaborate more, in fact. Subaru is pitiable, I suppose. Emilia. Right. I'm sorry. Even so, the frustration did not abate in the slightest, so Subaru's frustration stayed in full. As Subaru shed tears of frustration, he realized once again how much he hated the fact that when he was about to really cry, this childish body could not hold back the tears. Rem! Right in front of her, from behind the door she was about to reach for, she heard a powerful, loud shout. The bellowing voice and its contents stopped Rem from moving, and her mind was racked with hesitation, her shapely eyebrows furrowing together, wondering what to do. Louis. Rem. I'm sorry, Louis-chan. I know you want to see him. Right beside Rem, Louis, hugging her around the waist, looked up at her curiously. When the unconscious Subaru woke up, Louis wanted to talk to Subaru herself, but she held back and rushed to Rem's side. Then, she took her by the hand and led her to Subaru's sleeping quarters. The voices coming from inside the cabin belonged to Subaru and his companions. Putting it like that, it may have sounded like an outsider's matter, but it seemed that these friends were also closely related to Rem. Like with Subaru, Rem did not really feel a connection with them. Rem, they're not bad people at all, I know that. The group, led by Emilia, who was the first person she had met among them, had come in search of both Rem and Subaru, and they were clearly considerate of their companions, full of action, and above all, good people. According to what she had heard, they came from the kingdom neighboring the Empire, even though they were forbidden to cross over, and even participated in a civil war with which they had no connection. All of this was done to save Subaru. Or rather, Subaru and Rem, who had been caught up in the Empire's rebellion, in the same way that Rem could also not escape from this struggle in the Empire. You can hear Barusu's rapacious voice. Rem gasped slightly as suddenly a voice called to her back while she was thinking. Instead of Rem, it was Louis, who was hugging her around the waist, who turned around to look at the other party. They looked back at Louis, who was looking at her, and let out a small sigh. Stop glaring at Ram with such an accusatory look. This was a tough love lesson for Barusu. No, there's no love, so it's just tough. Yes, a purely tough lesson. Rem? Does that mean you don't like him? There's no hate, just many opportunities for disdain. With that said, Rem also turned to the other party, who was slowly walking toward her, their shoes making a sound. She took a beat to turn around to look in that direction, as she needed to muster up the courage to look at the other person's face directly. After all, that face was familiar to Rem's, even though she had no memory of it. It was Ram-san, Ram. What a cold way to address Ram, considering she's ready to be called older sister. For me, everything was so sudden that the woman who stood in front of her, clutching her elbows and puffing out her chest, Ram, that was how she referred to herself, and that was how she was referred to herself, and that was how she was referred to by those around her, bore a lot of resemblance to Rem herself. The differences were the color of her hair and eyes, and the overwhelming pressure of confidence overflowing within them. It seemed that she was Rem's older sister who had no memory of her. To be honest, there was nothing to deny when one compared their facial features. The name of her older sister, which Subaru had told her many times before, must have been Ram. Above all else, what undeniably predominated Rem's mind was Ram. Whatever you think, Rem's heart will feel it, because Ram and Rem are sisters. Synesthesia doesn't lie. Rem, synesthesia, Ram. A sort of connection of the soul between twins. All along, Ram has felt Rem's presence. Is Rem different? Rem. Rem closed her lips at Ram, who narrowed her light crimson eyes as she asked directly. If asked whether Rem was different or not, then no, not at all. While she did not understand well that thing called synesthesia, inside Rem there was a very, very strong sensation that felt different. That was an overwhelming feeling of safety towards Ram, whom she was supposedly meeting for the first time. Ram, but I'm afraid. Ram. Afraid, Rem. To have such feelings about you with whom I have only exchanged a few words in a short time. For M, who had lost her memory, Subaru and Louis were the only two people who were present at the moment her present self began. Due to the circumstances, she pushed Subaru away and kept Louis by her side at first. After that, Rem got to know the Shudrakian people, Flop and Medium, Priscilla and Katya, and in Rem's own way she established various relationships with them. Even then, Rem's very existence overtook them all at once and tried to stand at the top. Rem, that is what I'm afraid of. This inexpressible sense of security. It was the footsteps of the past approaching. It was not that she did not wish to regain her lost memories, but it also seemed as though many of Rem's problems would surely come back to her with the return of them. But at the same time, she feared that when those footsteps caught up with her, everything would change. If the way one saw, the way one felt, the way one thought, if everything changed. Yes, firmly, intensely, Ram shut her eyes and clutched her chest. And there, Ram. Yes, what a relief. Ram. An unexpected voice was heard, and Rem opened her tightly shut eyelids to look up. Ram, who was clutching her elbows in front of Rem, stared at her, lowering the corners of her eyes slightly, wondering what she had just said. Ram is thinking the same as Rem. Afraid. Rem. Afraid, you mean, Rem? What if Rem naturally accepted synesthesia and jumped into Ram's chest as a given? Yes, Rem was afraid. Rem. As she had a tender expression, but spoke about fear, Rem began to understand less how Ram in front of her felt. No, that was not it. Understanding what she did not understand, that was what confused her. Louis. You. Suddenly, instead of Rem, whose eyes were swimming with confusion, it was Louis who groaned as she hugged her around the waist. Louis, glaring at Ram from below, was sensitive to the trembling in Rem's heart, and sharpened her gaze as if to scold Ram for causing it. Meeting Louis's gaze, Ram's eyes narrowed slightly. Ram, trying to stand between Ram and Rem. Of all people, you? Louis. Ah, you, Ram. So, you're not going to back down. This is complicated, but not unpleasant. Just what history was there between them, that Ram had said such while showing signs that she also knew Louis, then looked into Rem's eyes once again. When their eyes met, she could not separate them from hers. Even though her heart felt like being burned by the intensity of that gaze, her soul was attracted to it. Her anxiety grew stronger and stronger, just as equally strong as her captivation towards Ram. Feeling it intensely, Ram bit her lip hard. Ram. You certainly must be my older sister. I can believe that without a doubt. It's just... Ram, even if your heart is convinced, your mind is not, Rem. Yes, Ram. Right. Then, that is fine for now. Rem nodded weakly, and Ram closed the distance with another step. Rem's shoulders tensed at the sight of her approaching, and Louis stepped forward to protect her. But Ram gently held Louis's shoulder and said, "It's okay," stopping the gentle little girl. Then, of their own volition, they directed their gazes directly at Ram. With Rem's gaze on her, Ram uncrossed her arms and held out her hand, the hand that was offered by the person whose heart had already recognized her as her sister. Ram. I am Ram, your older sister, doubtlessly born to love you. Ram, though, there are other people just as important to this independent older sister of yours too. Rem's eyes widened at the words spoken with such calm and confidence. Then, as the meaning of the words began to sink in, a gasp escaped her lips. Rem just gave a little smile and laughed. Rem, it turns out you are a frightening person. When I talk to you, I feel like my body just surrenders itself into this sense of security I feel. Ram. It cannot be helped. Ram is the kind of older sister you just want to put all your trust and love in. Ram. Yes, Ram Nason. Ram proudly puffed out her chest, her hand being timidly grasped by M, who at last had addressed her in that manner. Upon hearing that, Ram raised her eyebrows slightly. It had taken courage for M to address her as such, so that reaction was unexpected. Ram? As much as doing it like Barusu said annoys me, this sure doesn't feel comfortable. Ram, Nisama Ram. With Ram looking sour for an instant, then continuing her few words, Ram widened her eyes. In response to Ram's reaction, Ram repeated herself once more, saying the same thing again. Ram. Address Ram as Nisama. That feels the most comfortable. Ram, Nisama. Ram, the name is unnecessary. Ram, Nisama. Doing exactly as she was told to, drawing ever closer to what Ram wished to be called. The latter shut her eyes tightly. Then, she pulled Rem's hand, the one she was gripping, towards herself. Rem stumbled around a bit on reflex, but came to have Ram gently catch her body from the front, embracing her. And continuing like that, Ram put her lips to Rem's ear. And Ram. Now Ram can clearly feel it. Ram is Rem's Nisama. Rem, I feel it too. Thus, as soon as she was embraced by her arms, what she had been afraid of overflowed from her. What she had dubbed a sense of security was an attraction to her soul, a love for Ram. Firmly, gently, it engulfed even Ram, who was supposedly without memories. Ram. As much as it pains Ram to say it, but are you ready for this? Rem. Ready. For what? Ram. Ready to go inside. We need to show it off to Barasu, not to mention show it off to Amelia-sama and the others. We need to boast our sisterly love. That will alleviate any lingering worries. Due to Ram's words, Rem closed her eyes. Even now, be it Amelia and everyone else or Subaru as well. How she ought to face them and what expression she should have were questions for which she had not found an answer. But, at the very least, there were no doubts whatsoever about the feeling of Ram being her sister, about her feelings for Ram. Ram. Yes, Nisama. Ram. Like I thought. Perhaps we should put that off until you call Ram that 100 times. Ram, Nisama, Ram. It's a joke. To the nodding Ram told a joke that had not sounded like a joke. Seeing such a mischievous attitude from her sister filled Rem's heart with relief. Even if for but a single moment, despite her own self-sense of urgency, despite the fact that they were in a situation that was otherwise a matter of the utmost urgency. Louis. Oh. Rem. Yes, I'm fine. And thank you, Louis-chan, for your concern. Louis had been standing by Rem's side the whole time, caught in the middle of Rem and Ram's dialogue, relieving her of her fears with a smile. Rem gently stroked the head of the kind little girl. Then, with Louis in tow, Rem mustered up the courage to line up next to her sister, who had turned around halfway. Without stopping, Rem and her shared glances and nodded, and the two of them reached for the door before them and... Rem... Pardon us, I could hear you making a lot of noise, even from outside. Ram. It was a very Barasu-like yell, like many little animals put together, wasn't it? And so the sisters both stepped into the cabin their companions were in. Subaru. Feels like a huge weight's been lifted off my shoulders, keenly sensing that a huge load had disappeared off of his chest. Subaru muttered so. That huge load on his chest. It had been the responsibility Subaru had needed to take upon himself. With nobody else around to protect Rem, he would see that duty through, and make it so Ram, Amelia, and everyone else could meet her. In all honesty, however, upon learning that he had not been present for the reunion of the sisters, Ram and Rem, he had been struck with grief, akin to that of the world ending. Subaru. If only I could have presented the two of them lined up side by side like that. The demeanor of those two, visiting Subaru's cabin together, made him believe that it had at least not gone badly, even if he did not know exactly what sort of exchanges the two sisters had had. Once Subaru grasped this, the frustration he had felt just before vanished, and a sense of relief washed over him. Finally, he had finally made it so that Rem and Ram could meet. He had made it so that Rem could meet with Emilia, with Beatrice, with everyone else. Just how much of that could be said to be due to Subaru's contributions, he did not know, but it had been done regardless. That Subaru himself had also been able to meet up with Emilia and the gang was a matter of great celebration. Subaru. Although, I'm still small and Rem's memories aren't back yet. However, he could sense that the seeds of hope were budding. As far as the matter of Subaru's size went, it could be said that a way for it to be resolved could be seen in the near future. And assuredly he would be able to find a way to restore Rem's memories. So what came next was, Beatrice, is it really all right if you don't have Betty with you, in fact? Subaru. No, I'm not that composed at all, but that guy won't show his face with you around, Bio. So indulge my selfishness for just a while. Beatrice, if anything happens, call for Betty right away. I suppose. Betty will come rushing with a Zayum, in fact. Subaru. I'll be counting on you. Until the very end, Beatrice wanted to avoid letting go of Subaru's hand. The deeply considerate girl tenderly detached her hand. Once Emilia and everyone else reluctantly parted with him and exited the cabin, Subaru was left with nobody else in the cabin, filled with silence. Once the factors for it having been so lively up until this point had all left the cabin, Subaru was instantly overwhelmed by a myriad of misgivings. The retreat from the imperial capital. On how large of a scale had it been undertaken? Had the origin of that horde of zombies been grasped? Was the relationship between the Imperial Army and the rebels improving? For what reason had Emilia and the others purposely only touched upon nothing but upbeat topics? What was the answer for Tanza's somber expression? And the events that had occurred just before, when Subaru had gone unconscious, how had they concluded? Subaru. Even if you don't answer everything, can you at least answer around half of them? That would depend on how much you are willing to compromise. In the sleeping quarters bereft of people, Subaru's words, spoken as he raised his upper body from the bed, were answered by a figure that had likely been waiting for everyone to finish leaving. There was the sound of shoes stepping firmly, leisurely, on the floor in a dignified manner, punctuated by a posture which lacked any hesitation to make their presence known to those in the environs. Their deportment, the keen glint of their eyes, none of it deviated from his memory. And yet, they were markedly different in some way. That person, that black-haired man. Subaru fixedly stared at his handsome looks. And then, how eloquently shall you speak, Natsuki Subaru, O stargazer of the Dragon Kingdom? And thus, his black eyes pregnant with hostility, Vincent Falacchia inquired so of Natsuki Subaru. Chapter 11. Shut the hell up. Are you going to see him, Abel-san? Stopping at the call from his side, Vincent turned around. Multiple carriages were coupled to one another, treated as a single long dragon carriage, which allowed the divine protection of the multiple ground dragons to be applied to its entirety. Vincent batted one eye shut, upon witnessing a familiar, blue-haired girl standing at the juncture he had crossed over. Thinking back, it had been a long time since he had last exchanged words with her in this way. Vincent, have the uninvited guests from the kingdom achieved their purpose? Blue-haired girl. Their purpose is not me, but Vincent. Cease. Do not take up my time with nonsense that even you do not fully believe. Time is precious, especially under the current circumstances, as you understand. Blue-haired girl. At the sound of Vincent's sharp voice, the girl lowered her head with eyes downcast. However, she quickly raised it again, adopting Vincent's notion of time being limited. Blue-haired girl. Are you going to see him, Abel-san? And she piled that very same inquiry onto him once more. Vincent. I am not Abel. I am Vincent Valachia. To that question, Vincent replied without changing his expression. Abel was a temporary name which he had utilized for his own convenience during his escape and nothing more. He had taken it from Abelex, his family name from the time before his ascension to emperor, a name he held no particular attachment to. But his displeasure towards being called that was stronger, Right now, Vincent. It has been reported that that thing is awake. I must confront him. Pushing aside his displeasure, Vincent answered the girl's inquiry. Whatever she thought, it would not alter Vincent's decision. He did not think she had such thoughts or intentions to begin with. Protected, displaced, distressed, and after a long period of time, she would come to a natural conclusion. Like many others, she was merely a single ordinary person. Ergo, Vincent attempted to cut that dialogue short. However, blue-haired girl, he is not your enemy, Abel-san. Vincent. What? Upon receiving a reply from the girl, he had expected to remain silent and downcast, a reply with contents contrary to his expectations. Vincent furrowed his brow. The girl thus glared at Vincent, her pale blue eyes containing a definite purpose. There was a light that, as of their parting, had not dwelled in them. Timidly yet boldly it penetrated Vincent, as if trying to intimidate him. Vincent. I am Vincent, Volachia. There shall not be a third time. Blue-haired girl, I am sorry, but I do not have my memories. So I do not know much about His Excellency, Emperor Vincent, so there is nothing I can say to him. Vincent? Blue-haired girl, he is not your enemy, Abel-san. Without once averting her gaze, the girl yet again emphasized so. Vincent had a good understanding of her based on the abilities she possessed. She was the reins with which to control Natsuki Subaru, and a valuable user of healing magic. Supposing that she had taken that self-assured stance against Vincent while being aware of her own position, he would be compelled to do nothing but dub her as possessing considerable mettle. Yet, that did not seem to be the case, and thus, Vincent. You, what did you say your name was? Blue-haired girl. It's Rem. At least now I can definitively answer that. Vincent. The girl who has no memories making such a declaration. Rem, it's strange. Even though my heart and my mind don't remember, there are things that your surroundings can teach you. I know that I'm Rem, thanks to someone who kept telling me that all this time. Whether it was gratitude or exasperation, the girl, Rem herself, did not comprehend which of the two her way of speaking was conveying. However, understanding that it was not connected to disgust or other loathsome negative thoughts, Vincent concluded that there was no need for further conversation. Turning his back, he proceeded to walk away. And as he did so, Vincent, Rem, never again let mine time be so needlessly squandered. At your next act of disrespect, I shall lop off your head. Leaving her with those words, he ended his conversation with Rem. And then, Vincent, how eloquently shall you speak, Natsuki Subaru, O stargazer of the Dragon Kingdom? While acutely sensing the hostility being directed towards him, Subaru stood face to face with the man. In retrospect, his relationship with this man could be summed up with the word enigmatic. At their first meeting, he had been a suspicious masked man camping out in a forest. On that occasion, he had been frantically searching for I.M. and Lewis, whom he had lost sight of. Hence why he had not been desperate to probe deeper into that matter, but the man was far from just being a suspicious person. The next time they met, it had occurred inside a cage in the Shadrakian village. Subaru could hardly explain why the man had acted so self-important despite his status as a prisoner. He would rather that there had been some means of escape, because after that he was made to take part in the lifeblood ritual, in which he had acted without a plan. Thereafter, his help in retrieving Rem notwithstanding, he had come to part with Subaru on one occasion. However, he had known that Subaru's group would have no option but to return. Not informing them of those circumstances had been a show of his underhandedness. Immediately after, he had fully cooperated with Subaru's plan to capture the fortress city of Garrel. As the dancers that went by Natsumi Schwartz, Bianca, and Fiora, they entered the enemy's stronghold together. There were doubts regarding his unusual relationship with Priscilla. And after, in the Demon City, he was courted by Yorna. And without hesitation, he declared that Lewis should not be allowed to live. Thus was their relationship upon parting ways. And even then, once Subaru had escaped from the Gladiator Island, and once he heard of the situation enveloping the Empire at large, he had held full conviction that said situation had been instigated by that man, the Emperor who had been ousted from his throne. Abandoning the imperial capital of Lupugana, he took command of the great number of people making their retreat, of the great number of people evacuating the imperial capital, and once more, leading the people of the empire as the one at their apex, the one regarded as the wisest emperor. Subaru, it's an honor to have Vincent Vallaccia-san come and visit me. You arrived at just the right time. Can you peel me an apple, Vincent? Do not play games with me. In the first place, I am not one to do the likes of peeling fruit. Where are the apples even, Subaru? Where are... At the question of the man who had set foot into the sleeping quarters, approaching him, Subaru's gaze turned to the side. Even in another world, it was standard practice for fruit to be brought when visiting someone injured or ill. It was perhaps a bit of a cliché in situations of the sort. For that reason, there was a basket of apples next to his bed. Naturally, his conversational partner should have been able to see it as well. Subaru, in that basket of fruits there. The red ones, don't they look delicious, or what, Vincent? Fool, are you duping me? Apples are fruits of white color, Subaru. Well, they're white inside once you've peeled them, but... Wait, this conversation, I think I recall having this very exchange, stored way back in the recesses of my memories. Memories of it were rather faint, but he had the feeling he'd once had the same conversation quite some time prior. The details of whom he had been talking to at the time could not be recalled, but he did have the memory of getting the same impression he was getting now, that those of nobility had reached an extreme to this point. Either way, Subaru, I guess there are things you don't know either. How unexpected. With that, not at all tense preface to their first mutual exchange of words in a while, feeling like they had not started off badly, Subaru stated so. At Subaru's words, the man, Abel, extended a hand to the basket and split an apple in half with the knife left there. Naturally, a cross-section of its white insides was exposed. Subaru, laying eyes upon that undeniable result, did he have the mind to admit what was actually factual in their previous exchange? Abel put down the knife and, leaving the fruit split in half in the basket, turned to Subaru. Moistening those sable eyes of his still was unmistakable hostility. Subaru, no way. You're mad at me for embarrassing you about the color of an apple. You're the one who's called me something weird just now, Vincent. Stargazer of the Dragon Kingdom, it was. Subaru? That was it. One more time being made aware of how he had been referred to, Subaru frowned as he had no idea what he was on about. That term was not one he had no recollection of. If he was not mistaken, from what he had heard, it was something like a term that referred to the fortune-tellers that accompanied the emperor closely in the empire. Very much like the dragon history stone, the kingdom of Lugunica's tablet of prophecies, they were an existence that spoke of the future. Subaru. No. Feels like you spoke of it in a way even worse than that. You put it like it's like peeping into the near future. Vincent, I recognize it as such without a doubt. That is how I perceive those things. Subaru. If that's the case, you spoke of me as if I'm a peeping Tom just now. Are you aware of that? If times had not changed, would it not be that, by normal standards, you would have the right to cut Abel down for the affront? Or, to put it into modern terms Subaru was aware of, he was prepared to fight for defamation of character in a civil court. However, faced with Subaru's reply, Abel's countenance did not waver in the slightest. Those black eyes of his, the same color as Subaru's own, but distinct in their depth, told Subaru that he had no intent to play along. Of course, Subaru did not intend to mess about either. Vincent, just how much have you grasped? Subaru, how much have I grasped about the current situation? If that's what you mean, I wasn't told many of the details. Emilia and everyone were all worried about me right after I woke up. But I know we're in the middle of evacuating. Vincent. Subaru. The civil war has stopped for the time being. Everyone's fleeing from the imperial capital right now. Though you'd think it would be hella chaotic, it doesn't seem like it's turned into a huge uproar. The dragon carriages moved unceasingly. The night view outside the window shifted at a slow pace, but with the divine protection of wind evasion shielding them from the vibration and the howling of the wind, all was quiet. One would think that the very quietude in the passenger cars of the dragon carriages is quite loud, but that the dragon carriages had not halted their march even once was evidence that no major troubles had popped up. And that was in spite of the fact that a considerable number of people, most likely in the hundreds of thousands, were being transported. Subaru. The 9 divine generals and whatnot probably served as a unifying force, but that alone wouldn't be enough. As I thought, you're quite the big deal, man. Vincent. Subaru. Honestly, when I heard the story of you being betrayed by your right-hand man and retainer, being ousted from the throne, I really wondered if it'd be fine to have you back as emperor, but it turned out to be the right option. Leadership and charisma. Those were the so-called qualities of those standing above others. These qualities were not simply the result of outstanding ability, and they could probably be acquired through blood, sweat, and tears, but the people who had these traits from birth were not few in number. The royals of each country, the heads of many an organization, were such cases. In that sense, Abel, who had had something to fall back on in times of emergency, still held the potential to be followed, to be looked up to by those around him. Subaru. It annoys me that, rather than being on the fence about it, I was leaning more towards believing it. But I was right. You are the Emperor, Vincent. Is that as per your expectations as well? Subaru, huh? A quiet voice, however. It had certainly been laced with emotion, as it seemed way out of left field. Subaru's brain refused to comprehend it. As a result, Subaru did not dodge the hand that thus was extended, his forehead being pushed down onto the bed, his body following suit. And, before he could raise an objection as to what the hell was going on, he perceived the sensation of something sharp against his throat, which he immediately realized to be the tip of the paring knife with which the appa had just been split. He had made that realization, yet he knew not the intent behind it. He knew not the meaning of Abel clasping that knife, and turning it towards Subaru in that manner, directing his hostility at him. Nay, directing his hatred. The same hatred his voice was rife with. Subaru. Mere proximity within breathing distance of one another, Subaru and Abel shared mutual glares. If Subaru were to carelessly raise his voice in a call for help at this juncture, Abel would not hesitate in slitting Subaru's throat with the knife. But conversely, that Abel was not doing so at once was because he had no reason to. Subaru. What do you want? HK, Vincent? That ought to be mine question. What are your plans? To what extent exactly have you seen the current course of events unfold? Is everything up to this point in accordance with the picture you have painted? Subaru. I told you already. I told you I don't know what you're talking about. What am I scheming, Vincent? Why? Did you leave me behind and not Chisha? In comparison to the blade at his throat, the tone of his voice cut by far and away more deeply. It silenced Subaru, and Abel's hand shook, trembling while gripping the knife. As Abel gritted his teeth, as he glowered at Subaru from point-blank range, having asserted so, that was not something Subaru was able to comprehend immediately. Subaru. Abel. Vincent. Vincent. Valacha. Subaru. Vincent, I am no Abel. I am none other than the 77th Emperor of the Valachian Empire, Vincent Valatia. That is the course you have desired, is it not? Declaring such as if he were wringing the words out of himself. Abel, nay, Vincent, gave his name with a hint of annoyance, not quite understanding the meaning of that attitude of his, an attitude as if he were cursing himself for giving his name as such. Subaru knitted his brows, because of course he would. Subaru, you went to war so you could reclaim that name and that crown, didn't you, Vincent? Incorrect. I was striving to fulfill my duty as emperor. The covenant with the people of Shudrach, the fall of the fortress city, the negotiations with Yorna Mishigur, and the provocation of civil war were all for that purpose. Subaru, your duty as emperor, Vincent, while on the throne, Vincent Valatia will be killed. With that as the starting point, the great disaster will attempt to destroy the empire. The means to oppose it being left behind by Vincent Valatia. That is my duty. Subaru. As Vincent enumerated the particulars of his undertaking to him for the first time, Subaru exhaled a hoarse breath. That expression, great disaster, was one unfamiliar to Subaru's ears, but what astonished Subaru even more than that was the very way Vincent had recited it all. Per his words, upon the demise of Vincent Valacha, the great disaster would commence. Then, he had also stated that he would leave behind the means with which to oppose that great disaster. Rather than searching for those means, he would leave them behind. From how he had spoken, it was just as if, Subaru, the way you spoke, it's kind of like you knew you were going to die. While firmly sensing the cold tip of death trained on the neck, Subaru muttered. With death perhaps creeping closer to Subaru, before him, Vincent's sable eyes wavered with uncertainty. The vast expanse that laid beyond their jet-black coloration, he had a hunch on its true identity. 'Twas resignation, adorned with the will to resist. Vincent, indeed, I have made mine demise a part of my plans. I left behind plans to ensure that the Valachian Empire would not fall to ruin, even with mine passing. And thus, none other than Vincent himself confirmed his intuition as correct. The very next instant, Subaru's mind was stained red, and his emotions burst out. Subaru, you bastard. Stop goddamn screwing around. Teeth bared and eyes flaring up in anger, Subaru gave Vincent, no, the cowardly bastard before him, the death stare bellowing out. There was a flash of acute pain at his neck, but that could be postponed until much, much later. Right here and now, it was much more important to just beat the living shit out of this wimp wearing a self-righteous face. Subaru, after manipulating so many people, after making them cross so many dangerous bridges, after making them take so many unnecessary detours with you, you plan to die at the end of it all? Don't joke around, Vincent, as if I would do anything such as jest. Everything you have spoken of was done because it was the road that needed to be taken. At its terminus was to be mine death, a matter the importance of which cannot possibly be compared to the survival of the Empire which hangs in the balance. Subaru. That's not it. What I'm saying is, why is it that the first thing you do is give up on your own life? Some huge disaster? Don't know anything about it. Wouldn't it be better to just stay alive and face it yourself, Vincent? Do you not know any better but to chatter nonsense? While I live, the great disaster shan't come. That is the premise of this plan. It cannot be overturned. Subaru. Who the hell decided it can't be overturned? You've got a good head on you, so whether it be the great disaster or anything else, you could just deceive it and lure it out, and then... Vincent. Yet it was you, stargazers, who declared that it could never be overturned. Vincent, stifling his emotions, had been replying to a Subaru prattling on and on with sentimentality. But the former's emotions had come to this point, and now exploded before Subaru's eyes. Just how unexpected had that violent outburst been from the standpoint of Vincent? Had he himself not seized the blade of the knife thrust toward Subaru with his opposite hand? Who knew where the tip of the knife would have stabbed? Such had been the torrent of emotions. In drips, blood trickled from Vincent's left hand, having seized the tip of the blade, staining the white sheets here and there. However, neither Subaru nor Vincent paid any mind to the falling droplets of blood, instead focusing their attention towards each other's eyes, towards the very essence of the other's being beyond said eyes. Yet again, Vincent had dubbed Subaru a stargazer. Therein laid the unmistakable reason as to why Vincent Valacha harbored hostility towards Natsuki Subaru, even going as far as to train a knife at him. It was precisely because he happened to understand it that those doubts could not be resolved. Subaru. The stargazers, declared Vincent. The stargazers hear the voices of the observers from the heavens above, that exist beyond the framework. They speak of events that may occur in the far future, conferring us with the possibility of minimizing the damage. Still, that is but a matter of the scale of damages, not of how to prevent it from happening beforehand. In a disgusted voice, yet one attempting to stifle any emotion as much as possible, Vincent began to speak. Subaru was reminded of one thing amidst the contents of his speech. If the stargazers were truly able to foretell the future, from his experience, actually being able to change it would be no easy feat. Whether it ought to be called the power of fate or the natural flow of time, it would stick to a predetermined path as much as possible. Those who attempted to avoid impending tragedies would be brought to their knees. The stargazers' precognitions, they were akin to what Subaru knew from experience. For example, were Subaru to return by death due to a natural catastrophe, even if he could urge everyone to take refuge in preparation, he would be unable to stop the natural catastrophe itself. Whether that would prevent the destruction of houses and buildings, or even prevent the loss of human lives entirely, he would not know until he had a go at it. But he held no doubts that it would be difficult. Vincent, many times in the past the stargazers have precluded correctly that perils would befall the Empire. Those crises were dealt with to the fullest extent possible. But some things could not be saved. Therefore plans are necessary. Subaru, plans. Vincent, plans with which to keep the damage at a minimum and lessen those lost to as close to zero as possible. Calamities awaited in the future. Doings could be done so that a greater number of people would be able to overcome them. Doings could be done so that a greater number of people would not be left behind. If Vincent Valencia had toiled, sparing no effort, for the sake of making that come to pass. Vincent, it was you, stargazers, who whispered of mine death. How dare you, with that mouth, utter that my death must be defied? Are you toying with me? With me? Subaru, wait a sec. For quite some time now, I'm not a stargazer or anything like Vincent. You see things that have yet to happen. Cease your deception, Natsuki Subaru. With those scant words, Subaru tasted the feeling of having his heart, within his chest, being stopped. In the process of spewing out the recesses of his very own heart, the mask of Emperor had fallen away, and visible on the other side was not the face of Vincent Valencia, but rather the face of a man rife with defects who went by the name of Abel. And finally, once the man looked at him directly, once the man declared those words, Subaru. Ah. Vincent, nay, Abel had dubbed him a stargazer, and Subaru had understood the reason for that. Abel had perceived Subaru's return by death. In precise terms, he had not perceived Subaru's return by death, rather the fact that via the loss of his life, Subaru had gone back in time, thus bringing back information from the future. He had perceived that Subaru held the means to know what laid ahead. So then, he had comprehended that it was akin to the foresight abilities that Abel knew to be held by the stargazers. Subaru. If he gave it some thought, it was quite natural that a mistake like this would possibly occur, because of course it would. Subaru himself, in his pursuit for understanding and comprehension, had found in Abel's exposition about the stargazers something in common with his own return by death. Armed with the knowledge of the precedent represented by the stargazers, if Subaru were to attain results beyond the capabilities he was possessed of, it was no surprise that he would draw a connection. No, that he would identify him as one in the same. Abel's insight was a reliable one. His acumen would certainly scrutinize all things. With that insight of his, he had immediately grasped that Subaru had not survived all the situations he had come across in the Empire through his unripe abilities and sheer fortune. That was certainly why. Subaru. So, that's why you always tried to listen to my advice. If Abel interpreted Subaru's advice as a proposal that came as the result of selecting the most optimal move, via seeing the future, then no matter how idiotic the proposal may have sounded to the ears, he would be unable to flat-out discard it. The refusal of allowing the Shadrakian village to go up in flames, the cross-dressing performed with the purpose of capturing the fortress city, the voyage to the demon city of Chaos Flame, the negotiations with Yorna, all of those had been so. Abel had always explored the possibility of actualizing Subaru's proposals, earnestly scrutinizing them. In this manner, Abel had attempted to drag Subaru, who he thought to be a stargazer, into the struggle for the Empire's survival, employing him as a pawn on the board. After he himself was lost, Subaru would be another one of the means of opposition. Despite this, Vincent, you left me behind, not Chisha. Subaru, Vincent, Natsuki Subaru, you are a banal human being. In a form different from the one just prior. The timbre of that voice was devoid of sentiment. There was no attempt to repress emotions. If there indeed was such an attempt, those very real emotions would still eke out, able to be heard in their venture to appeal outwards. Yet nothing was heard. They were not being repressed. Those emotions had died, and with that tone of voice, killed of emotions, Abel let loose words bereft of hue towards Subaru. Vincent, an green, immature human being holding on to plenty of bitterness. Neither do you possess virtue worthy of mention, nor do you possess viciousness worthy of mention. With neither of these you would have accomplished nothing, and died an ordinary man. Subaru's characterization, spoken so matter-of-factly, left absolutely no room for retort. As per Abel's pertinent judgment, Subaru could not become anyone special. Even immersed in the lack of maturity of his body and mind, with his spirit returned to the days when he had believed himself to be a child prodigy, he also knew what he would eventually be in the future to come, a half-baked human being. But, Vincent, you have been bestowed with an opportunity to surpass banal, ordinary men. By making perfect use of it, you have survived till this day. You have not been banal. You have not been an ordinary person. You have no strong disposition toward either virtue or viciousness. Subaru, Abel, Vincent, you are a banal human being. If so, why? Firmly, potently, Abel tightly gritted his teeth, looking at Subaru. He cast away his expression, his nobleness and his graciousness, his composure and his self-confidence and everything entirely, bearing the true face visible behind the mask of emperor that had been stripped away, his voice quivering. And with that quivering voice, as it had been, with that trembling voice, as it was, he exclaimed, "Vincent, why did you leave me behind, Natsuki Subaru? Subaru. Vincent, you have no bond to this empire nor any obligations. You could have been content with protecting the many you have come to know till this day, and nothing more. For what reason did you save me? For what reason did you think to try and save me, a man who does not get along with you? Subaru, Vincent. Why, HK, due to his extreme emotions, his hoarse voice conveyed just how monumental was Abel's desire to pose that inquiry of why. With more and more strength he grasped the blade of the knife, digging even deeper into his hand. More and more intense grew the flow of blood. So painful to gaze at that, Subaru instantaneously attempted to release Abel's grip on the knife and staunch the hemorrhage. However, Vincent, do not touch me, Subaru. Ah. His hand was violently swatted away, and instantaneously becoming aware of pain in the hand he had outstretched, Subaru produced a grimace. Upon taking a look, Subaru saw that the knife within the hand of that strikingly different Abel had slashed his own hand, and drop by drop blood was trickling from it as well. In the space between the two confronting one another, the sheets became increasingly sullied by their blood that went on dripping away without efforts to stop it. And thus, in that manner, paying no heed to the blood flowing out of them, to the soiled sheets and floor, Vincent. Just now, when you reached out your hand to lend help, you did it again. That is what is most baffling, and what is most incompatible with me, in your way of being, Subaru. Vincent, every so often you leave it all to the emotions you feel at the moment, punting to the wayside all beliefs and ideas you have felt until then. You do not follow what you have decided upon, easily reversing whatever course you have concluded that you ought to be taking. You are unable to categorize what ought be saved or not, reaching out your hand indiscriminately. Subaru. His blood oozing out, faced with the glaring Abel's insight and words. Subaru gulped down a breath. Even the pain of the bleeding wound grew distant, with Subaru's thoughts freezing over, because what Abel had stated just now held the exact same meaning as what had tormented Subaru in a recent occasion. Todd, but you were willing to choose whether to save Katya or not, right? Subaru. Before he had regained consciousness, before he had even lost it, those had been the words hurled towards him, that he and Natsuki Subaru were incompatible in every sense possible. that Natsuki Subaru was a monster that he could never understand. Such was the blade of words that Todd Fang had trained upon him, decisively forcing their separation against Subaru's will. He too, though not drawing that conclusion about Subaru owing to return by death or owing to a status as a stargazer, had seen through Subaru's peculiarities, and defined him as such. Perhaps it was through his power of observation, honed through his power of observation. Life as a werewolf. Todd, you're too damn inconsistent. Your eyes say that you're willing to die at any moment. You're willing to put other people's lives on a scale selfishly. But when it comes to this, you're desperate to resist. It's creepy, Subaru. HK, Todd's chilly gaze, his voice devoid of heat, overlapped with those of Abel before him. Abel's gaze. Abel's voice possessed the fervor of rage. Nonetheless, the two still overlapped. The reason for that, undoubtedly, was that both were attempting to part with Subaru, a preface for ousting Natsuki Subaru, rejecting he whose way of being was incompatible with theirs, from their world. Todd, lack of self-awareness is a bad trait. You're choosing between lives, who to save, who to let die. You're deciding as you please. You show favor towards those who butter you up, but don't care about those who don't. Me, I wouldn't hesitate to butter anyone up, but, Todd, how could I go along with someone who decides who lives or dies based on his own fickle whims? Thus, what had driven Todd to commit the heinous acts he had committed, as per his words, had been Subaru's way of thinking and behavior. Of course, Subaru had not just accepted it without questioning, and did not consider himself to be at fault. It was what he had always done and thought to be correct, in his own Subaru way. But were he to so easily change his ways, Subaru would be unable to show his face to the companions who had followed him, who had placed their faith in him till this day. At the same time, however, there was a truth he could not repudiate completely. Subaru was choosing who to let live and who to let die, as he had indeed stated. Through the authority of return by death, Subaru had transfigured the fates of those precious to him, those who had no choice but to lose their lives, those who had no choice but to hurt him, those who had no choice but to struggle for what was dear to them, those who had no choice but to deprive themselves of the opportunity to reach a mutual understanding. He had distorted their fates and kept them alive. Through the decisions and actions Subaru had taken, assuredly, the number of people around Subaru who had been robbed of their lives or become sorrowful had diminished. However, Natsuki Subaru had not been capable of saving every single person either, whether he went without saving them or without being able to save them, though those differed on whether he did it proactively or reactively. His decision had been thus. And so, without him turning back the clock, the onward march of reality imposed itself as immovable. It was not as though he had destroyed all of his enemies. But it was not that he had saved all of his enemies either. Just how had Subaru come to decide which to save and which not to save? That was possibly due to Subaru's personal likes and dislikes. Such was Todd's fear. Vincent, no, that is not so. Natsuki Subaru, it is not even up to your like or dislike towards others. Subaru, who, shaking his head, Abel's words restrained Subaru, the latter having been made aware of the unbridgeable gap between himself and Todd once more. With Subaru holding his breath and raising his face, Abel so relayed. Vincent, were you to determine who to save and who not to save based on your subjective preferences of people's characters, that I would be able to understand. But you save even those you loathe, such as me, Subaru. It's not like that. So he wished to assert, yet Subaru's words did not continue. Whether Subaru hated Abel enough to abandon him at the 11th hour was something he would only understand were he to do some deep introspection. But it was true that he had reached out his hand to someone he loathed. He had been unable to reach. In spite of that, Subaru had attempted to reach out to Todd as well, finishing things without letting go. Their conflict notwithstanding, Lewis had remained alongside Subaru till this day. Having been told that he reached out to those who he loathed, that was exactly what he had been doing. Vincent, take your people from the kingdom and leave Wallachia. As Subaru reflected upon his prior deeds, aghast, Those unforeseen words struck him. Slowly raising his eyes, he came to lay them upon Abel, who had returned the knife his hand had been holding to the basket of fruits. That wrathful hue erased from his countenance, weaving words in tandem with what had been his facial expression. Until then, he, towards a Subaru astonished at the change in demeanor and at the content of the words thrown at him, resumed, "Vincent, from this point onwards, the Empire shall be plunged into battle against the great disaster. The board is different from the one I was attempting to arrange. But alas, a way through remains. Therein you are not required. Subaru." "What, Vincent? I have heard enough nonsense. Whatever your intentions may be, what you have already done must be considered definite. Questioning the merits of your reasoning for that would be an act akin to futility of the utmost extremes." Those were not so much words directed towards Subaru, as they were words directed towards his own self. The exchange in which he had gotten emotional with Subaru, and the exchange in which he had bared all his emotions. Abel was about to unilaterally terminate the exchange that encompassed the entirety of both that had taken place here. It had not been a behavior too uncharacteristic for him, a topic mentioned both when things had gotten emotional, and when the emotions had died. The name Chisha was one Subaru had gotten an idea about. Judging from how he had voiced it all, Chisha had apparently lost his life amidst the siege of the imperial capital. Why Subaru had not saved him, to ask such a thing must have been Abel's true intentions. Attempting to cover up those intentions, Abel would try to pretend that such things had never, ever truly happened. "Vincent, make preparations to return to your country. All necessary arrangements will be made for you to cross the border. Everything after that will be the Empire's problem. Mine problem." Thus, changing his way of referring to himself, and restraining all of his conduct as Abel, were signs of the resolution he had arrived at, to move forth as Emperor Vincent Valaxia. And just how meaningful, just how heavy were the things he had been entrusted with, and if those had been the reasons for his decision, were all things Subaru could not possibly understand. Natsuki Subaru could not understand Vincent Valaxia. Likewise, Vincent Valaxia could not understand Natsuki Subaru. And with that, this fruitless period was coming to an end, with naught more than both shedding the other's blood. "Todd, you're a monster. Much more so than that zombie. That understanding one another was impossible, that the gap could not be bridged, that a separation was unavoidable. Both had reached such a conclusion on their own. Both had arbitrarily decided such things on their own, and both had ended things like that all on their own. Don't you regret that it had to end the way it did? You goddamn idiots." "Subaru." "Hey, Abel." Turning his back, his conduct indicating that the conversation had drawn to a close, the Emperor advanced towards the door. The slender back making its departure was called out to, and the Emperor, taking a calm, short breath, halted his steps. And as he was, the Emperor, with eyes devoid of heat, turned his countenance over his shoulder and spoke. "Vincent, do understand, I'm Vincent Valaxia. Any man that goes by Abel is Subaru." "Shut the hell up. Let's see you grit those teeth." Making use of the bouncy springs of the bed and blasting off, Subaru at last charged towards that face. At that profile, the profile of one deciding to end things all on his own. The pompous profile of one who had the nerve to selfishly tell him to hurry up and leave. That odious profile of one intending to take absolutely everything and anything upon himself. Either way, already unable to stop himself from getting incredibly angry, irritated, and pissed off, Subaru drove his small, blood-soaked fist into that profile, something he had been wanting to do for a long, long time. Chapter 12. Natsuki Subaru and Vincent Abalux. The moment he threw that punch, it was the moment he had been the most frustrated about having become smaller. Even more so than the tragedy of the Gladiator Island, which he had been able to unite everyone in order to prevent. Even more so than the Sparka used to win Gustav over to his side. Even more so than his dialogue with Cecilus under the moon. At this very moment, that he could have punched him just a little bit harder, were he to have a larger body, made him frustrated. "Vincent, you taking the blow from the young Subaru's fist on his left cheek. The Emperor, his face soiled with blood, widened his eyes. His gaze was directed at his own feet, observing Subaru after the latter had failed to land, tumbling down onto the floor. However, though his face held shock, it was bereft of indignation. More so than the humiliation he felt, his astonishment had been stronger. The Emperor, having been given more shock than pain from Subaru's fist, while pressing his hand against where it had struck. "Vincent, do you not hold your life dear? If I were to raise mine hand, the flame of the Yang sword would scorch your very being." Subaru: "Yup. It's not dear to me. Compared to letting you go without giving you a wallop right here and now, something like burning to death isn't scary or anything at all." Vincent: "Why?" Receiving a scowl from the Emperor, Subaru jumped up before his eyes and riposted firmly. Just then, fatigue yet remaining in his body, he lost his balance and fell backwards, slamming against the door. But that was just right. Leaning against the door like that, Subaru spread his arms, thus obstructing the Emperor from proceeding. That he did not hold his life dear to him, such a thing was a downright lie. But, in this tit-for-tat, he did not want to show even a hint of weakness. This Emperor was spouting everything he had to say without holding back. So whether it be with fists or words, Subaru would not be satisfied unless he fired back. "Subaru, it's just as you guys say. I think I can't be understood. After all, even I myself don't really understand what my criteria is for taking action." "Vincent, you guys, you say," biting his lip. The Emperor frowned as Subaru glared at him, lowering his hand from his cheek, his face defiled with blood trickling from Subaru's hand. The Emperor was at a loss from the fact that Subaru's statement had been aimed at multiple targets, possibly being directed at someone aside from himself. Though, no matter how much he pondered it over, there was no way he could understand. The man before Subaru's eyes was the Emperor. The other man nothing more than a foot soldier without an officer rank. And yet, the wounds that both had given Subaru, the scars they had both pointed out, were one and the same. "Subaru, I want to prioritize the people I like, the people I hold dear, and protect them. Those are my honest feelings. But even if it's someone I hate or someone I don't know, and they're put into danger right in front of me, then Todd had said, that Subaru would choose who to save based on his subjective likes and dislikes. Abel had said that Subaru would recklessly choose who to save regardless of likes or dislikes. Both of those were correct, and since both were correct, they were mistaken. After all, Subaru. But is that really such a bad thing? Vincent, what? Subaru? Is that so bad? Without the resolve to try and carry the whole world on my back, and without any grand significance, is it really so bad if I save those who are right in front of me on impulse? As Subaru rose his voice, violently stomping his feet, and the Emperor widened his sable eyes, though still amidst a rapid sequence of expression and demeanors uncharacteristic of him, Subaru yet pressed him for an answer. "Subaru, it's just as you said. I consider the things within my own range of vision. I reach as far out as I can. That's what I've been doing until today. What's so bad about that?" "Vincent, you dare now object? What is so bad, you say? Is it not obvious? For what reason do you focus not on the greater picture, and instead act upon your selfish emotions, the authority bestowed upon you? For what reason do you not put it to good use?" "Subaru, I use absolutely everything. I'm standing here because I put it to good use. Don't get emotional, huh? Stop talking like an idiot. The way I choose to use my own emotions is up to me, Vincent. Then at least act in accordance with those emotions. If you are to decide between somebody's life or death based on your likes and dislikes, do not deviate from that method in any sort of way. Your way of being is riddled with distortions. Subaru, if that's your conclusion from me leading a righteous life, I'm all for having a warped personality." As the Emperor still continued to rebuke Subaru's attitude, the latter delivered a powerful kick as he replied, kicking the Emperor's shin over and over again. His anger, too much to be contained, erupted in full. As Subaru unleashed kicks charged with his foul temper, the Emperor contorted his cheeks, and Vincent, "We shall speak no further." With that, he attempted to terminate the conversation one-sidedly. Once more, he did it one-sidedly, trying to leave behind the divide between their sense of values in that manner. The Emperor seized Subaru's shoulders. The Emperor tried to move him out of the way, and with the physical strength of a child, he could not go against an adult. That was why Subaru bit down on that hand with all of his might. "Vincent, you, Subaru, stop being so selfish." Biting down without restraint, he engraved the Emperor's right hand with a bite wound. His right hand, bleeding as he forcibly shook it free, together with the one bearing a wound from the knife. Both of the Emperor's hands were shedding blood. Causing the great and noble apex of the Empire to shed blood, Subaru would be unable to avoid the death penalty. "Subaru, that'll only happen if the country still exists, you stupid idiot." "Vincent, what are you?" "Gah!" The moment he had been shaken off, Subaru's small body grabbed the Emperor from the front, pressed his head against the latter's abdomen, and clipped his knees, a fighting style he had learned from Whites, who had devised it himself. Proceeding to apply Whites' teachings even further, he took a mounted position and attained dominance through street rules. With the Emperor having fallen onto his back, sitting upon his chest as to weigh him down, Subaru grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the floor. Were the back of one's head to be struck over and over again, no matter who it was, they would be knocked out instantly. However, Vincent, do not get carried away. The first time, shock. The second time, confusion. The third time, although he had been successful in bringing the back of his head to the ground, he was stopped by a simple difference in strength. Furthermore, he was thrown off of the Emperor's body, having been grabbed by his hair, screaming out with a "JR." As he tumbled to the floor, Subaru saw the Emperor stand back up in his peripheral vision, and once again, the latter attempted to head for the door. "Subaru, like I'd let you." Jumping onto the Emperor's knees from behind, by means of sheer force, he halted the body moving towards the door. Due to Subaru's excessive momentum, however, the Emperor was knocked over forwards. The result, Vincent? Boo! Then, with a dull thud, the Emperor crashed face first into the cabin's door. Vincent. A firm sound echoed, the sound of him placing his hands against the door his face had been pressed against, and thus the Emperor rose to his feet once more, after having fallen face first onto it. Then, turning around, the Emperor seized Subaru by the collar with both his hands, hoisting him up. The two's bodies spinning around to switch places, Subaru's back was slammed against the door, pressed against it with force, as he leaked out, "Yews of pain." Before his eyes, the nose and forehead of the Emperor were reddened. From point-blank range he glared at Subaru, the latter's legs suspended. "Vincent, what do you want? What is your objective? What is it that you desire?" "Subaru, I want to hit you. My objective is to hit you." "My desire is to hit you, Vincent. You. Subaru, what about you? What do you want? What is your objective?" "Just what the hell is it that you desire, Vincent?" Caught by his collar, clawing at the Emperor's hands, Subaru's spittle flew as he shouted in reply. Then, twisting his head, he opened his mouth in an attempt to bite the Emperor's hand one more time. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to reach it. At the very least, drool amassed in the Emperor's hand as he spat. In that way, while having his hand sullied by Subaru's saliva, the Emperor's cheek stiffened for a reason separate to that disgrace. He muttered, "Vincent, my desire? Subaru, that's right. There's gotta be something you wanted to do apart from spouting grandiose and meaningless words at me. If not, you wouldn't go out of your way to come to me at such a busy time. Vincent? Subaru, aren't you the one that doesn't understand yourself the most? While you were talking just now, there was something you put the most energy into. Something you put the most emotion into. That's what's most important for you. The topic of evacuating from the Imperial capital, or the topic of suspecting Subaru being a stargazer, the topic of dealing with Amelia and the others who had hailed from the kingdom, to the topic of the divide stemming from being unable to understand Subaru's way of being. Now that he thought of it, There had been no words expressing sympathy for Subaru. After his recovery from having fallen unconscious. In the first place, this bastard had not said anything in regards to this being their first meeting after the demon city either. But putting all those numerous affairs aside, the one topic he was most passionate about was obvious. Subaru. Chisha. Vincent. Why, Natsuki Subaru? The heat that had boiled over just before during their grappling match disappeared, however. In its place was a cold heat, a heat set alight by that question. Now, uttered once more. If that which accompanied violence was a scarlet flame, then that question had come accompanied by a flame of azure hue, that azure glow blazing in his eyes. It scorched Subaru as he stood before the Emperor, while the latter posed his question. Vincent, I was the one who trained him. If it were him, he would have been able to do the same work as me without even the slightest deviation. It could even be said that he was superior in regards to military power, depending on the circumstances. Subaru. Vincent. There was no difference between mine and that damn Chisha's ability. Whichever of us remained would take over the fight to oppose the great disaster, seeing it through to completion. Why? Staring directly into Subaru's black eyes. The Emperor's? No. Abel's black eyes wavered. The mask of Emperor, which he had likely worn alongside a resolve to never again remove it, was ripped off of him not long after he had steeled himself like so. And thus, Subaru gazed upon Abel's face. And finally, not as the Emperor of this country, but as a single person who had been bereaved of someone dear, Abel could not help but question Subaru. Vincent. Why did you let me live despite loathing me, and let Chisha die, Natsuki Subaru? After gaining self-awareness of what he had wanted to ask Subaru himself, Abel hurled the same question toward Subaru as he had done before their scuffle had broken out. The sorrow, the fragility contained within that voice, were incomparable to what they had been just before. The Emperor, known as Vincent Valatia, utilized absolutely everything in his possession for the sake of the Empire, ruling over the great country that possessed the vastest lands among those known in this world as the Four Great Countries. Vincent Valatia reigned as Emperor, an omnipresent and all-seeing existence. For that Emperor known as Vincent Valatia to issue that question not for the sake of the Empire, but rather as a mere single person, was evidence that this singular question carried a weight rivaling that of the Empire itself. Perceiving that in his skin, his blood, his brain, his very soul, Subaru's heart trembled. At the same time, in contrast to Abel's swell of emotion, Subaru's emotions were tranquil. Subaru. Just why was it that the person known as Chisha had to die? Unbeknownst to Subaru, Abel and Chisha had each been placed on different plates of a scale, and one of those two sides had fallen into a situation beyond saving. Thus, Abel had intended to share in the fate of the scale as his own side tipped into perdition. That envisioning had been painted over, most likely by the deceased Chisha himself. Abel had likely prepared for his own death since long ago. If one was born, someday, their life would assuredly reach its end. All were aware of such a fact. But it was just as if Abel's situation was completely different to the reality everybody unconsciously ignored. Resolve towards destined death. That was no different from Subaru confronting the trigger of his return by death. Always, Abel had been squaring off against his own forthcoming death, with the same resolve as Subaru, who fought to the bitter end, while believing that the arrival of death was something that could be changed. That it was something that must be changed, no matter what. Abel had continued to fight. If Subaru were to go without dying, Emilia, Rem, and Beatrice would end up dying. Otto and everyone else, Tanza and everyone else, all of the Shudrak, Flop, and Medium. A great number of people would end up dying. In exchange for his own life, he attempted to allow everyone to survive. If he had come to expend the entirety of his resolve for that purpose, then it must have been the same for Abel. Vincent, I completed all preparations with that end in sight. But even so, Emilia, Rem, and Beatrice, they had all taken Subaru's place, permitting his survival. In order to let Subaru live, Otto and everyone else, Tanza and everyone else, all of the Shudrak, Flop, and Medium, a great number of other people, had become sacrifices so he could survive. Even if nobody else was capable of understanding that despair, Natsuki Subaru was the single person who had to keep it in mind. Nullifying that possibility, painting over that reality by means of his authority, Natsuki Subaru was the single person who would not deny the despair that Abel was going through without paying any heed. Understanding, gulping down, there was something he must say in addition. Subaru. I'm not a stargazer, Abel. Vincent. The words he spoke, they probably seemed like a betrayal to Abel this late in the game. This late in the game, Subaru had not returned the reply of Abel's desire, instead keeping it to himself. But, however much Abel suspected Subaru, reality would not budge. Perhaps Subaru was able to do the same things a stargazer could. Perhaps Subaru possessed means with which to intervene with fate, to an extent greater than a stargazer's own means. Even so, he was not omnipotent. He could never be omnipotent. It would be nice if he were omnipotent. He could never be sufficient as to aspire to be omnipotent. Subaru. That's why I couldn't save this Chisha person you talked about. I wouldn't know how to save him either. But I'll just say this one thing. Vincent. What is it? Subaru. Supposing I really did have a power like the one you speak of, even then, I'd choose to save you, who I hate, rather than someone I don't know. Without reasons like seeing ahead to what lies in the future. That's what I would do. That's what I will do. Truly, even he himself thought his nature was a helpless one. But that was the result that Natsuki Subaru, by consulting with the abilities he possessed, within what he understood to be the realms of what were his own capabilities, had reached. Vincent. Slowly, strength left Abel's hold on his collar, and Subaru's body was released. While his back rubbed against the door, Subaru's body slid down. Even now, Abel's hands were holding on to Subaru's collar, but those fingers, white from the strength that had been put into them, now lost their pale coloration alongside, said strength. If he truly wished to remove those hands, he could have done it easily. However, Subaru did not do so. With them still seizing his collar, Subaru merely called his name out with, Abel. Vincent. If you claim to not be a stargazer. Such was the frail sound produced by Abel's lips. But Abel himself had not been satisfied with the sound he had uttered, and continued no further. Abel's black eyes began to wander, in search of the words he truly desired. He would put his emotions into words. Perhaps the Emperor of the Empire, who had not once done such a thing till this day, who had not once done something that even a toddler was capable of, would now do so. Vincent. You would try and save me no matter what, Subaru. Vincent. In a situation where the survival of the Empire is at stake, you occupy me with trifles of such insignificance. Subaru, Vincent, even since I laid eyes upon your way of being, Subaru. Each time, his words would get stuck halfway through. Not are the words, no matter the emotions, they were not enough to express what Abel felt in his heart of hearts. Repeatedly, Abel ceased speaking, revised his words, and corrected himself. Yet Subaru did not rush him. Vincent, you detest me. View me as an enemy. His intelligent self realizing that the response of his desires laid not beyond his faltering words. Abel started the words he ought to say anew, over and over again. He, known as the wisest emperor since the inception of the Valachian Empire, a man whose wisdom was respected by everyone, did so. And thus, after repetitions upon repetitions, he finally managed to do it. Vincent. Subaru. Vincent. I had resolved myself for my own death. I had not resolved myself to lose someone dear. Having only forged his resolve to be the one leaving the rest behind, his resolve for being left behind had not been cultivated. Perhaps he had even gone as far as to think about what words he would leave behind in his final moments. There was even the possibility one would find notes here and there left for after his death, if they were to search. All had been done for the sake of entrusting the matter to those who would continue forth, done with a resolve that had not even considered the possibility he would be on the side being entrusted. Vincent, why? A quavering voice questioned so. While speaking in a quavering voice, Abel detached his hands from Subaru's collar. Those hands, his own very blood-stained hands, he brought them to his face and concealed his expression. The Emperor, who would by no means even close both his eyes in front of others, covered his face with both his hands. Vincent, why did you leave me behind and die, Chisha? His face in his hands, his voice trembling, his black eyes potentially even tearing up, Vincent Valasha fell to his knees, having lost a very, very important person. The man who had likely not had even the time to grieve, not needing to wear the mask of emperor in front of a rude and disrespectful individual whom he hated, fell to his knees. Witnessing just that, Subaru, taking a very long and immensely deep breath. Subaru, I'm sorry. With that, as a fellow struggler fighting against an unreasonable fate, he faced the fellow struggler who had been wounded while earnestly continuing to fight, and imparted words that would never be able to serve as comfort. When swinging at Abel as he tried to leave, what came to Subaru's mind was the memory of the time Otto had once punched him in a similar manner. Subaru, you're incredible, man. I could never be as smart as you. I'll never say that to his face, though. Since he would feel embarrassed and annoyed, he really did not wish to state so directly to that very person. The most he was willing to consider was that one day, once Otto was dying of old age, he would sit at the side of the bed and say, "To be honest, I thought you were incredible." If he were to really go through with it, he had faith that Otto, even in his dying moments, would retort with, "Then why have you been keeping silent about it until now?" Anyhow, Subaru. With a thud, Abel leaned his back against the wall of the cabin as he sat on the ground observing the dim interior of the cabin as he hugged one of his knees. Subaru, too, absent-mindedly savored the silence while sitting next to him with legs crossed. From the outset, Subaru's true feelings were undoubtedly feelings of gratitude towards Otto, alongside a wish to mess with him a bit. Some time ago, at a time Subaru had been on the verge of buckling under the weight of attempting to carry anything and everything by his lonesome, Otto had given a wallop to Subaru's cheek, had lambasted him with words he needed to hear, that he was keeping up useless airs in front of his friends, so he was told. That experience had given Subaru the courage to spring off of the bed. But then again, Subaru, not like you and I are friends or anything. Vincent, of course. Speak not of such repulsive things. Being a friend of yours. No, I simply have no need for the likes of friends, nor shall I ever want them. Subaru. So your reasoning isn't that you can't make friends, but that you won't make them. I also did that when I pretended to be a proud lone wolf, but it's completely obvious to the people around you. Vincent. Your disrespect knows no bounds, now does it? Seated close to each other yet without looking towards the other, Subaru and Abel exchanged words. No longer were the heated emotions from their grappling scuffle present, but on the other hand, they were not vanished to the point that they would abort their conversation midway. Nor were they able to feign civility. Subaru's face, clothes and hands were stained with blood all over. Of course, Abel's face, hair, and clothes were also stained with blood all over. Inside the cabin, the sheets were stained with blood, and the knife had fallen to the ground. Blots of scattered blood were present here and there, and evidence of damage and of blood having been shed was everywhere. The amount of blood was not enough for this place to be dubbed a murder scene, but it sure was enough for it to look like a crime scene. Subaru. But even if we thrash around, we could never destroy the whole cabin. That's what our individual limit is, you and I. Even with Subaru and Abel having gone into a no-holds-barred rampage, the most they've been able to do is break the furnishings. Were the ones to go on a rampage the truly dangerous people present in this world, the cabin would probably be destroyed in the blink of an eye, no traces of it being left behind. How much time would it take for Amelia, with that adorable face and those adorable hands of hers, to adorably dismantle this cabin? Subaru. Even if you and I throw down, it's nothing so adorable even. Vincent. Just what in the world is your problem? Subaru. What about you? What the hell's your problem? I'll tell you what. Your story's all over the goddamn place. I can't even tell what you want to talk about, Vincent. Abel remained silent and pondered. The reason he had held his tongue was likely because he was made aware of how scattered the topics were. It was the result of plugging his ears to the appeals of his true intentions. and only choosing the topics that felt good to his ears, and flowed nicely. Since he had been on edge, there had not been a single topic that was sincere. That was the essence of Abel's speech till just before, and he had also now become aware of that lapse of his. Thence how he would recover from that. Subaru waited to see. Vincent, Natsuki, Subaru, is it the truth that you are not a stargazer? Subaru, it's true. It's true. I'm not a stargazer or anything like that. Stuff like premonitions of the future. That fits the witch cult more than it fits me. I don't really get along with those guys, Vincent. I did happen to hear that you had felled 2 Sin Archbishops in Lagunica, Subaru. It's not public, but it's actually been 3. Gluttony's been as well. Nah. It's kinda difficult to say whether Gluttony's been defeated or not, so forget about that. Lewis's situation is also... Ah, Vincent. What is it? Subaru, you didn't do anything to Lewis, right? After all, I still haven't forgiven you for that time you said Lewis was to be killed. In the demon city of Chaos Flame, Abel's firm stance towards Lewis had been what had triggered Subaru's separation from Abel and the rest, going on to act independently. When her identity as a Sin Archbishop came to light, Abel had declared that she would not be tolerated. With that as the reason, Subaru had moved separately from Abel and the rest of their group. The pair of him and Lewis isolated and without assistance then headed towards Yorna's castle. Subaru, though stuff's happened until now, I still won't forgive you, Vincent. Speak not of foolish things, though? Was it not you who thoroughly hated that girl? Subaru, before is before. Now is now. To begin with, if you've kept your impression of me from our first meeting, you doubt my sanity considering the members I get along with. Vincent, your sanity is something I've doubted since the Shadrakian village. Your concern is unnecessary. Subaru. Ha! Vincent, no harm has been inflicted upon that girl. After all, what I had been trying to say back then was not that we ought to execute someone whose apparent identity was that of a Sin Archbishop on the spot. Subaru, wah? Vincent, you jumped to a hasty conclusion. Diligently reflect upon this. Having been told that his worries were needless, Subaru was at a loss for words. But, even supposing that were true, Abel's cold-hearted and indifferent attitude had been part of the reason for Subaru making a conclusion so hastily. Adding up Abel's attitude up until then had led to his distrust back then. Subaru, that was an issue of your attitude. Vincent, it was necessary. It was just in case, so you would not wish for my survival. Subaru, Vincent, all grounded on the conjecture that you were a stargazer, that included. You, who continues to produce results unprecedented within the kingdom, have performed deeds no ordinary person would be able to. Subaru, that's Vincent, although there was no need for me to go out of my way to worsen your impression of me. Even if I did not act as such, you are the type of person who would detest me the most. Abhorrence and disdain, they both overflow from your heart. Subaru, you damn bastard. Whether it was a lie, the truth, good or bad, Abel's words caused veins to bulge in Subaru's forehead. But, as Subaru explored his relationship with Abel while treading on thin ice, Abel had come into contact with Subaru with a mental state akin to treading a tightrope. With Subaru on ice and Abel walking a tightrope, no interaction of the sort could ever proceed smoothly. After all, each of them went without looking at anything but their own feet. They did not even regard the other's face. Subaru, I don't know anything about that Chisha guy. He kicked you out from the throne and turned himself into you pretending to be emperor. I only happened upon him in Chaos Flame when he was posing as emperor. Vincent? Subaru, I don't get what that person was thinking, or what he had been scheming in driving you away from the palace. But you got frustrated in such a way because that person died, and if he really did die when you were supposed to, I do get that. Therefore, falteringly, Subaru spoke of what he thought as he thought it. Since they had an unspoken agreement to not face each other, Subaru could not see Abel's expression as he spoke those words. A tad frightening. That person was someone who Abel lamented losing to an extent such that he could not preserve the equilibrium of his heart. For Subaru, speaking about that person while knowing nothing about them, his remarks could perhaps trample upon Abel's heart far too much. But, he thought, though it had not been for a very long time, having been embroiled in a situation that concerned the survival of the nation, having been completely manipulated by this man who gave his name as Abel Subaru, thought, Subaru. That Chisha person. He sure was incredible. Though perhaps inappropriate, as he lifted his face, he produced a spirited voice. It had been no forceful attempt to brighten things. It had been praise. Praise overflowing from Subaru's heart. In reality, just how many of them were there? People who could betray the predictions of the man renowned as the wisest emperor since the inception of this Wallachian empire, who molded just about every last thing merely within his own mind, who valued things proceeding as per his expectations. Just how many people could go against that and fulfill their own goals in such spectacular fashion? Just that was more than enough to earn Subaru's praise. Moreover, he had performed to the extent that Abel, having been left behind, was left hesitant and disheartened. He did not know if that was in accordance to the expectations held. Subaru, you said there wouldn't be a big difference whether you or that person was left behind. If that's true, then there's only one reason why that person made this situation. Vincent, you. Subaru spoke as he thought, and without facing him, Abel let out a muted voice. He was not so sure if anger had been present in that timbre or not, especially because he went without verbally assaulting Subaru in the way the latter had grown familiar with. Vincent, you. Are you saying that you understand the reason why Chisha plotted against me? Indeed, it was rather something to urge Subaru to voice the conclusion he had reached. Vincent. Abel desired an answer that even Abel's own clever brain could not come up with. For something like that to come out of the mouth of Subaru, who did not even know the person known as Chisha. Even if Abel had no expectations, he had begun to have expectations. He could not help but think of those expectations as added pressure, but Subaru. Well, no matter what you'll think of me, we're already this far in. Once he had stood up in defiance, there remained no reason to hesitate in speaking exactly what he thought. The reason as to why Chisha had left not himself, but Abel behind, that Subaru had thought of. That was, Subiru. With fate trying to kill you, you resigned yourself to the opponent that was fate. That's gotta have irritated him, Vincent. Subaru. There's also a pattern of wanting someone to live even at the expense of your own life. But I don't think that's the case here. After all, the way you live wouldn't have anyone do anything of the sort for you. He could understand the feeling that one might want another person to live even if it meant they themselves would die. But in order to harbor a feeling of the sort, they must greatly think of the other person as dear. And they need a reason to be made to think that way. Prepared for his own destined death, desperate to pave the path for the sake of those who would continue after him, it was implausible that Abel would have anyone think of him in such a way. Therefore, Subaru's answer was that. Subaru. Chisha got irritated because of you. After all, he even proved it. Vincent. Proved it, you say? Proved what? Proved that I was plotted against and that I was a fool? Subaru. Flop-san and Mazelda-san have probably also realized that you're a moron with a good head on him. What I mean is, the reach of the thing known as fate, Vincent. Fate. As though vocalizing that word for the first time, Abel's tongue became acquainted with that unfamiliar concept, muttering so. In reality, for Abel, who confronted everything head-on, who resisted endlessly armed with his own predictions, all impediments could be put into words. Likely, he had not realized his opponent was something so absurd, so formless as fate. But, beyond all doubts, the enemy to which Abel had unconsciously accepted defeat was fate. At the same time, Chisha had proved that very thing by using his own life, and letting Abel live. Subaru. Fate can be fought. There's no reason to give up, not even a single one. Vincent, faintly catching his breath, Abel kept silent as if the words he had been told had struck his very heart. Had he not believed his enemy to be fate, likely, he would not have thought to fight it, or to even resist it. It would not have been something he had even considered. However, supposing he were to know just what exactly that enemy was, what could possibly ensue? If he, the wisest emperor since the inception of the Wallachian Empire, were to know the true identity of his enemy, just what would he do? Subaru. Abel. I'm not a stargazer. Vincent. Subaru. But... Adjacent to Abel, who remained silent, Subaru spoke as he placed his hands on the knees of his crossed legs. Upon being accused, he denied it, only to be accused again. Upon denying it, he was accused, only to deny it again. Although explaining or affirming the matter of his own authority, the matter of return by death, was something he was not able to do. Subaru had also resolved his heart on something during this dialogue. That something was that which would have been his likely answer to Todd Fang, who had cornered him with words completely, leaving him unable to riposte in clear terms before their parting. Subaru. I'll save as many people as I possibly can, as long as they're within range of my hand. Even so, if there truly are still lives I'm not able to save, that's... Vincent, a defeat served to by fate, would it not be so? Subaru, I can't get a complete victory. After all, it's not just me who's fighting fate. He had not been able to save everything. Thus, Subaru was unable to declare that he was going to save everything, even from here onwards, while roaring for that inevitable fate to bring it on, while vowing to continue fighting against fate, yet still being faced with the loss of lives. Natsuki Subaru would mourn and lament, only to then continue to declare such things. And in that manner, for the sake of diminishing the chances for him to lament, for the sake of diminishing the chances for him to shed tears. Subaru, lend me your strength, Abel. If you do that, I'll also lend you mine, Vincent. Subaru, from this point onwards, I'll cooperate in full. That said, I won't say selfish things without consulting with Amelia and the others, but that's just how passionate I am. That's why. Saying that, Subaru firmly clapped his knees and stood up. Then, without looking at Abel's face, he slowly advanced to the middle of the cabin, to the side of the bed. With a sidelong glance to the disheveled and blood-stained sheets, Subaru reached his hand into the basket of fruits. Inside was the APA which Abel had abandoned after splitting it in half. The cross-section of its white insides were turning to a light brown coloration due to being exposed to the air, but not concerning himself with that, Subaru picked the halves up. Then, Subaru, help me finish eating the APA you cut in half. Tossing a half of the APA over to Abel, he sunk his teeth into the half he held on to. With a pleasant sound, the sweet juice of the fruit slowly filled his mouth, and Subaru looked into the face of Abel, still plopped down on the floor. Having caught the APA thrown at him, Abel brought his eyes down towards it, and after a moment of hesitation, he bit into it. With a similarly pleasant sound, the sweet and sour flavor ought to have filled his mouth as well. Whether he liked it or disliked it, hated it or loved it, was completely unrelated to that flavor. As fellow living beings, there would be no difference in the flavor of the APA that they shared. Vincent. Natsuki Subaru. Subiru? Subiru. What's up, Vincent? I am not fond of you. Subaru. Vincent. But I require your strength. Declaring so, Abel slowly stood up. With the half-eaten APA in his hand, Abel trained his sable eyes upon Subaru. Once again, he hid all the hues of uncharacteristic emotions that he had displayed within the cabin behind his consciousness as the Emperor. However, while those yet revealed themselves ever so slightly via his eyes and voice, Vincent. Apologies for mine many acts of rudeness, O Knight of the Kingdom. With that, upon seeing the Emperor of the Sacred Wallachian Empire bow his head, Subaru smiled, smiling while biting into what remained of the APA. Subaru. I won't apologize for my many acts of disrespect, Emperor of the Empire. And with that, the first step to rectify the discrepancies in their relationship, which had been mistaken ever since its very start, was taken. Chapter 13. To each their wounds. You also came, Rem. Rem looked up quietly as a voice called out to her from her side. At the coupling of the coupled dragon carriage, a silver-haired girl opened the door of the next car and called out to Rem, who was leaning her back against the wall of the car. It was Amelia. She had a beautiful face with a soft look in her eyes, and a girl holding her hand by her side. It was Beatrice, who had rushed to Subaru during the chaos at the imperial capital. It was a touching sight, but Rem's feelings toward them were extremely complicated. Of course, this was partly because these women were related to Rem's lost memories that she herself had no knowledge of, but that was not the only reason. Unlike Rem, who she had instinctively known was her sister, and the other people who had called themselves her companions, these two people were special. They were special in that they were deeply connected to Subaru. Both of them felt a particularly strong connection to him during the situation surrounding the imperial capital, during the retreat, and afterwards when they were visiting Subaru while he was unconscious. Rem did not know why it bothered her so much. Amelia-san, and Beatrice-chan. Beatrice. Rem is also concerned about where the discussion is going, I suppose. Rem, concerned? Yes, right, concerned I might be. When asked by Beatrice, who had addressed her by name, Rem looked down slightly. The reason Rem stood in the empty passageway was to watch over the cabin a short distance away, the cabin assigned to Natsuki Subaru as his sleeping quarters. Subaru and Abel were now confronting each other in a quiet cabin after the large crowd of visitors had left. Abel had a grim face, and when he was seen he was often wearing an Oni mask, so it was refreshing for Rem to see his true face. However, as far as Rem knew, Abel always had a scowl on his face when he was unmasked. But today, his already grim face looked even more stiffened than before. Amelia. Rem, you've been around Subaru and Abel, Emperor Vincent for a while, haven't you? Are they good friends? Rem. Emperor Vincent, I'm not used to calling him that, and I don't get the impression that the two are very friendly with each other. I would say that even though they had agreed on some ideas, they didn't get along. Amelia. That's what I thought, Beatrice. Well, that was predictable, in fact. Abel's way of thinking is like oil and water with Subaru, I suppose. Daddy prefers the sentimental way Subaru thinks, in fact. Amelia. Geez, Beatrice is so quick to spoil Subaru. You have to properly listen to Abel's side of the story. Emperor Vincent's side of the story. Amelia's shoulders slumped at Rem's answer, but her lips pouted at Beatrice's subsequent assertion. In front of I.M., who thought her expression seemed to change from one moment to the next, Amelia added a surprised, "Ah," and looked at her. Amelia. Oh, and Rem. Since we're in Wallachia, you have to call me Emily. Rem? Is there a point to that? Amelia. Of course there is. No one thinks I'm Amelia. Right, Beatrice? Beatrice. Since Betty also spoils Amelia, to give no answer is a kindness, I suppose. Amelia. Huh, what does that mean? Amelia's eyes widened at Beatrice's kind misdirection as she held her hand. Rem felt that her feelings were at the mercy of the two as she saw their hard-to-dislike interactions, but she soon grew fond of Amelia and Beatrice. In the first place, if what she had heard was true, they had risked a lot to come to this country to look for both Rem and Subaru. There was no way she could dislike them. Rem. Unlike with him, there's nothing suspicious about them. Subaru carried a stench that inspired fierce, instinctive alarm. While a large part of Rem's hostility was due to that, there was no sign of it in Amelia and the others. So, like with Louis, the people of Shudrak Flop and the others, there was no reason to bother snapping at them. Although, Rem, that person's smell suddenly becoming fainter is also scary. She was concerned about Subaru, who had lost his strong stench while they had been separated, since she did not know what exactly it was, and between it existing and not existing it was definitely better if it did not. She wanted to say that things had improved, and, as she had been thinking that. Who? It's Rem-chan. Emily Chan and Beatrice Chan. The door of the carriage on the opposite side from where M and the others were standing was opened, and the other party who had appeared called out the names of the three in a loud voice. Waving her hands vigorously, a tall woman strolled towards them. Her long golden hair was freely arranged. Her skin was exposed like a dancer's, and above all, she had fully grown arms and legs appropriate for her age. She was Medium-san. Medium? Yahoo! Perhaps... Are you all worried about Abel-chin and Subaru-chin too? Amelia. Yes, that's right. Medium-chan was as well? Medium. Yes. See, I finally have a big body again, don't I? Now, unlike when I was little, I can stop adults from fighting, so I thought I could be useful. With her chest puffed out, Medium answered as such. They had not seen her for long, but like Subaru, she was one of those whose appearance had changed from that of an adult to a child. The childish Medium was also very endearing, retaining her lively personality, but her charm remained the same regardless of the length of her arms and legs. So the familiar figure calmed Rem down. It seemed that Medium had also been very frustrated when she was little, and she seemed to be enjoying being back to her large body as much as she could. In any case, Rem, to stop a fight, that is, between that person and Abel-san, Medium. That's right, Joe. It's been a while since the two of them talked properly. Aren't they going to go wild, Rem? I don't know. Setting aside that person, I can't imagine Abel-san going berserk. With a stern face and a harsh voice, she had the impression that Abel was one who said painful things. However, unlike Rem, who had frowned at Medium's concerns, Amelia and Beatrice's opinions seemed to be closer to Medium's side. Beatrice. Daddy agrees with Medium, in fact. At the very least, Subaru has a lot to say to that emperor, so he will probably snap at him, I suppose. Amelia. That's true. Emily, I'm a teensy bit worried too. A fight. It's not only about hitting each other, but also about hurting each other with words. Is that how it is? Certainly it would not be a scuffle, since there was no indication that Abel would raise his hand, but it was quite possible that Subaru could become emotional, and the argument could intensify. Because Abel was rational, Rem felt that he talked circles around Subaru comparatively more often. But Abel may not have much leeway now. She had not exchanged many words with Abel, who had regained his position as emperor, but she could understand the concern of Medium and Beatrice, and that speculation was immediately verified to be correct. Subaru? Okay. Anyways, let's sneak over to Garfield. If it's him, he should be able to understand our unavoidable circumstances. Vincent. What? The scandal of how a knight of the kingdom raised his hand against the emperor of the empire. Subaru. Don't forget, if that goes to trial, I'll talk about everything you've been up to as a last resort, and so on. The door of the cabin opened as they continued the hushed exchange. The eyes of those in Rem's group, who were waiting for the discussion to be concluded, met the black eyes of the two men as they peeked out to see whether there was anyone in the aisle. Subaru opened his mouth with an "ah," while Abel frowned with a "however." That was not the extent of the reactions of IM's group when they saw the state of the two of them. After all, both Subaru and Abel, who showed their faces, were covered in blood. Unbelievable. Medium. You two were having a much bigger fight than I thought you would. Amelia. Oh no. Beatrice, quickly, heal him, Beatrice. It's as you see, in fact. Daddy should have been there, I suppose. Subaru and Abel met their gazes at the group of women who had welcomed them with a flurried commotion. Then Abel sighed, and Subaru raised his hands in resignation. After that, Subaru. You're definitely going to get mad, so before that happens I gotta tell you, we've made up. With a wry smile on his pitiable face, he said that as if he had at least some good news to tell. In the end, their injuries were just a small cut on their hands. Nothing impressive. Medium. But the cabin's a mess now, and we don't have another cabin that we can prepare. Subaru. No. I'm not going to tell you something as self-important as to prepare another cabin. I've seriously reflected on what Medium-san, you're back to normal. Medium. That's right, Subaru-chin. No. That's no good. I'm happy that you said that, but I'm also angry at you. The two of you are hopeless. Saying that, Medium put her hands on her waist and scolded Subaru for his poor attempt to change the topic of the conversation. Subaru's shoulders slumped in remorse. However, instead of the depressed Subaru, it was Abel, whom Subaru had fought with, that received the brunt of Medium's scolding. Medium. Abel-chin as well. While Subaru-chin is small, you can't act immature, okay? Vincent? Do you understand what you just did? You raised a hand against the Emperor. Medium. Because you're so great and all that, and no one has ever scolded you, Abel-chin. You've grown up to be like this, haven't you? Vincent. Abel frowned and crossed his arms. Meanwhile, Medium was giving him a reproachful glare. As one could understand from the exchange that had just happened, surprisingly, Medium had slapped Abel over the head. Looking at the disastrous state of the cabin, it was reasonable to want to scold Abel for fighting with the young-looking Subaru. But Rem was impressed by the absurd act. Rem. If it's okay with Medium-san, may I also hit him? Vincent. Do not join her. We do not have the leisure to look over each instance of disrespect one by one at this time. Do not do something that would make me have to take my time after the war to decide whether I should punish you by comparing it to your achievements. Rem. That's a shame. Of course, she had not expected to receive permission, but for M, it was fruitful to hear the words "after the war" come from Abel's mouth. At least, Abel was looking towards the future. Although she did not know what had been said during their conversation inside, compared to before he had visited this cabin, it felt like the light and color within his eyes had improved. Emilia. Okay, this is good. But you need to change your clothes or else everyone will worry about you. You can go see everyone after you're dressed properly, okay? Beatrice, truly you're so troublesome, in fact. You can't allow Betty to have any peace of mind, I suppose. Subaru. Sorry, but it's been a while. It feels so fresh. For a while, the only people who worried about me were, except for Tanza, all men. Having wiped off the blood on Subaru's face and hands with the hand towel she carried, Emilia patted him on the head. Beatrice, with her hands held out and seemingly trying to heal his wounds, shrugged her shoulders, appearing to feel not only a sense of relief, but also a sense of joy. Both of them seemed to feel happy to be looking after Subaru. Looking at this, for some reason Rem felt her chest tingle. Medium. Hey, Abel-chin, do you think you can manage? Not having noticed that which occurred in Rem's heart, Medium tilted her head as she asked Abel this question. Abel narrowed his black eyes at her question, and then nodded his head after a moment. Vincent. There's no problem. In fact, it is foolish to point at me and question whether I can work hard. Ever since I decided that I would assume the seat of Emperor, I lost the right to act haphazardly. Medium. Does that mean that you're going to continue working hard as the Emperor, Vincent? That is a foolish way of saying it. But roughly, yes. Medium. I see. Then I also agree. Let's work together. Medium's face suddenly brightened up and she held her hand out towards Abel. Abel glared at Medium's hand and proceeded to turn his face away. At Abel's cold attitude, Medium withdrew her hand and clapped her hands together, producing a snapping sound. Medium. Well, should we go to meet the others? Big Bro also wanted to talk with Abel-chin. Vincent. I do not have the time to talk with that thing, but Serena Drakroy's flying dragon ship should also be back soon. Either way, I need to talk with the main players now. Please wait. Towards Medium's urging, Abel drew back his chin. For Abel, who liked to take care of things quickly, she knew that from now on, important discussions would have to be held to discuss how to deal with the problems occurring in the imperial capital. Naturally, as people who were important to that discussion, it was already decided that Subaru and Emilia would be present. But before that, Rem had something important to say. Half of the reason Rem stood there was because of her concern about the twisted relationship between Subaru and Abel. But the other half was because of that. Subaru. Abel, I also have something that I want to do before I meet everyone. Something that I absolutely must do. So, let me go do that first. Rem. Stopping the exchange, Rem tried to tell them her reason for coming. However, Subaru interrupted Rem as he began to speak, turning his gaze towards her. That gaze made her understand that what he absolutely had to do was the same thing as what Rem had tried to say. So Rem pursed her lips and nodded. And then, Subaru. Rem, take me to Katya-san. What the fuck, brat? This ain't no place for you. When he visited his intended cabin, Subaru's eyes widened as he was greeted by a vulgar voice. Standing behind the open door was a man with a rough, greeting voice that matched his eye-patched face. For a moment, he had a difficult time opening his memory drawer, but then it hit him. Subaru. Jamal? Right? Jamal? Oh? How do you know my name? I don't know you. Subaru. You're alive. Jamal. Aren't you a damned rude little brat, huh? The name of the man who had opened his mouth that had an unexpectedly clean set of teeth and made his throat growl was Jamal. When Subaru was blown away to the Wallachian Empire, he was one of the first Imperials he had encountered, and this was the man who had been Todd Fang's companion. As far as Subaru knew, it was certainly in the fortress city of Garl when Todd helped a general first class, who had been previously captured, escape where he should have been captured as a prisoner of war by the rear guards who remained. Following that, due to Subaru going through a lot, his safety had honestly slipped his mind. Subaru. Why are you in this cabin, Jamal? What's so weird about me being in my little sister's cabin, Subaru? Little sister, ah. Hearing the sound of his suspicion melting away due to the answer, Subaru remembered. That reminded him. Todd mentioned that his fiancée was Jamal's younger sister, meaning that the people in front of him, Jamal and Katya, were actually siblings. The delicate Katya and the thuggish and wild Jamal were siblings. Subaru. Well, both your hair color and frizziness are similar? Jamal. I don't understand what you're saying, but I do understand that you're pissing me off. Brat, if you don't want to get hurt, you should... Nay-san, stop it. Perhaps annoyed by Subaru's attitude, Jamal rolled up his sleeves and showed him a gesture of trying to kick him out by force. But before he could do so, a shrill voice from behind called him to stop. Looking into the cabin past Jamal's side, the layout of the cabin was similar to the one in which Subaru was sleeping, and a woman was lying on a bed at the far end of the cabin. That woman was... Subaru. Katya-san. Katya, you're finally awake. You've been sleeping too much. Seriously. Really? Katya looked at Subaru across from the body of her brother, who was standing in the way, and he saw her sit up on her bed. Then Jamal quickly walked over to her and said, Oi, Jamal. Take it easy. You don't know when you're going to die, so move slowly. Katya. I'm not that fragile. Don't compare me to a brother who doesn't even die when he's supposed to be dead. Jamal, I didn't die in the first place, but you people would have selfishly killed me anyway. Jamal, his concern flat out rejected, and now stigmatized as a dead man after so long, slightly shuddered. It seemed like a lot had happened in the reunion of these siblings, but it was not Subaru's real intention to delve into that. There had been another reason for his visit. Rem, are you all right? Subaru looked down slightly and saw that his feet did not move very far from the entrance into the cabin, and it was Rem, who was with him, who had asked that. After apologizing to Amelia, Abel, and the others, Subaru visited this cabin with Rem. As Katya's friend, Rem had every reason to be present here. That was because she too had wanted to hear what Subaru was trying to do from here on out. Subaru. Yeah, I'm all right. Nodding. Subaru stepped into the cabin. On the bed, Katya and Jamal were still arguing about something, but when Subaru arrived with Rem, Katya was the one who had closed her mouth. As she was, she kept her blue eyes, framed by long lashes, downcast. Katya. Is your body doing better now? Even if it was just a prelude to the main topic, her concern for Subaru's body was kind. Her tone was blunt and brusque, but there was no doubt that she was a lovely woman at heart, and that was why she had become close to the unreliable Rem. To this woman, Subaru had to tell her. Subaru. Yeah, I'm alright. Thanks for worrying about me. Katya. I wasn't worried or anything. It's just that this girl seemed anxious. Subaru. With a glance, Subaru looked toward Rem as she stood next to him, her expression stiff. Knowing roughly what was going to be discussed, he did not overreact to Katya's words as he normally would. Although it was something he anticipated, Subaru admonished his own weakness, which made him want to put off the main topic. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled. And then, Subaru, I'm sorry. I couldn't bring Todd back. Yes, he informed her of the final parting between him and Todd in the Imperial capital. Katya. Squeezing his small fist tightly, overcome with grief, Subaru let the cruel truth be known. At the end of the battle in the Imperial capital, even though Todd had helped them break through the siege of zombies, their clash was all but inevitable. Subaru decided not to kill Todd, a man who hated and abhorred Subaru's way of thinking and who was determined to get rid of him, and they faced off against each other. But in the end, Subaru. He was washed away by the floodwater that swept into the city, but any more than that. Katya. Oh, Subaru. It's just that in the fight against the zombies, he acted as a decoy and suffered a lot of injuries. That's why, at Subaru's report, Katya's hoarse exhale escaped. As if to overlap with that breath, Subaru described what he saw to Katya in a way that was not exactly as he had seen it. If he wanted to, Subaru could have given Katya hope. The reality was that the last time Subaru saw Todd, he was swallowed up by that muddy current and disappeared. If his body had not been found, it should have been possible to show some hope for his survival. But Subaru did not do that. The last time Subaru saw Todd was when his figure was encompassed by the flood. However, the exact description had been left out. To be precise, the last time Subaru had seen Todd, he was in the form of a werewolf, taking a deep axe blow to his chest and tumbling into the rushing waters. He was severely wounded, unconscious, and swallowed up by the muddy current. He could not have escaped harm. Jamal. HK. Upon hearing Subaru's story, the sound of Jamal gritting his teeth hard could be heard echoing throughout the cabin. For Jamal, Todd was his companion, and, more than that, his future brother-in-law whom he had decided to entrust his sister Katya to. It was a terribly odd feeling, but if possible, Subaru also wanted to hope that Todd had survived, having his expectations seriously betrayed. Their relation was that of his life being targeted. And in the world where Subaru actually returned by death, Todd was an opponent that had taken his life multiple times. However, since he had a history of dealing with Todd on many occasions, he understood. Todd was just an ordinary person with no special powers. The fact that he was a werewolf was not an advantage which could overturn that life-threatening situation. In a helpless situation where Subaru would die, Todd would also lose his life. Todd Fang, he was swallowed up by that flood, and had perished. As the person who, in the end, had been the closest witness to the final moment of his life, that was Subaru's conclusion. Subaru. Silence fell upon the cabin. Gradually the silence seemed to burn his forehead and the nape of his neck. There was a heartache that he had to live with. It was something he had decided to take on by himself. So, after a while, as he continued to experience the sensation of his skin being burned, Katya, you didn't see the crucial part of it, did you? Then, maybe he's not dead. Her voice, faltering and cracking, caused Subaru to look up. Not only Subaru, but also Rem and Jamal, all looked at Katya in bed. She fiddled with her hair, her blue eyes quivering. Katya, what if if you'd seen Todd's head get smashed in, or his body cut in half, or burned to a crisp or something like that, If you'd seen it, you might think so, yes, but... Rem. Katya-san. Katya. But see, he really clings to his life. And besides, when we parted ways, he told me he would come back soon. Definitely. Back to me. He would never lie, even when he told me that my brother had died. He just misspoke, that's all. Rem. Katya-san. Raising her voice, Katya started clawing at her hair. The sight of it made Rem call out to her, and she cuddled up on the bunk to hold Katya's head. Cradling Katya's head in her chest, Rem caressed her back. Rem. Slowly. Breathe. Slowly. I am right here beside you, Katya. You're wrong. He wouldn't that easily. Right? Right, Rem. Rem. Katya-san. Large tears streamed from Katya's eyes, soaking Rem's clothes as she hugged her. Without minding that, Rem continued to stroke her sobbing friend's back. Subaru's heart was intensely torn by Katya's honest reaction. He understood that Katya would be hurt this way by telling her about Todd. It was a really complicated relationship, but Todd's feelings for Katya were likely genuine. Katya as well was really cherished by Todd. That was why there were these tears. That was why Subaru did not mention the crueler truth. It was something that Rem was not even aware of. It was Rem who had finished off Todd, who had turned into a werewolf with an axe. In order to protect Subaru, Rem had put an end to Todd. Since Todd was in his werewolf form at the time, and since he did not undo his beastification until the instant he was submerged, Rem was unaware of this fact. Moreover, Subaru had no intention of enlightening her on the matter. Subaru did not believe that the truth had any value here. Todd loved Katya, and Katya loved him back. That was what mattered. There was no reason to destroy those memories and dwell on what really happened. Subaru. Todd truly cared about Katya-san, all the way until the very end. That was the only motive, without any lies, that Natsuki Subaru, the target of Todd Fang's raw, murderous intent, could convey to Katya Aralai. Kaya. HK. Katya. Sobbing, wrapped her arms around Rem's back as she hugged her, and one could see her nails digging hard into Rem's back. It was painful, but Rem took it in silence. In this cabin, echoing with sobs, Rem glanced at Subaru and shook her head. Within that gesture, Rem conveyed to leave Katya to her, and her gratitude to Subaru, who had come prepared for this outcome. Jamal. Sorry to make you have to play a nasty role, brat. Jamal said this to Subaru as they left the cabin, leaving Rem and Katya behind. When Subaru raised an eyebrow at Jamal's surprisingly straightforward words, he grimly wrinkled his nose with a, "You know, Jamal? Jamal. It's a tough role to inform the family of the deceased. No matter how heroically and bravely the person died, there are still those who will want to cry. Subaru, how about you? Jamal. With cheeks contorted, Jamal pondered Subaru's question. After a moment of silence, he touched the eye patch that was covering his right eye with his finger. Jamal, I don't know. If the bastard had survived, I would have laughed it off that we both failed to die. But that step completely disappeared. Well, if he died fighting, then he did his job as an Imperial soldier, even though he severely mocked that. Subaru. As he said that, Jamal gave a small snort and laughed at the last part. Subaru could not tell whether it was a laugh at the thought of Todd's uncharacteristic end, or whether it was a laugh based on some kind of Imperial way that Subaru did not understand. Whichever the case may be, Subaru did not feel that he could laugh at someone's death. Jamal. It's just. In front of Subaru, who was thinking that, Jamal suddenly followed up. Subaru opened his eyes wide at the tone of his voice. For what was in Jamal's continued voice was not anger or loneliness, but something more akin to anticipation, and that impression was correct. Jamal went on to say, Jamal, I don't think that son of a bitch would die so easily. What Katya said is true. I haven't seen him actually die, Subaru. That is, yeah, Jamal. Shut it, brat. Regardless of what I think, that's hope for Katya. Jamal's finger flicked Subaru's forehead as he was about to involuntarily object. Having silenced Subaru, Jamal jerked his chin toward the door behind him as he said that. Subaru could not discern whether the hope Jamal spoke of was a bright one or a cruel one. However, he understood that he was not qualified to interfere. Only those who were invited and allowed to participate in Katya and Todd's lives had the right to interfere with their feelings. Subaru was not qualified to do so. Jamal. Damn. For a guy who hated to fight, he had quite the hot-blooded attitude, and because of that, He crossed a far more dangerous bridge than I did. Looking up at the ceiling of the hallway, Jamal made that critique of Todd. Even though Jamal did not show his face and his voice was shaky, Subaru was still not qualified to point this out. He alone. Subaru-kun, you're looking well, aren't you? You've been looking more youthful. I wonder if it's thanks to the food of the Empire? Subaru. Amazing. The only person that could make such a gaudy joke after seeing me like this is Roswal. Roswal. Oh my. No one else was calm enough to do that, right? By the way, for the time being, in this place I go by the name Dudley. From now on, let's get along, okay? With his blue eye closed, leaving his yellow eye winking towards him, an expression that Subaru had not seen in a while. Subaru broke into a smile as he came face to face with Roswal. As expected, Roswal was unfazed as he looked at the shrunken-down Subaru. But Subaru decided not to mention that his style differed from his usual clown costume. It was a little vexing. It reminded him of when he changed his tone of voice and intentionally omitted explaining anything. After Subaru had informed Katya of Todd's final moments, Subaru went to the middle of the coupled dragon carriages to a larger passenger car that had been prepared for him. The coupled dragon carriages, according to Subaru's prior knowledge, they were similar in structure to electric and railway trains, the likes of which could only be found in the Valatian Empire, which was flatter than most other countries. Of course, when it came to who had the most earth dragons, that went to the kingdom of Lugunica. Thus, he decided he would keep in a corner of his mind that it would probably be possible to lay out something similar, provided he chose the right terrain. Roswal. This coupled dragon carriage, I dare say that it appears to be one of the secrets of the Empire. From what I've heard, it was invented by a member of the 9 divine generals, known for their wisdom. Subaru? I knew it. I've never seen something like this in the kingdom. Thinking about it, we've seriously seen a lot of the inner workings of the Empire. Roswal. It would be disastrous if we're prevented from returning just because we peeked at the dark side of the Empire too much. From now on, I think it may be wise if we spend some time with our eyes closed. Subaru. That's no laughing matter either. Roswal gave a hearty laugh in agreement as Subaru grumbled this. Otto wore a dismayed expression as he overheard their conversation. The passenger carriage in question was a dining car with a lot of tables, designed with enough space to accommodate roughly 20 people. However, the purpose for all of these tables was not for having a meal, but rather for discussions, such as assemblies and war councils. In fact, Subaru and Roswal were not the only ones there. There were many other faces as well. Of course, there was Amelia and Beatrice, who had come here earlier, sitting at the same table as Ram. Ram gave a scornful gaze to Subaru, who had come alone. Ram. Little Barusu. What's up with Rem? Shouldn't you be together with her? Subaru. You really didn't need to use that prefix. Right now, Rem is with Katya-san. For this discussion, I don't think we'll be seeing her face. Ram. Yes. Spilling out a sigh, Ram did not dig any further into Subaru's answer. At last, Ram had managed to meet her younger sister M, but apparently they were not as clingy with each other as Subaru had thought they would be. From the get-go, he had the impression that the two of them were quite close with one another, so Subaru had hoped that the two sisters would be constantly holding each other's hands. Ram and Ram are both their own person. Don't be forcing your own selfish feelings onto us, young Barusu. It's disgusting. Subaru. Don't read other people's minds. I'm not being disgusting, Ram. While Ram couldn't be around, it was the people around Rem that supported her. Don't think of belittling those relationships. Shameless, undeveloped Barusu. Subaru. Let's see how long it takes for you to use up all of your variations of my nickname, Nisama. As his cheeks twitched at the various things Ram said and did, Subaru took a deep breath. Ram had a point. It would be no good to rush. First of all, the sisters had been successfully reunited, so they should not rush and should advance forward slowly. There was no need to worry, as there was a bond between Ram and Rem that no one could get between. He was able to believe this from the atmosphere that he had felt when they had come to visit Subaru together. Subaru? But is this all of our members? What about Petra, Frederica, and Garfield? Amelia, Petra-chan and Frederica are taking care of the soldiers that are fighting. Garfiel as well, he's also busy with the wounded. Subiru, the fighting, that's still ongoing. Emilia? Yes. It is. Subaru, I think you saw a lot of them in the Imperial capital. In regards to the whereabouts of the missing members, Emilia slightly hesitated with her answer. What she was about to say, Subaru could guess what it would be. Subaru. The zombies. Otto. What is that strange name? Subaru. A dead person that can move around. In my hometown, we call them zombies. I thought it would be better if they had a name, so I called them that for the sake of convenience. Otto. Do you not have way too many weird things in your hometown, Natsuki-san? Otto turned a reproachful look towards Subaru, whose mouth curved into a smile. In this case, he thought about whether he should argue that this world in which zombies had actually appeared was the stranger one, or whether it was his world, in which zombies were the subject of so many works of fiction, but did not actually works of fiction exist. Truly an incomprehensible matter of dimensions. Roswell. I see, that's good, zombies. At least, we can avoid calling them corpse soldiers. Then, Roswell cut in between Subaru and Otto's conversation. Subaru ruminated on the words, corpse soldiers, that came from his mouth. Subaru. Something like that. It seems like it's connected to some bad memories, huh? Roswell. That is indeed the case. It's one of the memories that I don't wish to remember. Beatrice, as discussed in the Imperial capital, it's safe to say that this is the result of the sacrament of the immortal king, I suppose. According to the records, it was used most recently during the kingdom's civil war, in fact. Subaru. So that's why it's a bad memory. At Subaru's gaze, Roswell gave a vague smile as he declined to say anything further. Roswell had a deep knowledge of the past. Even if he himself had not participated in the civil war, he still might have had a bad experience with the sacrament of the immortal king. Beatrice. But as far as Betty knows, that secret art is meant to be an unstable product, I suppose. To create such a great number of zombies and reproduce it so well, it should be impossible, in fact. Subaru. But they were actually moving and talking, so there must be some reason for it, right? Beatrice. Betty is also scratching her head, I suppose. Dudley. You shouldn't be slacking off, in fact. Roswell. Oya. I'm upset that you think that I'm slacking off. Since this also involves me, there's no reason for me to cut any corners. Besides, all of your lives are also at stake. Beatrice. Beatrice doesn't know how much to trust you, I suppose. Roswell. I understand, because your life is also at stake. Beatrice. What do you understand, in fact? You are just joking even more, I suppose. Roswell gave this answer with his chin resting on his folded hands, causing Beatrice's face to become red as she shouted at him. Beatrice exploded with frustration at the teasing Roswell, but even Subaru was not sure what Roswell was truly thinking. However, since Beatrice was Subaru's partner, he pulled down his eyelid and stuck his tongue out at him. Emilia. Well, I'm not really sure of the details, but is it alright if I call them zombies like Subaru? Otto. I see no problem with it. It is shorter than saying corpse soldiers. Subaru. That way of agreement is just like Otto. And so, just like that, as Subaru's conversation with the others came to a close, Burstets. Your Excellency, according to a report I received from General Second Class Kafma, they will remain in the Garahal Tropics to keep an eye on the stragglers as much as possible. Gauze. Also, from General First Class Obart, he is using delaying tactics with the Shinobis under his command. However, he said that, since their opponent has no need to resupply water or food rations, it seems that what he can do decreases by about half. Vincent. As for Kafma Irolux and Olbart Dunkelken, tell them to continue their operations as they have been doing. Serena Drakroy. What of your flying dragon ship? Serena. They have not yet returned. Hopefully the fact that it's taking longer than anticipated doesn't mean that the fortified city has fallen. Vincent, if it performs the purpose that it was built to do, the fortified city should not be unprepared. And so, with a flurry of several footsteps and important talk flying around, Abel and 3 of his imperial followers, an old man, a large man, and a beautiful woman arrived within the carriage. Subaru did not know any of their names. Otto. The old man is the Prime Minister Burstets von Dalphon, the tall man is General First Class Gauze Ralphon, and that woman is High Countess Serena Drakroy. Subaru. You saved me there. Gauze, I think he's the guy that was arrested for letting Abel escape. Otto guessed the reason for Subaru's frowning profile and made his comment. Among the names that Subaru had heard from him was that of one of the 9 divine generals whose survival was supposed to be in jeopardy. He was someone who was said that he could be considered an ally to Abel if he had survived, so he was honestly happy to see him actually at Abel's side. Vincent, all of you are here? Good. Then we can begin the war council. Subaru. Hey, what about Flopsan and the others? Vincent. If there was a shortage of manpower like at the fortress city, it would be a different story. But what value would the addition of a peddler provide to this war council? Otto, that is true. I wonder, why am I even here? Besides Subaru, who had tilted his head, Otto also tilted his head at what Abel said. But the reason that Otto had tilted his head was not known by the Amelia camp, Subaru included. It was only natural for Otto to be present here. He was even laughed at scornfully by Ram with a ha. Subaru, and Tarita-san, Mazelda-san, and the others are positioned in the passenger car at the rear. So they won't be here for this discussion, right? Burstets. Yes. That is what we have heard from the people of Shudrak. They have given me a really reassuring reply that when the time comes for them to utilize their power, they will do so with full force. Gauze. Certainly. I never thought that I would get the opportunity to stand side by side with the people of Shudrak, renowned for their bravery and courage. If this were not a struggle for the survival of the Empire, I would be all the more excited. Damn. Vincent. You make too much noise. Keep your mouth closed. Abel silenced Gauze, causing him to clench his fists, which were the size of a child's head, as he restrained himself. It was an inconsiderate remark, but since nobody paid it any attention, it was probably just a typical exchange between them. At any rate, he now understood why Flop and the people of Shudrak were not present. Amelia. Subaru, your friends from the Empire are... Subaru. I've already told everyone in the battalion that I would speak as their representative. There's something I want to discuss with everyone, especially with Biko. Beatrice, with Betty, this doesn't feel like it's going to be good, in fact. Subaru. There. For the time being, he had asked his comrades from the Pleiades battalion to refrain from attending this meeting. After all, Subaru and Abel were both in the same cabin. With one wrong move, Whites could have attacked Abel in an attempt to hand over the throne to Subaru. The lie that Subaru was the illegitimate son of Abel, of Vincent Valachia, that he was the black-haired crown prince, was still ongoing. He eventually needed to resolve that issue as well. Subaru. Though, it would have been nice at least if Tanza were here. Subaru was the only one who was attending the meeting as a member of the battalion. He did not feel comfortable taking her out of her cabin, as she was not looking well. As was the case when she visited him, he would definitely have to talk to Tanza later. Subaru. Also, I haven't seen Lewis around. Ram. That girl is with Medium and Flop. You seem to have a lot of feelings for her, but what do you intend to do with her, Barusu? Subaru. We can talk about that later, too. Ram's light crimson eyes narrowed, and Subaru felt compelled to reply. Ram knew that Lewis was present at the Pleiades watchtower right before Subaru and Ram were sent to the Empire. Naturally, from Ram's mouth and from Abel's, Lewis's true identity would have been shared with everyone. Still, she would like to know who, along with what kind of work and effort, had made it possible for her to be on board this coupled dragon carriage. In addition, they needed to find the best compromise for Lewis. Vincent. Now that you have finally caught up, we shall start this war council. Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, you? Don't forget that I'm holding on to an enormous scandal, okay? I mean, I guess it's like that. But not quite. Abel's attitude had not changed on the surface, even though he vividly remembered him meekly bowing his head. Using disparaging words at his attitude, Subaru put a stop to him. Still, there was a companion whose movements had not yet been confirmed. That was... Subaru. What about Priscilla? She must have been in Geralt, and wasn't she also at the Imperial capital? Besides, Tanza mentioned Yorna. Subaru asked this, as if he were saying she should have been there while looking at Abel's face. Somehow, Priscilla and her merry band of companions had come to the Wallachian Empire. Al had even accompanied him to the demon city of Chaos Flame, so he was sure that they were involved in the battle for the imperial capital of Lupugana. As for Yorna, Subaru and his group had also received information that she had joined the rebels. Tanza also felt Yorna's presence in the imperial capital. Naturally, such faces must also be on board the coupled dragon carriage. Speaking of a face he had not seen, he also had not seen Cecilus either. But Cecilus' moodiness was the same as it was before he left Gladiator Island, so he was not concerned about him. Subaru, hey! However, when Subaru asked him about them, Abel fell silent and closed one eye. Suspicious of his reaction, Subaru furrowed his brows as he looked around to see that Abel was not the only one who had such a reaction. For some reason, nobody was saying anything about Priscilla's group's movements. If Priscilla and the rest of her group had heartlessly returned to the kingdom before the siege of the imperial capital, then Emilia and the others would have been surprised to hear Priscilla's name. That was not the case, and the answer to this uncomfortable silence was Beatrice. Subaru, that was kept secret to avoid agitating you, I suppose. Subaru. Beatrice took action before he could react and squeezed Subaru's hand. Subaru's cheeks tightened at Beatrice's preamble. Then Emilia turned her attention towards Subaru, who unconsciously held Beatrice's hand tightly. Emilia, stay calm, and listen to me, Subaru. About Priscilla and Yorna-san. She paused for a beat. Emilia continued with what felt like a drawn-out answer to the anxious Subaru. That was, Emilia, when we were all fleeing together from the imperial capital, we didn't find those two. But I want to believe that they're safe. It was a definite proof of the wounds inflicted to their side during the siege of the imperial capital. Chapter 14. The Kingdom and the Empire. Priscilla and Yorna had not returned. The lack of disagreement from the other people in the cabin made it clear that he had not misheard the startling information that came from Emilia's mouth. The siege of the imperial capital of Lupugana, in the midst of the battle between the regular army of the Empire and the rebels who had risen against them. One could only imagine the magnitude of the role that Priscilla and Yorna had played. At the same time, Subaru's fists clenched tightly in the realization of one thing. Subaru. So Tanza's disheartened expression, that was the reason. Subaru had woken up in the bed in the coupled dragon carriage, and some members of the battalion came to visit him. He was concerned that among them, Tanza had been looking depressed the whole time. Subaru had planned to discuss the future course of action with Emilia, Abel, and the others, and then try to ask Tanza again once things had settled down. However, before Subaru could actually do so, the reason for Tanza's anxiety became clear to him. Subaru. So even though those two didn't come back, we still left the imperial capital. Vincent. There is no end to the list of those who participated in the battle and have not yet returned. Of course, the presence of her and Yorna Mishiger would be substantial, but they shall not be given special treatment. Subaru. But Yorna-san is... Even then, you also should have had some sort of bond with Priscilla. Subaru appealed to Abel as he glanced out the window of the dragon carriage, seeing the scenery outside pass by as it rode forth, and thinking of the imperial capital that was moving away in the distance. He had not known the full details of the situation, but Priscilla, who had rushed to his predicament in the fortress city, had literally flown there, likely to protect Abel. The exchanges that followed, while sharp as if they were pointing blades at each other, seemed to have a certain sense of familiarity between two people who knew each other well. Abel must not have been at peace with the desertion of Priscilla. Perhaps his earlier distraught reaction in Subaru's cabin was not solely due to the person known as Chisha, who had died. Gauze. You, how dare you speak so rudely to His Excellency? However, the one to raise an objection to Subaru's attitude had not been Abel himself, but the large man beside him, a scarred-faced man clad in golden armor, Gauze Ralphon. While the volume of his voice erupted like a volcano, he looked down upon the boy who was hounding the emperor that Gauze had pledged his loyalty to. Gauze, looking at the particulars of the situation in the imperial capital, it would only be natural for His Excellency to abandon the capital. The remaining generals, soldiers, and people will understand the validity of His Excellency's judgment. Subaru. I'm not talking about whether it was right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, Gaz, you, Vincent. Cease this, Gaz Ralphon. It is not in his nature to stay silent. Gaz's face turned red at Subaru's insistence, but Abel stopped him with his hand. At the sound of Abel's calm voice, Gaz closed his half-opened mouth, and he hung his head in respect. Subaru, on the other hand, looked at Abel with an embarrassed look on his face. Subaru. Sorry for all the fuss, but I'm going to repeat the same thing to you. Vincent, it is as Gaz said. Remaining in the imperial capital under the current circumstances is tantamount to throwing away one's life. I could not make such a decision. Of course, there is fear regarding the safety of Priscilla and Yorna Mishigur. Emilia, Subaru. It's not all bad news. Well, it's said that even amidst bad news there's also hope. In front of Subaru, Emilia placed her hand on Subaru's shoulder with lowered eyebrows. She, like Subaru, was very concerned about the safety of Priscilla and Yorna. If she said there was hope, it was for Subaru's sake as well. Subaru. By hope, what kind do you mean? Emilia. Priscilla and Yorna-san are both really strong, but not only that. They have the power to influence the others around them. Subaru. Around them. That's... yeah. Though I don't know if that's the case with Priscilla. Yorna, the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame, had enhanced the entire city's power with her soul marriage technique, an ability to connect the path of her soul with all the city's inhabitants. That also applied to Tanza, whose unparalleled power, despite her appearance as nothing more than a lovely deer girl, was something different from the Pleiades Battalion's overall enhancement. It seemed to be a rather powerful supportive effect, and the effect persisted even on the Gladiator Island far from Chaos Flame, and even during the siege of the Imperial capital. Subaru. Could it be that Tanza's enhancements are still in place? Beatrice. In addition, the effect on those who have joined us from the Demon City remains in place, I suppose. Ram. Naturally, that means General First Class Yorna. The wielder of that mystic art is alive and well. That's why Emily, who is of a nervous disposition, is not panicking. Emilia. Yeah, I'm not panicking. And Priscilla is the same way. Subaru. Priscilla is the same? Beatrice and Ram corroborated Subaru's guess. Then, Emilia's follow-up statement that Yorna and Priscilla were the same caused Subaru to frown. If he were to interpret that at face value, it would mean Priscilla was a user of the same technique as Yorna. Subaru. But that doesn't sound like a Priscilla-like ability, and I thought Abel said the soul marriage technique was really difficult to use. Was that a lie, Vincent? Fool, what is in it for me to deceive you? I do not care what you think of me now, but there is no reason to recklessly provoke animosity here. Use your head. Subaru. If that wasn't supposed to provoke my animosity, you're not cut out to be emperor. Even if it was not this time, in the near future, this was behavior that would surely lead to a revolt. When Subaru raised this point, Gaz again became angry, but Burstets, standing next to him, intervened and prevented a major incident. Otto. In any case, though I do understand Natsuki-san's impression of Priscilla-sama, she is a user of this so-called soul marriage technique. I have seen it with my own eyes. Emilia. Otto-kun is right, I saw it too. However, unlike Yorna's extraordinary use of it, in her case, it is limited to her favorite servant Kun, Subaru. Her favorite Schult? Speaking of which, what about Al? In conjunction with Priscilla having not returned, when the conversation turned to her camp, Subaru asked about the man in the iron helmet, who had not been seen here or in the couple dragon carriages. Al's position was that of Priscilla's knight, although both master and servant did not approve of it at all. He, too, was easygoing and frivolous. But he was certainly loyal to Priscilla. Naturally, Al must have felt most responsible for Priscilla not returning. Beatrice. That man, he didn't get on the dragon carriage, and instead remained in the imperial capital. In fact, just as Subaru thought, he is taking action to search for Priscilla, I suppose. Subaru. That guy. No way. All by himself? Ram? He was of the opinion that by his lonesome he would be quicker to adapt to changing circumstances. Ram is in agreement with that idea. It would not be a good idea to leave so many people in the imperial capital under those circumstances. Subaru. Damn. So that's why, HK. He received an answer about the absent Al, but it was a fact that made Subaru's brow wrinkle. Despite his appearance, Al was quite astute, and he was someone who specialized in surviving things beyond his capability. Still, there was no doubt that his strength was a step below from those who were truly strong. Despite being aware of this, Al supported Subaru like a relative. Even in the Demon City, there were many times when Subaru would have lost his life if it had not been for him. Otto. As for Priscilla-sama's camp, Priscilla-sama is at the top. Aldono, her follower, and Hankel Dono, who accompanied her, are missing. Schult-kun is resting in a cabin. Subaru. Hankel. Somehow, that's a name that I have an incredibly unpleasant memory of. Otto. He is a drunkard. Beatrice. That description fails to get the point across, in fact. He is Reinhardt's father, I suppose. Subaru. That shitty father. Why is that guy in the Empire? Eyes opened wide. Subaru retrieved an unpleasant recollection from the depths of his memory. In the Watergate city of Pristella, Heinkel was the man who ruined the atmosphere when they had all been sitting in harmony. On that subject, he had been with Priscilla and the others, but it was surprising that he was also present in the Empire. Egotistical and self-centered. It seemed like he would never have wanted to come to the Valatian Empire. Emilia. But Heinkel-san is also missing. Subaru. Just like Priscilla and Yorna, he hasn't returned. Damn it. I don't know how to feel about this. Of course, he did not want him to die. Nor did he think he should die. On the other hand, he was not a person whom he thought of fondly, so he had no reason to wish for him to stay alive beyond not wanting to make Reinhardt or Wilhelm sad. But he had a thought about the results of him participating in that battle. Subaru. Heinkel. A man of the kingdom of Lugunica and father of Reinhardt, the Sword Saint. A situation in which that man, caught up in a battle of the Valatian Empire, ended up losing his life. The thought of that caused even Subaru, who was not on friendly terms with him, to feel a bitter emotion. Subaru needed to return to the kingdom with all of his precious companions, no matter what. And so, it happened at the moment when Subaru had just strengthened his resolve. Otto. The circumstances of Priscilla-sama and Yorna-san are as I have told you. On top of that, I would like to make a firm statement before we start the meeting going over the future course of action. The one who began to speak after a heavy silence had fallen over the cabin was Otto. He stood up on the spot and held up one index finger to attract the attention of those around him. And, Otto, as I am sure you know, we are people of the kingdom. Having acknowledged that we are responsible for crossing the border at a time when we were not allowed to cross, I will state this, Vincent. State it. Otto. Yes. We have accomplished our objective. Once we enter the fortified city of Garkla, we will proceed to go northward through the Kararaji city-states, and then return to the kingdom of Lugunica. In the midst of this unprecedented crisis in the Valatian Empire, in front of the Valatian emperor who was undergoing the emergency of his country being brought to ruin, Otto made a clear declaration. Otto. Natsuki-san and Emily, please remain silent. That was what Subaru and Emilia were told before they could even say anything, taking the wind out of their sails. Without turning his gaze to them, Otto's statement had surprised Subaru and Emilia before they would begin to vehemently protest, and had successfully allowed him to make the first moves. Though Subaru's and Emilia's reactions were natural. With the imperial capital in such a state of destruction, and with no knowledge of the safety of Priscilla and Yorna, it would be too extreme to make plans to return to their home country. Ram, you may call it heartless, but Ram is in agreement with Otto's plan. We retrieved Rem and, incidentally, the short-limbed Barusu. Those results are satisfactory. Emilia. Ram. HK. Ram. There's no use in giving those wistful eyes, Emily. You should also understand. It is merely that Ram's group unexpectedly accomplished this without losing anything. It's far too dangerous to go any further. In place of Subaru and Emilia, who had been ordered to be quiet, Ram gave her opinion of approval of Otto's plan. Ram, having given a cold answer to Emilia's imploring gaze, partially closed her eyes in her usual pose, sitting on a chair and hugging her elbows. Unexpectedly, they just accomplished it without losing anything. Ram was right to express it that way. As a matter of fact, they failed to bring Priscilla and Yorna back to this place. There was no guarantee that that would not happen to someone in their camp. Serena. Dudley, do you agree with your wife, Roswell? She's not my wife, but I'm generally in agreement with both of them. The one who brought Roswell to this topic with that exchange was Serena, a beautiful woman with a conspicuous white scar on her face. Was the one Serena referred to as wife meant to be Ram? While denying that allegation, Roswell concurred with Otto and Ram Donna. Roswell. In fact, if you look only at our objectives, I'd say it was a perfect accomplishment. His limbs have become a little shorter, and the girl who was supposed to be asleep has become a tomboy. But the results are excellent. I guess withdrawing to the kingdom here would be the decision with the least fear of losses. Ram. Even if Barusu's teeth haven't finished coming out, Ram says the loss is minimal. Sabaru. All of my teeth have come out, damn it. Hoping for no argument, Ram ragged on her impression of Subaru's size. Regardless, given the bad course the conversation was taking, Subaru's eyes wandered around. Otto, Ram, and Roswell were the three people in the Amelia camp who had a strong voice in policy-making meetings because of their practical wisdom. Despite being the crown of Amelia's camp, it was not unusual for Amelia's and Subaru's opinion to not be accepted. Rather, it was quite common. Subaru. So the only one on our side is Biko. Beatrice. Sorry, Subaru, but Betty is more on their side, in fact. Isn't it far too dangerous to associate any more with the Empire, given that Subaru has shrunk, I suppose? Subaru. No way, even you. Subaru's eyes widened in shock at his partner's unexpected betrayal. However, although she looked apologetic, there was no sign of Beatrice saying, "It's a joke, in fact." She was saying that because she really cared about Subaru. In short, Amelia. Subaru? Subaru? It's just Amelia Tan and I. Squeezing her white hand tightly, Amelia's amethyst eyes wavered. Subaru cleared his throat at her call and broke out in a cold sweat because he was so outmatched. At the very least, if the others who were not there were present, it would be a different story. Oh, just for the record, Petra-chan agrees with us. Frederica-san is passive, but would prefer to return to our home country. Garfiel is the only one on your side. Subaru. Only Amelia Tan, Garfiel and I. Stop joking around, Amelia. Somehow I'm feeling really helpless, with their wishful thinking smashed by pragmatism. The helplessness of Subaru's and Amelia's opinion was strengthened. If this were a meeting where decisions were made by fistfighting, the presence of Amelia and Garfield would be an overwhelming advantage, but they were simply not suited to other kinds of meetings. God, what a farce. I can't stand to watch this. It was Gaz who said as much while snorting at the arguments within Subaru's group. For him, who had previously complained about Subaru's attitude towards Abel, he must have felt that all the words and deeds of his faction were disrespectful to the Emperor. Taking a large step forward, Gaz picked Subaru up by the nape of the neck. He truly did, and when he plucked him up with his two thick fingers, Subaru cried, "Wah!" in astonishment. Gaz, this is a matter for the Empire. If you are citizens of the kingdom and not of the Empire, then you should cross the border as soon as possible, as per the policy you have established. Your strength is not required. Subaru. Wait a sec. We're not quite done with our side of the conversation yet. Gaz. Silence. With his legs dangling in the air, a tremendous voice had struck Subaru dizzy. Even with his hands covering his ears, Gaz's voice penetrated his defense as if it were a weapon. However, his argument came from his pride in being an Imperial soldier, and Subaru had no reason to follow suit. Additionally, the same was true for outsiders other than Subaru. Amelia. That's enough, Gaz-san. First, put Subaru down, then we can talk about this properly. Immediately, stepping forward with her hands on her hips, was Amelia. She looked up at Gaz, who was holding Subaru in his hand, and communicated her firm will to him. Her attitude made Gaz scowl deeply, and with his scarred face he looked down at Amelia. Gaz, and you? I see you share this boy's opinion. But the sword wolves of the Empire will accept no charity. Your help is unnecessary. Join your comrades and promptly... Amelia. That. I have a really strong objection to that. Oz. What? Amelia. You say that our power isn't necessary. I don't think that's the case at all. Beatrice. Her voice has gotten loud in the heat of the moment, in fact. Not wanting to lose to Gaz's vigor, Amelia's voice, akin to the ring of a silver bell, grew louder and louder. The beauty remained intact, but Amelia's voice sounded more like the toll of a large bell than regular ones. And when she challenged him directly, Gaz's expression twisted. Thrusting her finger towards Gaz, who wore a contorted expression, Amelia continued. Amelia, after all, even in the battle for the imperial capital, if it weren't for me, Priscilla, and the others, everyone would have really struggled a lot more. Us, HK, Amelia, all of us, we were very strong, isn't that right, Berstedt-san? Speaking with a loud voice, Amelia turned the conversation to Berstedt's. Eyes as narrow as threads, the old man was unfazed by the sudden nomination. Yes, I suppose so, he replied, wringing the mustache around his mouth with his fingers. Berstedt's. For my part, it was unexpected that the generals of the first class would be unable to succeed in their battles. If that was the contribution of these women, Serena, it feels strange to talk about things from our perspective. But the white light that was fired from the palace, it was dispelled by that girl in the dress. Berstedt's. My. Cocking her chin, Serena mentioned Beatrice's achievement. Upon hearing this, Berstedt's expression tightened slightly as he wondered what she had done to the light. Just before Subaru and his team arrived at the battlefield, a single shot very nearly decided the battle. Beatrice's achievement in erasing that shot was mentioned, so, as her partner, he was proud. Subaru. Well, Goss-san, the prerequisites are different now, right? You say you don't need our help, but without us, the situation would have been much worse. Amelia. Yes, I don't know specifically how, but I imagine it would have been a lot worse. Volume. Beatrice, Emily, it's time to turn down the suppose. Subaru and Amelia had attacked in waves, with Serena and then Berstedt's also providing support, causing Gaz's lips to twitch. It would be difficult if only Subaru and his team had insisted, but in this situation, to be acknowledged by Serena and her colleagues, who also participated in the top-level meeting, seemed to be highly effective against Gaz, who gave off a strong sense of having worked his way up as a military man. However, Gaz, I certainly acknowledge your contributions, but in the first place you have not concluded the most important discussions among yourselves. Subaru, that's Amelia, that's not wrong. He gave them a reasonable counter-argument, and Subaru and Amelia were disheartened. Here, even if they were able to overcome Gaz, it only meant that they had defeated an easy opponent. But it did not mean that Subaru and his allies' ideas would go unchallenged. Rather, in comparison to Gaz, there were more difficult people to convince. Otto. I know it sounds callous, but let me say this. As soon as Subaru recognized his adversary again, that opponent spoke up as if he had seen it coming. Beginning to speak in a way that gave off naught but a bad premonition, Otto looked between Subaru, who was being grabbed, and at Gaz, who was grabbing him, and Otto. As General First Class Gaz says, this is an issue for the Empire. Unlike the necessity of the situation that befell us, to get actively involved from this point on could become an international incident, interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. Subaru ga? HK. Otto. First of all, why would you want to interfere so badly, Natsuki-san? Whatever the case may be, it is probably due to your obligation to the people you have come to know in the Empire, up to this point. Or some other such thing, correct? Subaru? Don't talk like you know what is going on. But, anyway, is what I want really so wrong? Otto. Not wrong, but I also have this to persuade you. Well, what I mean is, What if Natsuki-san takes all the people whom he cannot abandon out of the empire? Otto was someone who aimed to solve problems through reason. So, displaying that philosophy to the greatest extent, he caused Subaru's eyes to widen at the outrageous proposal he had just made. As if Gaz was just as surprised, his fingers slipped as he dropped Subaru onto the floor. Naturally, this also took Emilia by surprise. As she helped Subaru, who had fallen onto his butt on the floor, she looked over, saying, "Otto-kun? And Emilia? What do you mean by that? No way. Are you really? Otto, there is no twist. That is just what I am proposing. That even in these circumstances, we should perform the reckless action of taking the people who want to come with us. Fortunately, we have the right to make the decision." Glancing over, Otto's gaze turned to Roswal. Roswal was supposedly hiding his identity within the Empire, but it was true that he was the most powerful man in the Emilia camp. If Otto's opinion was accepted, Roswal would be the one to guarantee the acceptance of those seeking refuge. Then, at Otto's challenging manner, Roswal shut his yellow eye. "Roswal, at the very least, I'm sure my employer wouldn't refuse. If it keeps them from taking a risk they don't have to take, then it's a necessary expense. Ram, since you're referring to Barusu, with his immature way of thinking, the majority of the people he's latched onto are likely those who don't have the strength to fight. They would not be people that the Empire would regret letting go of." While negotiations were happening at a daunting level, Subaru and company were left to the side as they were being talked about. Neither Roswal's overly broad sense of self-preservation, nor Ram's speculation based on her insight into Subaru's character, found room to interject, and the conversation proceeded in a muddled manner. "Otto, what do you think, Your Excellency the Emperor? If we can reduce the number of casualties in your country as much as possible, our proposal is not a bad one, correct, Vincent?" A very well thought out proposal, the kind that is difficult to so easily dismiss. "Otto, thank you for the consideration." Abel's words affirmed that it was a shrewd proposal, and Otto bowed socially. However, for Otto's part, it would not be surprising if he was imagining himself sticking out his tongue. Imperialism and Otto were incompatible, not necessarily in terms of ability, but in terms of character. Like Subaru, it seemed Otto did not like the Empire. They were of the same opinion on that. The only thing Otto was doing on top of that was organizing things based on importance. Subaru. Gah. It felt as if he had gone and fixed a hole on the ship they were meant to ride on his own, but ended up remaking the ship into a different one entirely. This ship sailed in a different direction from what Subaru had wished, but it flowed and drifted to protect the lives of Subaru's precious ones, heading for a different shore. Subaru knew that this was something that had been thought out in consideration of him and his companions. He knew that. And yet, "Otto, how about it, Natsuki-san? This is the best I can do in terms of compromise and consideration." Rather than unsparingly dismissing Subaru's opinions, Otto tried to accommodate Subaru's opinions as much as possible, and at the same time, ensure their safety. He thought he was a reliable guy, but he was far too troublesome an opponent when they had a serious disagreement. He was a man who should have been given a drink and left in a drunken stupor before this discussion had occurred. To Otto's overpowered theoretical armament, how could Subaru, who only had a cypress stick? "Emilia. Hey, Abel, I have something I want to ask you." Subaru. "Emilia, Tan?" Suddenly, Emilia, who must have shared the same opinion as Subaru, while also feeling the same frustration at being pushed around, approached Abel with a remark. Looking at her profile, Subaru's eyes widened. Unlike Subaru, who was forced into silence as he looked frustrated and tried to find a way out of the situation, neither Emilia's eyes nor her profile showed signs of being outmatched. At Emilia's dignified and brave call, Abel's sable eyes trained their gaze on her. Prompted by his silence, Emilia's thin lips moved. "Emilia. How many people are there in the Wallachian Empire altogether, Vincent?" "The civil war this month has probably reduced the number considerably, but it was roughly 50 million or so before that." "Emilia? I see." With a furrowed brow, Abel answered Emilia's question. Hearing his answer, Emilia let out a short breath, then raised a finger to her lips and looked at Subaru. "And then, Emilia, you heard him, Subaru." "Subaru." So said Emilia to Subaru. For a moment, Subaru failed to catch the meaning of the words that she gave him, and then his eyes immediately widened and his cheeks stiffened. Then, as he hesitated for a moment, wondering what he should do with that which prompted such a reaction, Beatrice, Subaru. Betty has already voiced her opinion, in fact. But, Subaru. Beatrice. Betty will always be on Subaru's side, I suppose. Holding on to Subaru's hesitant hand, Beatrice snuggled her body up next to him. Beatrice was almost the same height as Subaru, and her eyes were even closer than usual. As they stared at him, Subaru took a deep breath in and exhaled. Then, still under Emilia's expecting gaze, Subaru looked at Otto. Looking up at him, he spoke. Subaru, 50 million. Otto. What? At that blunt statement, Otto asked this back as he raised his shapely eyebrows. At that reply, Subaru's chest heaved, his cheeks contorted into a smile, and then he repeated what he had said. Subaru, you told me earlier. You told me to take all the people that I can't abandon with me to the kingdom. In that case, the ones I can't abandon are those 50 million people. Otto. HK Natsuki-san, Subaru. I know, you're the one who's right. I'm the one who's spouting nonsense. I understand that everyone came to save me and I get what you're saying. But... Subaru thrust his hand out at Otto, who had raised an eyebrow, and while Subaru mocked himself, he could not pull his own weight. There was no way that he could have beaten Otto, Ram, and Roswal if he had been forced to reason with them. So then, Subaru would do what he could with Emilia and Garfield on his side. In other words, when faced with logic, he had become unreasonable with an emotional argument. Subaru, it's a hell of a bad situation. If we leave and the Empire is ruined, then what? Just thinking about it is enough to make me not want to eat. Otto, what about the risk that we will bear? If we save 50 million strangers, but in exchange one of us dies or sustains a wound that cannot be healed, it will be much more painful. Subaru, I'm not gonna let any of us die or get into that kind of trouble. That's an absolute. So what the hell even matters past that? Subaru retorted to Otto as he quietly cornered him. Then he looked not at Otto, but at Roswal, who was standing off to the side with one eye closed. Subaru. Roswal, you should know. My absolutes are absolutes. Roswal, I'm Dudley. Subaru-kun, though it would be somewhat too dishonest for me to not nod my head to that question, given my high expectations of your absolutes. Though a bit of a roundabout way of putting it, Roswal put his hands up in response to Subaru's opinion. Even if he did not know about return by death, Roswal knew about Subaru's authority. So, the part of him that had expectations of that authority would not allow for Subaru's mood to be harmed. In the first place, if he were to fall for Roswal's cajolery here, what would become of his oath from back at the sanctuary? Emilia. Ram, please, Ram. Emily. Do you at least have something to convince Ram? Emilia. I'm just trying to do my best and I just want to help everyone. So, please. On the contrary, Emilia took a ridiculously brute force approach and asked a favor of Ram. If Subaru would have done the same thing, Ram would have mercilessly smacked him with a verbal slap, but she was unable to respond effectively to Emilia's forcefulness. Then, Ram let out a small sigh. Ram would have been fine as long as Rem could be brought home, but the way that Rem is now, she's become so close to the people of the Empire. If that was to be ignored, it would be harmful to Rem's dignity as an older sister, which she has only now finally realized. Emilia! Ram! Stop. It's irritating. Emilia hugged Ram, who had closed her eyes and found her own reason for compromise. Ram responded to Emilia's embrace with an unpleasant look on her face. And so, Roswal and Ram caved in a way that could only have been achieved by some hard work. However, Subaru. Otto, please. Otto. Are you going to use the same persuasion by tears as Emily did? Sorry, but I'm not like Ram-san. I am not foolish enough to sign a contract when I do not know what the price that I will have to pay is. Subaru. Bayako is also begging you. Betty is also begging you, in fact. Otto, Even if you have 2 or 3 people, I will not budge. Subaru urged Beatrice to join him, but Otto preemptively stopped Emilia, who was hugging Ram, from joining in again. Otto's face showed that he was completely determined to not let his decision be swayed by emotion, his stubbornness akin to the difficulty of when Subaru faced off against the maniacally obsessed Roswell. However, even if he conveyed that slanderous remark to Otto right now, he would not listen. Otto, we would only be taking a risk. There would be no advantages in going along with the thinking of Natsuki-san and the rest of you. You do not even satisfy the conditions to persuade me with tears. Ram-san, and Dudley-san as well. Please, do not go so easy on them. Roswell. Oh yeah, I've been scolded, Ram. For someone of Otto's social standing, you're quite impudent. Otto spoke sternly, Roswell shrugged his shoulders, and Ram frowned. But they did not hold an opinion different from Otto's, so the two did not argue any further. In reality, if the fortress known as Otto could not be conquered, they would not be able to push past this situation. After all, merely imposing circumstances that everyone did not agree on from above was something that neither Emilia nor the Emilia camp could deem as acceptable. Then, Vincent, you said that there would be no advantages. In that case, the conversation would change if there were to be advantages. Otto, it was neither Subaru nor Emilia, but Abel who had interjected. At the Emperor's intrusion into the conversation, Otto's gaze sharpened. Unlike Subaru's flippant way of talking, Otto turned his disrespectful gaze towards the Emperor. Otto, if there is any advantage, that is, what in the world do you intend on? I will say this in advance. There is no possible compensation that could make it worthwhile for us. Vincent, towards a royal candidate of the Kingdom of Lugunica, I formally request assistance. Otto, HK. At Abel's proposition, Otto's expression tightened, and he made a sound with his throat. At the same time, several expressions began to violently tremble, and more so than those of Subaru and his companions, it was those of the ones on the side of the Empire. Serena laughed at those words while Burstetz's slitted eyes widened. Then, with astonishment plastered on his face, Gauze spread out his hands. And as if it were the very end of the world, Gauze, please wait, Your Excellency. A request for the kingdom's assistance. Such a thing. It is completely unprecedented in this sacred Valachian Empire, Vincent. What matter is it if there is a precedent or not? If you say that, what precedent is there for an unsightly emperor to lose the imperial capital to such an impudent bunch? Hellish fixation. Gauze. But the soldiers and generals and citizens will lament that you have made a decision not worthy of the Sword Wolf if you choose to rely on the aid of another nation. I say this respectfully, but a shadow will be cast over the authority of Your Excellency, the Emperor. Vincent. A shadow cast over my authority. Such a foolish concern. Towards Gauze's loud complaint, Abel shook his head as he supplied that reply. At this declaration, Gauze froze as his eyes widened. Looking back at Gauze, Abel called out, Gauze Ralphon, the name of his retainer. Vincent, currently, is hollow authority without any substance what we need. That is not so. Right now, the Empire desires to be victorious, to bite off the throats of our enemies, to bathe in their blood, to gorge on their lives. Before any of that, the victory we obtain will be what shapes the Empire's tomorrow. Gauze, Your Excellency, Vincent. Those who sink their fangs in and become a hindrance, they are all enemies of the law of iron and blood imposed by Vincent Valaccia. Answer carefully, Gauze Ralphon. Gauze, Vincent, are you my enemy? As he was asked this question quietly, Gauze's entire body began to shake, showing no signs of his struggle with Subaru back in the cabin. Standing upright, there was power in Abel as he displayed his might as Emperor. There was a dominant power in his gaze, in his voice, and in his very being itself, and Gauze had to face that power up close and head-on, all by himself. Then, after a period of careful contemplation that must have lasted less than 5 seconds, Gauze, I beg Your Excellency's pardon for taking up so much of your time, I am Gaz Ralfan, the warhammer that will shatter the many obstacles that stand in your way. Never, never will I be your enemy, Vincent. If that is the case, then so be it. I am relying on your work. Strive to do better. Gaz, yes sir, yes sir. Nodding to Gaz's boisterous answer, Abel responded with his expectation that his subjects should work at their best. After accepting it emphatically, Gaz let out a thunderous sound. Perhaps it was the words that Abel had added that caused his surprise. Gaz. HK, I shall give my utmost efforts. Gaz wiped his face with his thick arm and pledged to Abel again in a trembling voice, while tears streamed down his face. Looking away from him, Abel glanced at Serena and Burstets. Vincent, you two also have no objections? Serena. No. You have a look that I like, and I now feel more loyalty to His Excellency than ever. Burstets. No, not even from me, except that I am more than a little surprised. Vincent. Serena smiled, and Burstets once again narrowed his eyes. After letting out a snort at their demeanor, Abel then proceeded to go forward and stand in front of Amelia. Then he looked at Amelia, who was blinking her eyes. Vincent. You have heard me correctly, candidate for the royal selection. The Wallachian Empire formally requests the assistance of the Kingdom of Lugunica to put an end to this situation. Lend us your strength. Amelia, you know, Abel, I would certainly like to help you too, but I really don't know what you're talking about with this royal selection candidate stuff. Subaru, Amelia Tan. No, this is one of those times where you don't need to keep it secret. Amelia. What? Are you sure? Amelia, who looked really distressed by Abel's offer, widened her eyes. Both Subaru and Beatrice nodded back at her repeatedly. And Amelia looked at Ram, who was still in her embrace, seeking further confirmation. Then, Ram shook off Amelia's arms and pushed her away from her. Ram, yes, of course. Do what you wish, Amelia-sama. Amelia. Ah. When Ram called her Amelia, Amelia was surprised as her eyes lit up. She blinked to hide her joy behind her eyelids and then turned to face Abel once again. As Abel waited for her to resume, a slight frown on his brow, Amelia cleared her throat with an ahem, Amelia. I am Amelia, just Amelia, a royal selection candidate for the Kingdom of Lugunica to decide who will become the next king, and one who wants to help the empire that is currently in danger. Vincent. This is a formal request. The Wallachian Empire would never ask for the cooperation of a person from another country, even one in such a position of great responsibility. Therefore, if this fact became public, it would serve as a tailwind for you, who is fighting for the throne in the kingdom. Amelia, geez. That kind of stuff can wait. What I want to do now is this. When Abel tried to lay out some solid logic, Amelia puffed out her cheeks. With that cute, puffed-up face, Amelia presented her hand to Abel. Slowly lowering her lifted hand, Amelia offered it to Abel. Amelia, allow us to help your empire. In the end, it conversely seemed as if Amelia was the one who broached the subject. Looking down at Amelia's outstretched hand, Abel glanced toward Subaru for a moment. Subaru smiled and nodded with a wicked look on his face at the faint bewilderment arising in Abel's black eyes. Subaru, by all means, Your Excellency the Emperor, I allow you to hold my Amelia Tan's hand. Amelia. And that's why I say Subaru is mine. Amelia wryly responded to Subaru's light-hearted comment, to which Abel closed one eye and sighed. Then, his hand slowly grasped Amelia's proffered hand. Vincent. Very well, I shall accept your aid. Again, in the end, this was a very Abel-like thing to say, in establishing cooperation between the two countries. And thus, Amelia and Abel shook hands, and an historical moment between the Kingdom of Lugunica and the Wallachian Empire was engraved. Subaru. Otto-san, any opinions on something of that sort? That event with the Subaru and Amelia party, and the Abel plus Empire party had come to a climax, their exchange ultimately reaching a handshake, yet Otto, the one who had first suggested something of the sort to begin with, had been left by the wayside. A compromise with Roswell and Ram had been found, but since Otto, for whom that had not been that case, had been left behind as the matter progressed, Subaru had been filled with trepidation. Since he was aware that he had been way out of line, he subconsciously asked Otto for his opinion, buttering him up with formal language and a polite demeanor. Otto. And to that inquiry posed timidly by Subaru, Otto went without replying. Too scared to look at Otto's face, Subaru found being answered with silence greatly troubling. Thoughtlessly, he hugged Beatrice to his side, their cheeks coming into contact. Subaru. What should I do, Biko? Otto won't talk to me. Study understands that feeling, I suppose. From Otto's perspective, he must feel like you've played him for a complete fool, in fact. You ruined his idea, and made him look like a complete clown, I suppose. Subaru. A clown, even if he doesn't resemble Roswell that much. Beatrice. Stop it. In fact, an insult that massive will only make him angrier and angrier, I suppose. Flustered and panicked, Subaru and Beatrice fumbled for a way to break the impasse, together. He wished to make amends for making Otto lose face, but just what should he do? Subaru. Shall I give you a foot or a shoulder massage? Beatrice. It's like you're apologizing for angering your parents, in fact. Subaru. Because I can't think of anything else. Otto, I'm begging you. HK. With Subaru unable to come up with a decent enough proposal, Otto, having stood in silence until then before the former, abruptly pulled a chair, then sat down on it with a plop. Surprised by that sudden action, Subaru and Beatrice jumped back while still embracing one another. Certainly it was not that he had sat on the chair to have Subaru give him a shoulder massage. And, before the panicky duo of Subaru and Beatrice, Otto brought a hand to his forehead. Otto? Well, have you calmed down and settled for my desired compromise? Subaru. Ah! Letting out a long and deep breath, Otto massaged the skin around his eyes. Taking in the words he had declared, Subaru was left stumped, and blinking his eyes alongside a no way, he spoke. Subaru. No way you thought this would happen from the beginning. Otto. I did not think it would turn out this way, but I was eager to do something this big, because I did not know just how many concessions Emperor Vincent would present. But since you and Emilia-sama would not change your opinions anyway, Natsuki-san, I needed to devise some compromises. Faced with that nonchalant response of Otto's, Subaru's mouth was left agape. In disbelief, Subaru turned around. However, his eyes met those of Roswell and Ram. Then those two also wore looks on their faces that said that for the most part, they had generally understood everything. Subaru. You guys are scary. Otto. How upsetting. First and foremost, it only happened because you guys were so stubborn, Natsuki-san. Subaru. Wah? I can't trust anyone besides Biko and Emilia-tan anymore. And Rem, and Lewis, and Tanza and everyone from the battalion, and Flop-san and Medium-san, and Mazelda-san and the people of Shudrak. Beatrice, there were still a lot more, I suppose. While squeezing Beatrice tight in a hug, Subaru could not help but feel fear towards the meticulous mental preparation of Otto and the others of the Brainiac squad. Perhaps Abel had paid some extent of heed to their plans, but even so. Subaru. No, scary, I really can't handle this. From now on, I'll be taking the emotional approach. Beatrice. Betty does not understand that conclusion, but she thinks it would be better if Subaru took a route in which he was honest with himself. In fact, if that route is the emotional one, then Betty likes it, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah, I love you too. Jeez. Really? Finally, the shock of the Otto from earlier began to wear off, and Subaru was relieved. And it happened just as his feelings were simmering down with that exchange. Unexpectedly, the clapping of hands rang out within the cabin. Dearie me, Feels like I've just stumbled upon something incredibly delightful. So darn amazing. It's quite a big deal. Loud applause had been produced, and reflexively turning around as to see who had clapped their hands, Subaru held his breath upon spotting an unknown figure present. In a corner of the cabin where no one had been, a tall figure now stood before anyone had been able to notice. Clapping their hands together, that person had been watching the exchange taking place until then, without anyone in the cabin having noticed their presence. "Gauze, who are you? How in the world did you get here?" Darn. Well, I accidentally clapped even though no one called for me. This won't do. This won't do. It's a bad habit of mine to unconsciously be praising any praiseworthy children that I find." That instant, protecting Emilia and Abel behind him, Gauze adopted a fighting stance, and before Gauze, his expression having become blood-curdling, that person kept their indifferent attitude, as if everything were unrelated to them, biting the golden kaziru they had retrieved from a pocket, donning a shrewd smile. That figure already was terribly out of place, and even more conspicuous was their outward appearance. Nearly 2 meters tall and sporting black body hair, their blank, smiling countenance had some charm to it, and alongside their unkempt fur, they gave off the impression of a gentle black dog person. Dressed in a kimono and biting on a kaziru, having had appeared unnoticed in the coupled dragon carriages where many key figures of the Empire had assembled, that existence naturally attracted the attention of all those present. My, y'all do seem to be quite curious about me, don't ya? Emilia, who are you? Why did you come here? While turning their gaze, the dog person scratched their head with their finger, and Emilia, protected by Gauze's back, inquired so of the dog person. In response to that query, the dog person tilted their head. The shape of their mouth, lined with fangs, broke into a smile, and thus spoke. "Well, the name's Halibel, but mind if I pop in to give a quick howdy?" Thus he declared. Chapter 15. Admiration speaking in a carefree tone, the beast-man scratched his head, giving a large grin as he gnawed on his golden kaziru. He had moderately long black fur and a countenance that gave off quite the affable air. Neither did his gentle way of speaking feel like it contained any malevolence, nor did his relaxed posture seem to harbor any sense of wariness as he stood. Never mind the fact that among these coupled dragon carriages, in the cabin where a conference between important figures from both the kingdom and empire was taking place, nobody among those powerful individuals included had noticed his presence. Gauze. Halibel, you say? Indeed, with shivers of fear mixed into his stern voice as he muttered thus, Gauze had been the one to issue the strongest level of vigilance towards that presence as he protected both his lord and his new ally behind him. He himself was one of the 9 divine generals, a military man whose name was among those of the strongest rank within this empire, riddled with warriors, that of General First Class. That very Gauze had not perceived the invisibility of the beast-man who now stood before his eyes, but that fact alone was not the entire reason for the stiffness of his voice. "Vincent, the admirer, What business does the cornerstone of the city-states have here?" Shielded by Gauze's back, staring beyond that large body and fixing his eyes on the beast-man. On Halibel, Abel inquired so. Perhaps it was the well-known alias of this dog person that he had uttered before he asked his question. For some reason, Subaru felt like he had heard it somewhere before, and in his surprise, he fumbled around for it within his box of stirred-up memories. Thereupon, as Subaru knit his brows, Halibel, displaying his smile, shifted his thin eyes towards him. "Halibel, if you have to think about it that hard, then the name ain't too much of a big deal." "Well, that's just what they be calling me since I like to give lots of praise. And something like the cornerstone can be chalked up to 'em overestimating me." "Subaru. Overestimating, Halibel. Yep. It's just cousin Kararaji. There ain't nobody stronger than I am." Halibel gave his response in a calm manner, as if he were simply discussing the weather. Subaru gazed in wonder at those words of his. The instant his mind processed the word Kararagi, that which he had been stuck on just a moment ago was suddenly ignited with understanding. The admirer of the Kararagi city-states, The meaning of that nickname was Gaz, the strongest shinobi of the Kararagi city-states. For what reason have you boarded this dragon carriage? The next moment, stepping down on the floor of the dragon carriage with enough force to cause an explosion, Gaz thrust his weapon, his mace, towards Halibel as the latter stood still. Gaz's weapon was a mace of peculiar shape, something like a long spear with a spiked orb attached to its tip in order to strike. It was similar to the morning star that Rem had once loved to use, but its size and weight were overwhelmingly disposed towards an item that belonged to Gaz. Anyhow, upon the sudden appearance of the city-states' strongest, the Empire's military man took the stance of thrusting his weapon forth. Perhaps it may have seemed that, at this rate, things would be plunged into an explosive situation. However, Halibel, I was the one who caused all this stir, so maybe it ain't my place to be saying this. But come on now. Can't we all just sit around and chat without getting all fired up? Gaz... Nika. Nimbly tilting his head as the mace was thrust towards him, Halibel began to speak. Gaz's face stiffened upon hearing Halibel's words, and the arm that he had funneled power into trembled. Against the edge of the golden mace wielded by Gaz, Halibel held his kizaru of similar golden hue. With just that, Gaz's weapon became unable to make even the slightest of movements. Gaz... Likely. Halibel had exquisitely controlled the balance of power that he put into the kizaru and suppressed Gaz's mace from moving up, down, left, right, and of course, from thrusting forward. No matter how Gaz tried to move his weapon, the kizaru would apply pressure from the opposite side to prevent it from moving. It was not simply brute strength. Rather, it was the utmost pinnacle of technique to perfectly control the flow of his strength. Gaz. You... HK. Gaz's face reddened, and the sound of his grinding teeth could be heard reverberating throughout the cabin. But, even when compared to Gaz's teeth grinding, the series of deeds Halibel was carrying out was far too quiet. At that point in time, the existence known as Halibel was wrapping up his evaluation of this place. Vincent, seize this, Gaz. Besides, if he had the intention to harm us, he would have lopped the heads off of everyone here long before making his presence known through the likes of applause. Amelia, since you didn't do that, that means you're not our enemy, right? Witnessing Gaz and Halibel's quiet offense and defense, both Abel and Amelia interjected. Just as both had said, in reality, if Halibel had felt like it, it would not have been strange for everyone inside the carriage to have been killed before they had even become aware of his presence. With that pointed out, Halibel's large mouth relaxed into the shape of a smile. And, Halibel, yep, I'm delighted that you're able to understand. Regardless of Emperor San, a half-devil child being so upfront, ye must be quite the good lassie. Even though you're hated by others just like I am, you've been raised to be honest. Your folks must have been quite the admirable people. Amelia. Thank you. I also think that I am quite fortunate to have been raised by Puck, Mother, and Juice. As Amelia placed her hand upon her chest and spoke her thanks, Halibel nodded and retracted his kizaru. That instant, Gaz's specialized weapon was released, but he did not then do anything reckless such as swinging back at Halibel. Although he was frustrated, Gaz kept firm vigilance on Halibel. And, Gaz, if you go against those previous words, I will defeat you. Even if it costs me my own life. Remember that. Halibel, I ain't gonna do such a thing, really. I ain't. Looky here. I'm sitting all nice and well-behaved after all. Waving his hands about, Halibel pulled up a chair next to him with his tail, and then hugged one of his knees as he sat down for a bit. He was someone around as tall as Gaz, but when he curled up his slim figure like that, his impression of being a large breed of dog became stronger. It did not seem like his statement about good behavior was sarcastic. Roswell, be that as it may, I did not expect Kararaji to intervene here, Ari. Even if not to the same extent as the kingdom and empire, I haven't heard that the city-states ever got along well with the Empire, much less when considering the matter of your officially disclosed position in particular. Halibel? Oh, do all y'all know about me? Gosh. It's embarrassing since it kind of feels like I'm a celebrity somehow. Subaru. Roswell, when you say that person's officially disclosed position. Ram. Barusu is as ignorant as he appears, so Ram will inform him. The admirer, Halibel, is a wolf person. A wolf person. Upon receiving that information from Ram, for an instant, Subaru's heart and body trembled. However, that was not in response to Halibel, who was in front of him. Rather, the reason he trembled was a separate matter. That which Ram had informed him of in itself did not really help Subaru to suddenly understand anything either. But, without paying heed to Subaru's lack of understanding, the conversation continued as common sense would have it. Vincent, you ought to be aware of the Empire's attitude regarding wolf people. To then cross the border and set foot in here, you truly appear to be considerably reckless. Halibel. Course I knew that, though I ain't got all too good a feeling about it. But y'all should also know the reason that I ain't hiding the fact that I'm a wolf person. 'Cause ain't nobody's able to kill me. From the looks of it, seems like Cecilus ain't here either. Subaru. Hey, do you know about Cece? Halibel. Oh, I do know him, yeah. After all, he came to try and kill me once. Though for some reason, after throwing down for a bit, he said something like, "Seems like the conclusion shall not be now." And he went back home. Though the topic of the conversation had deviated from the matter of wolf people, Halibel answered Subaru's question without modesty. It was an unexpected response, and an unexpected point of contact. Cecilus and Halibel had once fought in a death match, and judging from the current conversation, it seemed like Cecilus had been the one to pick the fight. But that was also easy to believe. Moreover, Berstets, in the Valachian Empire, which exemplifies its resolute stance towards wolf people, appears the most well-known, most powerful individual from the Kararaji city-states. In addition, he has discourteously done so inside the very cabin where His Excellency Vincent is present. Swinina, if I may add, he has grasped the contents of an important conference between our country and the kingdom. Oh my. Is this not a situation that warrants a decapitation, even if it means kindling the blue lightning? Roswell. Serena, could you not put everyone currently present in danger with your poor tastes? Taking advantage of Berstets' summary of the situation, Serena added on her dangerous opinion with good humor. The extremity of her words was to the extent that Roswell reflexively cast a warning, true to his feelings. With that, the initial surprise and fervor from Halibel's sudden appearance had more or less faded, and the original question was then returned to. Vincent, there shan't be a third time. On what business have you come? Admirer? Regardless of whether or not Halibel was intimidated by the armed might of those present, the word flattery would not exist in Abel's lexicon. Witnessing the owner of a dictionary who had intentionally blotted out all words of humility and modesty, Subaru gulped as he wondered how Halibel would respond. But, contrary to the rising tension, Halibel remained seated as he rested his chin upon his hands on the table. And, Halibel, there ain't no need to be so tense. I said what I came to do right back at the start, didn't I? That I was just wondering if it would have been okay for me to pop in to give a quick howdy. Subaru. By that howdy, do you actually mean something like ripping out all of our hearts instead of actually greeting us? Halibel. Zoinks. You sure think up some frightened stuff, kid, now don't you? I wouldn't do such a thing. Beatrice, in that case, you're saying that your objective really was to just say your greetings and make your appearance, I suppose? Halibel. That's right. Protesting Subaru as he fearfully tried to probe into the shinobi style of greetings, Halibel also gave an indifferent reply to Beatrice's question after she had continued for Subaru. Having come this far, it truly seemed like Halibel had no intentions of engaging in violence. Otto. In the first place, he is someone who can kill us without needing to take roundabout means. Would it not be in bad taste to do something like taking our lives after toying with us up until here? Subaru. I was also scared, but you shouldn't pull that kind of opinion out of people. But if that's so, Amelia. If that's so, Amelia. If that's so. Did you think of something, Subaru? Gulping down his saliva, Subaru had imagined something frightening upon understanding Halibel's attitude, having been questioned about that by Amelia, assuming his mental image of Halibel's character was as the person himself had answered. Subaru, if both Reinhardt and this person are truly upright, then that predicament with Cece was... Vincent. Cease this, Natsuki Subaru. Your cooperation may have been requested, but I have no memory of permitting you to investigate our country's scandals. Bursterts. Scandals. Personally, I would be unable to list all of the cases with General First Class Cecilus either. Regarding the matter of Cecilus's humanity, not only Subaru and Abel, but even Burstets, all saw eye to eye. Although he was not present here, Cecilus was being spoken of disparagingly. But most likely, if he was here, Subaru had confidence the same things would still be said about him. In reality, it was very Subaru-like to have the fantasy that the strong would show appropriate behavior. So in that respect, the conduct of Reinhardt and Halibel was ideal for him. On the other hand, he also believed that if Cecilus had not been present on the Gladiator Island, things would not have gone so well. So it was a tale of how everything has its pros and cons. Amelia. So, in the end, what was the objective of your greeting? This dragon carriage is going north, but the Kararagi border is still further ahead. That shouldn't be enough to incur your caution, right? Halibel, It'd probably be a whole lot faster if you ask my employer about that instead of me. Things have gotten a little complicated since I messed up by carelessly clapping my hands. Seems like it should be any time now, though. Amelia. Any time now. Halibel's eyes had looked pleased with a hint of embarrassment. However, he lifted his face upon realizing something, and drawn in by that, Subaru followed his gaze. His wolf face had turned towards the door connecting to the adjoined carriage. Exactly 1 beat later, someone knocked on the door from the other side. Excuse me for interrupting the meeting. There is something I need to report. With that, a voice that he had heard before declared thus, and Abel silently commanded him to enter. The door opened, and in came the figure of a small man with fluffy hair. The instant that Subaru saw him, his eyes widened. Subaru. Zikr-san. Thank goodness, you're all right, Zikr. Indeed, there is no need to worry. It is most wonderful that you are also safe and sound, Miss Natsumi. Subaru. To still refer to me like that, even when I'm in this form, both when they had met and when they had parted, the man had given a smile to the cross-dressing Subaru, and upon seeing the Imperial General Second Class, Zikr Osman alive, and Subaru patted his chest in relief. Then, Zikr's smiling expression tightened up, and, Zikr? Your Excellency, there is something I must report, but that individual over there? Vincent. Ignore him for the time being. Likely he is not unrelated to your report. Abel was unkind to Zikr's concern about the presence of Halibel, who was in the corner of the cabin. But Zikr was accustomed to the Emperor's suppression of words, and nodding with a yes-ear, Zikr. High Countess Drakroy's flying dragon ship has returned. With them were brought leading figures from the fortified city of Garkla, as well as visitors from the city-states. Vincent, visitors from the city-states. Abel muttered thus as he directed his sable eyes towards Halibel. Since the destination of these coupled dragon carriages was the fortified city of Garkla, it was natural that the relevant people there had come here via flying dragons. If they were accompanied by people from Kararagi at the same time, it would likely be impossible for that to be unrelated to Halibel. In other words, Amelia, Halibel-san, did you come ahead of those people? Halibel. Well, I ain't too good with heights. Regardless of whether his cute words were meant to be a direct answer or not, Halibel had affirmed that the information Zikr had brought was connected to himself. Even if Subaru could understand that Halibel was bad with heights, and hence had not boarded the flying dragon ship, he felt like he could not understand how Halibel was then able to arrive faster than the flying dragon ship. But there was no point in saying something like that to the superhumans of this world. Even Cecilus could run faster than something flying in the air. So it was kind of the same thing. In any case, Serena, they even took the trouble of getting on my flying dragon ship. Then, Shall we be expecting some very influential people to come bringing some very important things to say? Zicker. At the very least, the pretty visitor said so herself. Vincent, judging from how you speak, it is a woman? Zicker's report was easy to understand. That a woman had come from the Kararagi city-states. Subaru tilted his head in puzzlement at the matter. But for some reason, his friends reacted differently. Beatrice tightened her grip on his hand, looked over towards Emilia, and, Beatrice, Emilia. It's the subject of visitors from Kararagi, in fact. Emilia, yes, indeed. Perhaps that could be Subaru. Do you two happen to know something? It happened right as Subaru had tried to finish his question. Somehow, even though people have gone through the hardships of hurrying all the way to the Empire, aren't just saying some rather heartless things, Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Unexpectedly, a voice interrupted, its elegant timbre coming from behind Zucker. It seemed like that visitor was waiting on the coupler of the adjoined carriage, but they must have had quite the sharp ears in order to participate in this conversation. But he was satisfied with those sharp ears. After all, merchants were people who always had to be straining their ears for chances to make profits. Burstets. Your Excellency, what shall be done? Upon the reality that that voice had heard the matters being discussed, Bursterts asked for Abel's opinion. At that question, Abel glanced towards Subaru and ascertained his expression. Then, Abel looked towards the door from which the voice had been heard. Vincent. Somehow, it seems that you are not merely a boorish and presumptuous fellow. Present yourself, visitor. Then I ain't gon' refrain. Gaining the permission of the Emperor, the owner of the voice gently responded, and before anyone could notice, Halibel, standing upright next to the door, opened the door of the carriage with his hand, showing the visitor inside. Seeing Halibel's consideration, the person, now visible, smiled with a thank you. And then, visitor, been quite a while since we last came face to face, but I'm real glad to see you're doing well. Subaru. Oh, visitor. Even so, Emilia-san, the rest of y'all are quite the experts at happening cross troublesome situations. Looks like you're gonna need our strength yet again. With an informal tone and wearing a smile, and having given a merciless evaluation, with her light purple hair all tied up, and her arms through the sleeves of her kimono, it was a woman clad in a fox scarf. Anastasia Hoshin. By her side followed her attendant, a young man dressed in Japanese-style clothing. Subaru. Anastasia-san and Julius, two people who he had never thought he would meet here. Subaru was taken aback upon seeing them. Upon Subaru's capsized voice, Anastasia placed her hand over her mouth and smiled, and the young man whose name was called out, Julius, traced the fierce scar underneath his left eye with his finger and looked at Subaru. And then, Julius. I had wanted to say that I am glad for your safety, but why is there always something up with you? Subaru. Don't say stuff like I'm always causing trouble on the level of turning small. Upon their reunion, instead of joy, it was an angry voice that had erupted. As all strength vanished from his knees, he fell forward and collapsed onto the ravaged plain. Lacking even the willpower to support his body, the ground mercilessly crashed into his face. He felt the pain of his nose being crushed as blood flowed out from his busted lips. Taking that blood upon his tongue, the bone-dry interior of his mouth was ever so slightly moistened. Not even the slightest bit of strength remained in any part of his body. If he had lost all willpower, then his physical strength would not take long to vanish entirely, either. And now that both had completely run out, he would probably rot away and die upon the very spot on which he had collapsed. Absolutely everything, absolutely anything, and everything had been in vain. The things that he had tried to do, the things that he had been enraged that he needed to do, the things that he had continued to do purely out of habit, absolutely all of it had been in vain. In the end, he could not possibly be anything other than himself. The thing called hell was something that existed within him. In that case, there was no way that he could ever escape it. There was nobody who could escape it. Nobody could escape from the hell bearing the name of oneself. God damn it. Vexation leaked out in a parched voice from his lips. At this point, Not even tears would well up anymore. Neither did he have the passion, nor the qualifications for such a thing. Everything was so damn bizarre. It was not a place that he could reach. Reaching out toward a place he could not reach. That had been the biggest mistake of his life. And yet, he did the exact same thing again. There was no introspection. That was why he could do nothing but regret. There was no chance that he would ever be able to like somebody like himself, so he could do nothing but hate who he was. Until finally, he grew to utterly loathe his very being. He was not even able to continue to love those whom he loved. Enough already. Failures who were as fucking worthless as himself should just hurry up and... Oh, thought I'd just strip all the possessions off a dead body, but think you still got some breath in you. That deserves a bravo, bravo. Suddenly, above the head of the collapsed body, somebody's voice could be heard. His body lacked the energy to make even the slightest of movements, but the owner of that voice reached out their hand and rolled him over. Instantly, his vision was plunged into the glare of the clear blue sky, and he groaned with a The tears that had not emerged from his disgrace and repentance now gradually began to well up. That was overwhelmingly frustrating. Absolutely everything, every last inch of this body. Would they really only function for the sake of himself? And nothing else? Stranger, are you frustrated about something, Mr. Collapsed? Buddy, with your whole body still alive and well, it'll be nothing more than a blink of an eye. To think, I'm still alive. Stranger, whoa there, so it's the type where you've gotten fed up with living? As far as I'm aware, there's only one way to fight off those kinds of gloomy thoughts. He felt the owner of the voice give a smile, and their upside-down face cut into the clear blue sky reflected in his own vision. He had a hard time seeing the face due to the glare from behind. But he understood that the person was smiling with a broad grin on their face, although that grin was not something that was ridiculing him, and therefore it was a smile which he was unable to comprehend the reason behind. However, what are we going to do? If he could not find the answer within himself, he would inquire about the thoughts of the person who was incomprehensible to him. At the very least, while cursing himself for still wanting to be saved, he inquired to see if he could hear an answer that was much more respectable than he was. Hearing that question, the person deepened their smile as if to say he had hit the nail right on the head. And then, Stranger, isn't it obvious? We're off to drink tons of booze, enough that we could bathe in it? Right after answering, the person grabbed him by the collar and began dragging him along through sheer force. A man, stretching out both of his legs, quickly moved across the wasteland. Using the fact that he was unable to resist as an excuse, the man hummed and sang while he pulled him along. And, stranger, I'm Rowan, the stingy Ronin. What about you, buddy? Rowan, buddy, you've got to at least have a name, right? It ain't gonna get any worse even if you tell me. Easygoing, overfamiliar, witnessing the attitude of the man who gave his name as Rowan, he took a long breath. He had no obligation to answer, but neither did he have any special reason not to answer. A man, while thinking that he no longer cared about what became of himself, it's Heinkel. Thus, with neither of them realizing the position of the other, Heinkel Astria gave his name. He could not have known that coincidence and predestination were some old tricks that fate always liked to make use of. End.